Chapter 251 Tang Huer I will accept the defeat. The three mysterious transformations of heavenly fire. If you are ready, take it. A crisp sound was rang out, and a huge amount of fighting energy surged out from the fiery red whip in Tang Huer's hand, bringing with it a sharp sound of breaking wind as it lashed towards Chenfeng. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan, who was standing on the back of the purple demonic eagle, was surprised but not worried, as she believed in Chenfeng's strength. Call out. The whip made a sharp sonic boom and quickly attacked Chenfeng's waist. He did not dodge, but slowly stretched out his palm and grasped the tip of the fiery red whip. Is this guy crazy? He actually holds my whip with his bare hands. His hands will be gone soon. At this moment Tang Huer's eyes were full of confusion and surprise, but at this time, it was too late to stop. She even wanted to close her eyes to avoid seeing the bloody scene. However, the next moment, the flesh and blood she expected did not appear, and the tip of the whip was actually firmly held in Chenfeng's hand. Immediately afterwards, Chenfeng exerted force and snatched the whip from the still dazed Tang Huer. This is impossible. How could you? Tang Huer's eyes were full of disbelief. She had always believed that she was a gifted girl and the most outstanding young person in Fenyan Valley, but she did not expect that today, after just one move, her weapon would be snatched away by someone younger than her. Who is this young man? Not only is his cultivation speed extremely fast, but his physical strength is also quite terrifying. At this moment a look of surprise flashed in the eyes of Tang Jun, the master of Fenyan Valley. Miss Huer, do you want to come again? Chenfeng didn't care about Tang Jun and Tang Huer's reactions. He smiled and threw the whip back. Huer, marriage is not a joke. Tang Jun continued to dissuade him, but Tang Huer didn't listen at all. Come on, who's afraid of who? Tang Huer picked up the whip unwillingly, and then made some strange seals in her hands. After the seals were performed, her aura was obviously much stronger than before, reaching the level of a 4-star Du Huang and very close to a 5-star Du Huang. Is this the three mysterious transformations of heavenly fire? Looking at Tang Huer's sudden increase in momentum, Chenfeng was thoughtful. Strictly speaking, the three mysterious changes of Skyfire was not a fighting skill, but a secret method. The three profound transformations of Skyfire were originally created by Xiao Yan's ancestor Xiao San. The first three transformations were used to temporarily enhance strength, while the last transformation was used to cultivate the Xiao clan's emblem. Later, he drifted to Fenyan Valley and became the secret of Fenyan Valley. After activating this secret method, the energy in the body will explode, thereby improving strength in a short period of time. However, the energy generated by this secret method is too violent, which will damage the user's meridians and body, so the body will enter a short period of weakness after the secret method ends. After using the three mysterious transformations of heavenly fire, Tang Huer's attacks became more fierce, and he also displayed fighting skills, which was completely incomparable to the previous attack. Ha, what a stubborn girl! Chenfeng looked at the expression on Tang Huer's face, smiled, then calmly stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the whip again. The hot energy on the whip was destroyed by brute force. This, are you still human? Looking at this scene, Tang Huer was frozen in place, unable to believe it at all. Even the body of a 6th-level magical beast probably couldn't do this. Of course I am a human. Miss Huer, do you want to test it yourself? Chenfeng joked when he saw Tang Huer's open rosy little mouth. No need, my friend Chenfeng, I can see that your friend is some kind of magical beast, but you are of true human bloodline. Tang Jun came back to his senses from his surprise and said in a calm tone, My dear friend Chenfeng, you won this competition, but the matter of your marriage with my daughter, Daddy, I will accept the loss and I will not regret it. As long as he can get the fire bodhisattva pill, I will marry him. Tang Huer interrupted Tang Jun again, her pretty face full of heroic spirit. Okay, Miss Huer is a straightforward person. Chenfeng also admired Tang Huer's attitude very much. Well, Tang Jun sighed and said nothing more. He knew his daughter's character, and it was difficult to change something she had made up her mind. Friend Chenfeng, I have already prepared the medicinal materials and recipe for the fire bodhisattva pill. I wonder what you are going to do with it. Tang Jun looked at Chenfeng and asked, Master Tang, my friend who is a pharmacist doesn't like to go out. Hearing Tang Jun's words, Chenfeng smiled and responded, You can give me the recipe and herbs, and I will bring you the fire bodhisattva pill within 5 days. Okay, the herbs and the recipe are all in the valley. Little friend Chenfeng, are you willing to follow me into the valley to get them? Why not? At Tang Jun's invitation, Chenfeng planned to take Xian to visit Fenyan Valley. This young man is close to the purple-dressed woman. Why did he come to marry her? However, Tang Jun could immediately see the subtle relationship between Chenfeng and Xian, which made him feel a little unhappy. On the side, Tang Huer also felt an inexplicable jealousy in her heart. Although she and Chenfeng had no relationship now, she would inexplicably feel jealous, which made her feel very puzzled. The next moment, Tang Jun walked in front, took out a jade token, and pressed it on the space barrier. A strange wave spread out, and the space barrier automatically and slowly split open a gap. Young friend Morning Breeze, please. Tang Jun smiled at Chenfeng, then took the lead and stepped forward. As he stepped into the space barrier, his figure mysteriously disappeared. Afterwards, Tang Huer also stepped in. Let's go. Ziyan. Chenfeng did not hesitate and directly pulled Ziyan's hand and walked into the crack. As Chenfeng walked into the space crack, the light in front of him suddenly became brighter. What appeared in front of him was an extremely long bluestone staircase. Around the staircase there was actually a lush green shade. Looking into the distance, he could see many buildings in the green shade. Faintly there were many human voices coming from afar, and finally circling in this endless valley. It's a world of its own, worthy of being one of the 3 great valleys. Seeing this scene, which was completely different from the red world outside, Chenfeng couldn't help but admire it. Haha, friend Chenfeng, this can't be considered a world of its own. Only a Dashing level being can do that. But after being built by successive valley masters of my burning flame valley, this place can indeed be considered a paradise in the volcanic world. Tang Jun explained with a smile. Beside Tang Jun, Tang Huer heard Chenfeng's admiration, and a hint of pride appeared between his brows. Being able to build such a huge valley in this volcanic world, such a project is indeed worthy of the word, huge. Chapter 252. Xian, this guy is so fickle, why are you still willing to follow him? Continuing to walk inside, Chenfeng discovered that the fire energy in the burning flame valley was still as rich as that in the scorching fire mountains outside. However, the violent factor in this fire energy had disappeared completely, and it was obviously completely purified. The entire burning flame valley is shrouded in a twisted space barrier, which is somewhat similar to the inner courtyard of Canaan College. However, the space barrier here is much stronger and more solid than that of the inner courtyard. Suddenly, the sound of breaking wind was heard in the woods around the stone stairs. More than a dozen nimble figures flashed over and quickly landed around the stone stairs. Meet the Valley Master, meet the Valley Master. When these people saw Tang Jun and Tang Huer, father and daughter, the wariness on their faces disappeared, and they bowed respectfully to Tang Jun. These figures were all wearing red clothes and were not very old, but the fighting spirit emanating from their bodies was quite powerful, and they were basically at the fighting king level. Those who are a little older have the cultivation level of Duwang. This is just the younger generation, but they can all have such strength, which is enough to show the strength of the Fenyan Valley. Who are these 2 people? Why have I never seen them before? These 2 have reached Duwang level, yet they look less than 20 years old. Could they be genius disciples from other sects? That man looks a few years younger than Miss Huer, but his cultivation aura is even stronger than Miss Huer. After paying their respects to Tang Jun, these young disciples of Fenyan Valley subconsciously noticed the somewhat unfamiliar Chenfeng and Xian, with suspicion and envy in their eyes. Young friend Morning Breeze, let's go. After Tang Jun nodded slightly, he moved his body, stepped on the air, and flew towards the depths of the valley. Afterwards, Chenfeng, Tang Huer, and Xian spread their fighting spirit wings and flew closely after Tang Jun. After a while, several people gradually descended and landed in front of a fiery red hall. There are many buildings in the valley, and many disciples of the Fenyan Valley in red clothes are walking around. Occasionally the sound of shouting and sparring can be heard, which makes this huge valley full of vitality. After Chenfeng's soul power probed a little, he sensed the aura of at least several Duzong powerhouses of level 20 in the valley. With such a foundation, it was worthy of being one of the 3 valleys. However, during this investigation, Chenfeng did not sense the aura of the Du Sheng Master Huoyan Patriarch hidden in the Fenyan Valley. It seems that this old fellow's retreat place has a more powerful seal. As he watched, Chenfeng murmured in his heart. Soon Tang Jun brought Chenfeng and the other 2 into the hall, and ordered people to get the medicinal materials for refining the Fire Bodhisattva pill. Friend Chenfeng, this Fire Bodhisattva pill is a 7th grade high-level pill. You should know how precious the pill formula and medicinal materials are. I hope you keep it well. In the hall, Tang Jun handed a fairy red scroll to Chenfeng. Although his words were calm, they contained a hidden threat. Master Tang, rest assured, I will keep such a precious recipe safe. When the elixir is successfully refined, I will return it with the recipe. Chenfeng took the recipe with a smile, not looking nervous at all. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Seeing Chenfeng's performance, Tang Jun smiled and nodded. He could be said to have made a big gamble this time. After all, he didn't know Chenfeng's background. If he was cheated of the pill formula and medicinal materials, his loss would be too great. While Chenfeng and Tang Jun were talking, in another part of the hall, Xian and Tang Hor started chatting together. The two women's cultivation levels were both 3-star Du Huang, and their appearances and temperaments were somewhat similar, so they had some common topics to talk about. You mean, that guy has several wives? After hearing Xian talk about Chenfeng's family situation, Tang Hor couldn't help but look surprised on her pretty face. Well, they are all easy to get along with, and we had a lot of fun together before. Xian nodded very seriously. Why, he already has so many wives, such a philandering man. Why do you still want to follow him? Tang Hor asked Xian in confusion. According to her original personality, she would be very angry to know that a man with so many wives wanted to marry her. But now she was not angry, and there was some curiosity in her words. I just like brother Chenfeng, there's no need to ask so many questions. Oh. Is it that simple? Xian smiled playfully and gave an explanation that was not really an explanation. Tang Hor was stunned for a moment. What's so attractive about this guy? Is it just because he's handsome? Tang Hor looked at Chenfeng, who was talking to Tang Jun over there with her beautiful eyes, and murmured in her heart. After all, Xian is not an ordinary woman. She is top-notch in terms of appearance, temperament and cultivation talent. Such an outstanding woman hardly minds whether Chenfeng has so many wives, which greatly arouses Tang Hor's curiosity. Valley Master, all the herbs you want are in here. Soon an elder from Fenyan Valley presented a storage ring to Tang Jun and Chenfeng. Friend Chenfeng, now, the pill formula and medicinal materials are all handed over to you. Seeing this, Tang Jun did not hesitate and directly handed the ring containing the medicinal materials needed to refine the Fire Bodhi pill to Chenfeng. Since the Valley Master has such trust in me, Chenfeng will not let me down. This pill will be my betrothal gift to Miss Hor when I marry her. Chenfeng took the ring with a smile, then took out a jade bottle from his ring and handed it to Tang Jun. Bride price. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Tang Jun was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Chenfeng interrupted him. The efficacy of this elixir is recorded in the jade bottle. Master Tang, please check it yourself later. Chenfeng will take his leave first. After saying this, Chenfeng turned around and walked in front of Xian. Why does this woman look a little strange? Chenfeng felt puzzled when he noticed that Tang Hor had been staring at him with a strange look in his eyes. Xian, let's go and come back in a few days. However, Chenfeng didn't think too much at this time and directly took Xian out of the hall. After Chenfeng left, Tang Jun checked the jade bottle and then opened it. The rich elixir fragrance and the surging energy overflowing from it made Tang Jun a little frightened. This elixir has such a huge amount of energy, could it be that it is of the 8th grade? Tang Jun was surprised and quickly checked the information Chenfeng left in the jade bottle. It can help a Duzen-level cultivator improve his cultivation by 1 star. How is this possible? Seeing Chenfeng's description of the medicinal effects, Tang Jun's pupils suddenly dilated, and his heart seemed to be stirred by a huge wave. Chapter 250-30 The Xian tribe appears. Daddy, what's wrong with you? Hey, what kind of pill is this? The energy fluctuation is so strong. Tang Hor noticed the strange look on Tang Jun's face and walked over to ask with concern. Hor, this is the betrothal gift sent by your future husband. Take a look. After hearing Tang Hor's words, Tang Jun came back to his senses and immediately handed the pill in the jade bottle to Tang Hor. However, he scraped a little powder from the pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Husband. Dowry. Hearing Tang Jun's words, Tang Ho remembered what Xian had just said, and immediately complained. Dad, you don't know that guy just now, he actually already has several. However, before she could finish her words, a strong wave of fighting spirit erupted from Tang Jun's body, and his aura seemed unstable, but it was suppressed by Tang Jun in an instant. Ha, it seems that this pill is really as he said. It has the effect of allowing me to upgrade 1 star. After suppressing the fluctuations of fighting spirit in his body, Tang Jun's face showed ecstasy. Dad, what are you talking about? What do you mean by upgrading 1 star? Tang Jun's abnormal behavior made Tang Hor very puzzled. The elixir sent by your future husband can help me, your father, to break through 1 more star in cultivation. In my opinion, the quality of the elixir has reached the 8th grade, Tang Jun said with a big laugh. What? This elixir actually has such a miraculous effect. It can increase your cultivation by 1 star. Tang Hor blinked her eyes and looked very shocked. She knew her father's cultivation level very well. A 5-star Duzun could be considered a giant in Zhongzhou. If his cultivation level could be taken to a higher level and he became a 6-star Duzun, his strength would be greatly enhanced. After all, at the Duzun stage, the gap between each star was very large. Moreover, Tang Jun not only possesses the 9 Dragons Thunder Fire, which ranks 12th on the Strange Fire list, but can also rely on the secret method of the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire to temporarily improve his strength. If he himself has the cultivation level of a 6-star Duzun, Tang Jun will be able to fight against an 8-star Duzun or even a 9-star Duzun in the future. Father will not be wrong, this elixir really has such an effect. Tang Jun smiled and nodded, then asked, by the way, Huer, I didn't pay much attention just now. Tell me what happened to your future husband. Dad, you don't know he has a lot of advantages. Hearing Jun calling Chenfeng his future husband, Tang Huer immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth and changed her words. Aha, he does have many advantages. There are too few young people as outstanding as him nowadays. I just don't know his background. I must find out. I can't let my precious daughter marry in obscurity. Hearing this, Tang Jun nodded again, then put away the pill given by Chenfeng. Valley Master. At this time, 3 old men in red robes walked in from outside the hall. All 3 of them were Duzong masters. The old man in the middle had an aura that reached the peak of Duzong, and it seemed that he was only 1 step away from entering the realm of Duzun. Valley Master, I heard that you just gave the medicinal materials and recipe for refining the fire Bodhi pill to an unidentified kid. Is it true? The old man in the middle came up to Tang Zhen and asked. Well, that young man knows an alchemist who can independently refine the fire Bodhi pill. When it's ready, he will bring it over. Tang Zhen nodded. Valley Master, how can you trust a stranger like this? What if that guy takes the fire Bodhisattva pill formula and those precious herbs and never comes back? That would be a huge loss for our Burning Flame Valley. Yes, what the great elder said is right. Besides, the fire Bodhisattva pill is related to Hor. If the pill formula is lost, Hor will be in danger. He shouldn't have gone far by now. If we send someone after him now, maybe we can intercept him. Okay, Wu Hao, your suggestion is good. Let's go now, it might be too late if we go later. After hearing Tang Jun's words, almost all of the 3 people were worried that Chenfeng would never come back and run away with the elixir recipe. So they planned to leave the valley to track down Chenfeng. No one is allowed to cause trouble to that young man. Seeing this, Tang Jun let out a low shout, revealing the aura of a Duzun strong man, and stopped the 3 people from going out to intercept Chenfeng. Valley Master, how can you trust a person you don't even know? The great elder asked with a worried look on his face. Don't say anything more. Do you think I would not value my own daughter's life? Tang Jun said in a deep voice, his tone angry. Well, since the Valley Master has made up his mind, let's wait for a few days to see if he will regret it. After some unsuccessful persuasion, the 3 men left in extreme disappointment. How could someone who can give that kind of elixir as a betrothal gift break his promise just for a recipe for the fire Bodhisattva pill? Hearing what the 3 elders said when they left, Tang Jun showed a confident smile on his face. Way at the edge of the scorching mountains, a huge purple monster flashed across the sky and quickly left the range of the scorching mountains. Brother Feng, you really did it. I didn't expect that visiting Burning Flame Valley would be so easy. On the back of the purple demonic eagle, Xian excitedly hugged Chenfeng's neck with a sweet smile on her face. Where are we going next? Xian continued to ask. Let's go towards Danyu. Chenfeng responded with a smile. Okay. Dan territory seems to have a very famous force in Zhongzhou called Dan Tower. There are all alchemists there. Brother Feng, can you take me to visit Dan Tower? Hearing this, Xian looked at Chenfeng with some anticipation. Why not? Chenfeng nodded and said indifferently. The next moment, the purple demonic vulture determined the direction and flew towards the true center of Zhongzhou at an extremely fast speed. On the way, Chenfeng found some time to give the fire Bodhi pill and the medicinal materials needed to refine the fire Bodhi pill to Yao Chen, and asked Yao Chen to refine it. Although Yao Chen is still in soul form now, he has already recovered to the strength of Duzun. It is not difficult for him to refine a 7th grade high-level pill. Even though the lightning caused by the 7th grade high-level elixir had a suppressive effect on the soul, he could deal with it easily. When Yao Chen successfully refines the fire Bodhi pill, Chenfeng can use the space teleportation flag to quickly return to the scorching fire mountains. On the 3rd day of approaching the Dan realm, Chenfeng suddenly sensed an abnormal spatial fluctuation and immediately stopped the purple demonic eagle. Moreover, at this time, Chenfeng discovered that Xian's complexion seemed a little abnormal. Xian, what's wrong with you? Chenfeng asked with concern. Brother Feng, I feel a very familiar aura around me, and it's related to my blood, Xian said in a trance. Chapter 254 Hai Qing. The royal bloodline is already married. This is a dark space with no mountains, rocks, rivers, or trees. There are only terrifying gale winds that can blow away people's souls, and spatial turbulence that can crush ordinary Du Zun strongmen. In the center of the spatial turbulence and terrifying gale, there lurked a purple behemoth that was hundreds of feet in size. The spatial turbulence that could crush a Du Zun strongman did not cause any harm to this huge monster. The body of this huge monster seemed to be tempered in this desperate place and became increasingly stronger. At a certain moment, the huge monster entrenched in the turbulence of space suddenly turned its huge head, and a faint purple light flashed in its pupils as big as hills. Its full appearance was actually a giant purple dragon, with scales all over its body that were dozens of times harder than steel. This is the breath of royal blood. The purple dragon looked in a certain direction, opened its mouth and let out an excited human voice. Is it related to Xian's bloodline? Could it be that they are from the Taixu ancient dragon clan? On the back of the purple demonic eagle, Chenfeng heard Xian's words and immediately guessed the answer. However, Chenfeng is not sure whether the Taixu ancient dragon clan that appeared this time is an enemy or a friend. Because in Chenfeng's memory, the Taixu ancient dragon clan was not united. Thousands of years after the old dragon emperor Jukun of the Taixu ancient dragon clan disappeared, the three dragon kings became ambitious. They all felt that their bloodlines were superior and wanted to become dragon emperors, causing the ancient dragon island, which was originally a whole, to gradually be split into four. Nowadays, it seems that only the Taixu ancient dragon clan of East Dragon Island are still continuing to uphold the royal bloodline, while the other three major dragon islands, South Dragon Island, West Dragon Island and North Dragon Island, are bent on dominating the Taixu ancient dragon clan. Therefore, the Taixu ancient dragon clan has been in constant dispute for a long time. If the people coming this time are from the three major dragon islands, West, South, and North, Xian will be in danger. At this moment, Chenfeng thought quickly in his mind. If the one coming this time was an enemy whose strength was slightly weaker than that of a Du Sheng, Chenfeng planned to subdue him with the force of thunder, and then use the intermediate puppet pill to control him. However, if the ones who came were the three dragon kings, or the great elder of Dragon Island, who were Du Sheng strongmen that Chenfeng could not resist temporarily, he would not hesitate to use the space teleportation flag to take Xian away. Squeak! Just when Chenfeng had made up his mind, the space beside Xian suddenly cracked with a loud bang. Immediately a sturdy figure crossed out from the space. As soon as this figure appeared, an extremely strong pressure suddenly descended upon this world, causing the purple demonic eagle, a sixth-order peak demon beast, to feel fear. Eat, Star Du Zun. Sensing the aura of the sturdy figure that appeared, Chenfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he had the ability to deal with a Taixu ancient dragon warrior of this level. Haha, it really is royal blood. I finally found the royal blood. The burly figure that emerged from the space crack was a middle-aged man in leather clothes. After he appeared, he kept his eyes on Xian. After a moment, an uncontrollable laugh of surprise came out of his mouth. The laugh was extremely domineering, like thunder from the sky sweeping across the sky. The voice also contained extremely powerful dragon power. At this moment, Xian's eyes were filled with joy. The feeling that the big man was related to her by blood made her feel instinctively close to him. Are you one of my people? Xian asked with a smile. Yes, we are all from the Taixu ancient dragon clan, and you are the long-lost royal bloodline of our clan. The big man smiled and nodded in response. Royal bloodline, let Hai Qing take you back to the clan. If the elders knew about your return, they would be ecstatic. Hai Qing. Hearing the burly man's self-introduction, Chenfeng's vigilance was completely eliminated. He was quite impressed by this Taixu ancient dragon named Hai Qing. After all, in the original book, this guy appeared very frequently, and in the Dragon Rebellion, he was even willing to sacrifice his life to protect the royal bloodline. Brother Chenfeng. There was a hint of hesitation in Xian's beautiful eyes, and she immediately turned her head to look at Chenfeng. After so many years, Xian finally wanted to know her own life experience, and Chenfeng also understood her feelings very well. At this moment, when Xian looked at him, Chenfeng almost subconsciously said, Xian, if you want to go, I will go with you. Really? Brother Chenfeng, you are so kind. Hearing Chenfeng's reply, the complicated emotions on Xian's face suddenly disappeared, and she happily reached out and hugged Chenfeng's neck. Who is this person? How can a person of royal blood be so close to him? Xian's actions made Hai Qing feel a little curious about Chenfeng. Through his investigation, He could sense that Chenfeng's cultivation had reached the level of a 5-star Du Huang, and he was very young, less than 20 years old. Such a talent for cultivation was indeed outstanding among the human race, and could even be said to be a monster. Even an 8-star Dazun powerhouse like Hai Qing was very surprised. Royal blood? Hu Iqing asked doubtfully. Uncle Hai, just call me Ziyan. This is my husband Chenfeng. Ziyan took her hand off Chenfeng and introduced him to Hai Qing seriously. Ziyan, he is your husband. Hearing Ziyan's words, Hai Qing couldn't help but frowned and looked at Chenfeng with wide eyes. In the Taixu ancient dragon clan, members generally do not intermarry with outsiders, because doing so will seriously affect the bloodline inheritance of the Taixu ancient dragon clan. Especially Ziyan. As the last royal bloodline of the Taixu ancient dragon clan in the open, if she intermarries with outsiders, it will seriously affect the inheritance of the royal bloodline. These reasons made Hai Qing feel surprised. Forget it, I can't decide on this kind of thing. Let's wait for Ziyan to return to the clan and see what the great elders decide. After thinking about it in his mind, Hai Qing decided not to make any comment on the matter for the time being. Ziyan, since this is your husband, why don't we go back to Dragon Island together? Hai Qing suppressed other thoughts and spoke calmly to Ziyan. Well, my husband has agreed to go back to the tribe with me. Ziyan smiled and nodded, agreeing to Hai Qing's proposal. Good, please. Hai Qing also nodded, and then he drew a line with his palm in the space behind him, and immediately a dark space crack appeared. Seeing this, Chenfeng ordered the purple demonic vulture to transform into a human form and follow the two of them into the space crack. This 6th-level magic beast can actually transform also. Ziyan's strength is only at the 6th level, but she can also transform. It seems that she has taken the transformation pill. Looking at the purple magic eagle that transformed into a human form, Hai Qing seemed to be thinking about something. Chapter 255 Ancient Dragon Island. Inside the space crack was a strange passage filled with faint silver light. The passage extended to an unknown end, and Chenfeng and his 4 companions were flying rapidly in this passage. The ancient void dragon's ability to control space is indeed well deserved. They can construct such a long-distance space transmission channel in the blink of an eye. Looking at the space channels around him, Chenfeng exclaimed in his heart. To achieve this, even for an ordinary Duzun Peak powerhouse, it would be difficult to do so. Generally speaking, only those who are at the level of Du Sheng can do this. The ancient dragon clan's control over the power of space is indeed much stronger than that of ordinary people. However, as for Chenfeng, since he merged with the body of void, his control over the power of space has also reached an extremely strong level, far surpassing the Taixu ancient dragon clan. With his current cultivation level of a 1-star Duzun, his control over space is not much inferior to that of Hai Qing. Along the way, Hai Qing slowed down and led the way. After all, the speed shown by Chenfeng and his companions was too slow for him, a high-level Duzun. During this period, Hai Qing would occasionally ask Ziyan about her experiences over the years. Ziyan roughly told Hai Qing about some things that happened in Canon College in the past few years, and let him know that a few months ago, she was still suffering from the sequelae of accidentally eating the transformation grass. It was not until Chenfeng appeared and gave her elixirs that could enhance her strength, as well as the precious transformation pill, that she became what she is now. In that case, Ziyan, you were able to return to the tribe thanks to little friend Chenfeng. Otherwise, we would never have gone to the northwest continent to find you. After hearing Ziyan's words, Hai Qing said with emotion. However, Hai Qing then said to Chenfeng, Friend Chenfeng, I didn't expect that you were born in the northwest continent, but you have such rich medicinal resources, and your own cultivation talent is not inferior to the human geniuses in Zhongzhou. It's really rare. These small achievements are not worth mentioning. Chenfeng smiled and waved his hand without explaining anything. Haha, little friend Chenfeng, you are too modest. In short, little friend Chenfeng, you gave Ziyan the transformation pill and brought Ziyan to Zhongzhou, which enabled our clan to successfully find the royal bloodline. You are the benefactor of our clan. I, Hai Qing, would like to thank you here. Hai Qing smiled and thanked Chenfeng sincerely. Chenfeng naturally would not accept Hai Qing's thanks, and quickly shook his head and said, Senior Hai Qing, you don't have to thank me. Ziyan is my wife, and these things are my responsibility as a husband. Well, hearing Chenfeng's words, Hai Qing was suddenly speechless. Until now, he has not accepted the fact that a person of royal blood married a human. After all, the wish of most of their people on Donglong Island is to support a person of legitimate royal blood to ascend to the throne of Dragon Emperor. Next, Chenfeng and his 3 companions traveled through the space channel for more than 4 hours. The monotonous silver light around them made Ziyan and Zimoju feel dizzy. At this moment, the speed of Haiqing in front suddenly slowed down. Chenfeng looked into the distance and saw a silver hollow emerging faintly at the end. It's finally here. Seeing the light circle, Chenfeng and the other two became more energized. They increased their speed slightly and followed closely behind Haiqing. After a moment, the four of them turned into four beams of light and quickly rushed into the silver light circle. Rushing into the aperture, Chenfeng's vision suddenly became bright after being blurred for a moment, and the view in front of him was no longer the monotonous silver color before. The lush green and mountains filled his eyes again. Is this Dragon Island? High in the sky. Chenfeng looked at the land in front of him with a slightly strange look. Of course, it would be more appropriate to use the word island to describe the thing in front of him. The island was extremely vast. Above the sky there was a circle of pale silver bowl-shaped light hanging down, enveloping the entire island. However, outside the light shield, there was a pitch-black void that made one feel chilled. This island is completely suspended in the void of space, as expected of the Taixu ancient dragon clan. This is truly astonishing. Chenfeng couldn't help but let out an exclamation of admiration. Although the area of this island was not as large as the space opened up by those Du Sheng powerful warriors, it was more hidden. The void space is a place that even Dozun strongmen dare not trespass at will. It is absolutely extremely safe to place their habitat here. Living in this void space, it is natural that the Zhongzhou continent rarely hears news about this clan. Come with me. Haiqing swept his eyes below, then waved his hand and landed first at a certain place on the island, followed by Chenfeng, Ziyan and Purple Demon Eagle. Brother Chenfeng, I didn't expect that the scenery in my clan is quite nice. It's much more bizarre than that burning flame valley. Seeing the location and scenery of Dragon Island, Ziyan smiled and said happily. Indeed, Dragon Island has too many strange things. Chenfeng nodded with a smile. While descending downwards, Chenfeng could sense that on this Dragon Island, there were many powerful and obscure auras. It seemed that they were all powerful beings from the ancient virtual dragon clan. In the past, those seldom seen Dozong masters in Zhongzhou were not worth mentioning at all on Dragon Island. There were simply a handful of them. There were also a lot of masters with Duzun cultivation, and many of them were high-level Duzun. This was the first time that Chenfeng had seen so many masters in all these years. However, it is not surprising that the Taixu ancient dragon clan has such strength. After all, they are the top existence in the Warcraft world. As Ziyan descended on the Dragon Island, powerful auras continued to emerge from various places on the island and hovered in the air. They looked at Chenfeng and his group in surprise. Of course, they were mainly looking at Ziyan. That unique aura of royal blood made them feel awe in their hearts. This is the royal bloodline. Royal bloodline has not appeared in many years. Soon, more than a dozen powerful Taixu ancient dragon clan warriors with cultivation at the high-level Duzun level rushed towards Chenfeng and his four companions. Haiqing did not stop and landed directly on a huge peak in the center of the island. At the top of the giant peak, Chenfeng and the other three slowly descended. Just as their feet touched the ground, a figure in white robes appeared silently in front of them. Haiqing has met the third elder. When Haiqing saw the white-robed old man in front of him, he bowed, then pointed at Ziyan behind him and said excitedly, "Third elder, our clan has finally welcomed a clan member with royal blood." Chapter 256 Return to Burning Flame. Royal blood, haha. God bless my ancient dragon clan. The old man in white robe's gaze was on Ziyan from beginning to end. At this moment, after Haiqing finished speaking, the excitement on his old face could not be concealed at all. Third elder, it seems that this person is Zhu Li. Listening to Haiqing's address to the old man in white robe, Chenfeng was thoughtful. The pressure from Zhu Li was extremely strong. He was the strongest person Chenfeng had seen in all these years. He was definitely an existence that surpassed the peak of the nine-turned Dozun. In Chenfeng's memory, Zhu Li's cultivation seemed to have reached the level of a high-level semi-saint. Hello, third elder. My name is Ziyan. Faced with the terrifying pressure from the old man in white robe, Ziyan was not very afraid and talked to him very calmly. Ziyan, my name is Zhu Lu. Your father is the king of the Taixu ancient dragon clan. He suddenly disappeared that year, and you disappeared with him. The fact that you are able to return to the clan today really brings us great hope. Zhu Li laughed and spoke. His voice gave Ziyan a sense of familiarity. My father. After hearing Zhu Li's words, Ziyan's mind became confused and vague with memories that she couldn't remember no matter how hard she tried. Ziyan, come in, we will tell you all about the past. Seeing Ziyan's reaction, Zhu Li's smile became even kinder. He waved his hand and walked towards a hall. Soon everyone followed Julie to the stone hall, and Haiqing quickly told Julie what had happened before. Xian has married a human. After listening to Haiqing's report, Julie's old face showed an expression of surprise. Friend Chenfeng, Xian possesses the royal blood of our ancient dragon clan. She will definitely become the dragon emperor in the future. Julie thought for a moment, and decided to tell the seriousness of the matter. Elder Julie, you don't need to say more. Xian is already my Chenfeng's wife. No matter who she is, we are husband and wife and can never be separated. Chenfeng knew what Julie wanted to say next, so he interrupted Julie directly with a very clear attitude. Yes, if you want to separate me from my husband, I advise you to give up that idea. I would rather not return to the tribe than be separated from my husband. Xian also held Chenfeng's hand tightly to show her attitude. Seeing the deep love between Chenfeng and Xian, Julie and Haiqing looked very embarrassed. My dear friend Chenfeng, I don't want to separate you and your spouse. I just want to say that Xian will become the Dragon Emperor in the future. If you are just an ordinary person as the Dragon Emperor's husband, the other tribesmen will definitely object, Julie explained. Elder Julie, you don't have to worry about these. With my brother Chenfeng's ability, he will definitely become one of the most powerful people in the world in the future, Xian said to Julie very confidently. Xian, I believe what you said. Apart from those ancient races, there should be few people in Zhongzhou who can compare with young Master Chenfeng's talent in cultivation. Julie nodded, agreeing with Xian's statement, and then continued, however, his current strength is still too low. I think we should wait until young Master Chenfeng reaches a certain realm before announcing your relationship with young Master Chenfeng. This way, it will be good for both parties. As soon as Elder Julie finished speaking, Chenfeng calmly said, Elder Julie, what realm are you talking about, fighting saint? Hearing Chenfeng's words, Julie's eyes became solemn. He always felt that there was a layer of mystery about Chenfeng that he couldn't see through, and that confident attitude was definitely not pretended. My dear friend Chenfeng, that's almost what you meant. Julie nodded and said in agreement, in my Taixu ancient dragon clan, there is never a shortage of Duzun strongmen, but most people, even if they spend their entire lives, are stuck at the Duzun stage and cannot step into the Du Sheng level. As long as you can reach the Du Sheng, then I believe that my ancient dragon clan will no longer mind the racial differences. A fighting saint will be respected no matter where he is. Haiqing also nodded. Chenfeng somewhat agreed with what Julie said. The announcement of the two people's identities could indeed be postponed. After all, the ancient dragon clan has not yet been unified, and the three dragon kings each have their own ambitions, so it is not appropriate for Chenfeng to expose himself. Two elders, I can definitely reach the realm of fighting saint. Chenfeng nodded slightly and responded. My dear friend Chenfeng, it's great that you can understand our intentions. Upon hearing Chenfeng's answer, next, Chenfeng and Xian stayed on the ancient dragon island for 2 days. During this time, Chenfeng entered a small world and found that Yaqin had successfully refined the fire Bodhi pill. Xian, I have to go to Burning Flame Valley. You stay here first. I will come back to pick you up soon. Take this space jade tube. If you have anything important to say, crush it and I will appear by your side immediately. Remembering that he still had to go to Fenyan Valley, Chenfeng handed a space jade tube to Xian, and then used the space teleportation flag to arrive outside the scorching fire mountains. Brother Feng, go ahead. Xian felt very safe within her own tribe and waved goodbye to Chenfeng. The next moment, in Xian's sight, Chenfeng disappeared without any warning, without even a trace of spatial fluctuation. When he came to Fenyan Valley again, Chenfeng discovered that there were several more guards at the entrance of Fenyan Valley, and each of them had reached the level of Duang in strength. Look, isn't that the guy who was here before? Hurry and notify the Valley Master and several elders. I didn't expect him to come back on time. Could it be that he really has found the fire bodhisattva pill? Chenfeng's arrival was immediately noticed by the guards, and one of the guards immediately crushed a jade talisman. Seeing this, Chenfeng was not in a hurry and waited quietly outside the valley. Soon a crack appeared in the space barrier at the entrance, and Tang Jun, Tang Huer, and 3 red-robed old men walked out together. This kid is back. Haha, distinguished guest has arrived, please come in. Seeing Chenfeng, the 3 elders of Fenyan Valley were very surprised, while Tang Jun had a confident smile on his face. His aura was now that of a 6-star Duzun. It was obvious that he had taken the Duzun star, upgrading pill that Chenfeng had given him before. The next moment, Chenfeng touched the storage ring with his palm, and then shot a green and red light towards Tang Jun. Tang Jun clenched his palm and caught the green and red light. When he spread his hand, A round green and red pill was suspended above his palm. The rich fragrance of the pill made people feel relaxed and happy. Chapter 257 Yun gave birth, the Fire Bodhisattva Pill. I didn't expect that it could be refined. I really didn't misjudge him. Looking at the green and red pill in his hand, Tang Jun couldn't hide the smile on his face. This time, the 3 elders of Fengyun Valley were completely slapped in the face, and each of them had a look of shame on their face. Tang Hoer, who was standing next to Tang Jun, also had a pair of beautiful eyes shining brightly when she looked at Chenfeng. Next, Chenfeng was warmly invited to Fengyun Valley by Tang Jun and others. Morning Wind, since you have brought the Fire Bodhisattva Pill, Fengyun Valley, will never go back on my promise. In the main hall, Tang Jun announced in front of many elders and disciples of Fengyun Valley that he would betroth Tang Hoer to Chenfeng. Master Tang is indeed courageous. Hearing this, Chenfeng smiled and nodded. He was very satisfied with Tang Jun's character. Miss Ho was actually betrothed to this guy. Who is he? No matter where he comes from, he got the Fire Bodhisattva Pill. The Valley Master has already made the decision. What can we do? That's right, no one can change the decision of the Valley Master. The elders and disciples present were talking in low voices. Some of them looked at Chenfeng with envy, and because of Tang Jun's authority, no one dared to object to this matter. Hoor, take your future husband to have a good look around our burning flame valley. Afterwards, Tang Jun arranged for Tang Hoer and Chenfeng to spend some time alone together to develop their relationship. Hearing Tang Jun's words, Tang Hoer did not show any shyness and nodded slightly. Come with me. Tang Hoer walked straight up to Chenfeng and led him out of the hall. Although the Burning Flame Valley is built in the mountains and is surrounded by a space seal, its internal area is very large. Tang Hoer and Chenfeng strolled in the valley, but they didn't reach the edge after walking for a long time. Along the way, Tang Hoer behaved gracefully, and was always able to give a good introduction to some of the scenery, but the two of them did not do anything that crossed the line between a man and a woman. Miss Hoer, let's stop here today. Now that the Fire Bodhisattva Pill has been refined, you should treat your health problems first. The sky gradually darkened, and the morning breeze ended the relationship cultivation between the two for the day. Good. Tang Hoer smiled slightly, then turned and left. After today's conversation, he had a very good impression of Chenfeng and had already decided on this marriage. That night, after Chenfeng arrived at the room arranged for him by Tang Jun, he went directly into the small world and taught Xiao Sunner. After not seeing each other for several days, Xiao Sunner missed Chenfeng very much and wanted to ask Chenfeng for advice on how to use corporal punishment. As expected, she had completely activated her divine bloodline, and she practiced the dragon and phoenix art with Chenfeng. Her practice speed was increasing rapidly, and now she had reached the level of Du Ling. It was estimated that after some time, she would be able to practice to the level of Du Wang. Therefore, the level of education Xiao Sunner received this time was obviously better than before, and Chenfeng was very appreciative of her progress. The next day at noon, the morning breeze came out of the small world. After sensing a presence outside, he slowly opened the door and walked out. Outside the room is a garden filled with many colorful flowers. When the breeze blows, the whole courtyard is filled with the faint fragrance of flowers, which makes people feel peaceful. After waiting for so long, you finally woke up. As Chenfeng pushed open the door, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out. He looked in the direction where the voice came from and saw Tang Hoer sitting cross-legged in a corner of the garden. Her upper body was tall and slender, and from the side, there was a charming curve extending from her slender neck to her delicate buttocks. Chenfeng smiled and nodded, then asked, "When did you come? Why didn't you just come and knock on the door?" Tang Hoer stood up, her tall figure looking even more graceful. She walked quickly towards Chenfeng, and then showed him a bright smile. "Wouldn't it be disturbing your rest if I knocked on the door directly? Look, I took the Fire Bodhisattva Pill you brought last night, and I'm fine now. Don't you look much better than before?" Because the two were standing very close, Chenfeng could smell the faint fragrance emanating from Tang Hoer. When he raised his eyes, he could just see Tang Hoer's pretty face with a hint of redness in her fair skin. The beauty in front of him looked graceful and heroic, with a unique charm. Chenfeng couldn't help but want to give her a beating immediately. "Your complexion is indeed much better, but I have a way to make you look even better than you do now." Chenfeng smiled and nodded. "What method?" Hearing this, Tang Hoer approached Chenfeng curiously. "Let's talk about it later," Chenfeng replied seriously. "What do you say? No, I will let you understand in the future. So mysterious, always talking about the future, but when is the future?" Seeing that Chenfeng didn't say anything, Tang Huer's tone became resentful. Miss Huer, I will come to marry you in 3 months. I will tell you later, Chenfeng responded. Okay, I'll wait for you. When Tang Huer heard that Chenfeng was going to marry her, her face blushed for once. Take these pills first, they can help you practice. Before leaving, Chenfeng gave Tang Huer some gifts. Where are you going next? Back to the northwest continent. Tang Huer asked after accepting the gift. No, before that maybe I'll go to Danyu see you. After saying this, Chenfeng left Fenyan Valley directly. When Chenfeng flew away from the scorching fire mountains and arrived at the location of the space teleportation flag placed here, the blood crystal fused in his body suddenly reacted. Upon noticing the unusual movement of the blood crystal in his body, Chenfeng immediately cancelled his plan to go to ancient Dragon Island to find Xian, and quickly used the space teleportation flag to return to the Jiama Empire. According to the time calculation, Yun should be giving birth this time. After Chenfeng came back, he immediately rushed to Yun's palace, and sure enough he saw Nalan Yanran and others waiting anxiously outside. Mom, try harder. I can see the end. Things like having children seem to have nothing to do with the level of cultivation. Little medical fairy's cultivation level is not even up to the level of a dew master, while Yun's has reached the level of a high-level dew emperor. However, the delivery was not as smooth as little medical fairies, and cries of pain were heard from the room. Husband, don't worry. The teacher asked several of us about our childbirth experiences before the birth, and also learned some knowledge from the midwife. Everything will be fine. Seeing the worried expression on Chenfeng's face, Nalan Yanran walked over and comforted him. Chapter 28 Soul-Destroying Spear. Fire bath pill, ah. As Yun's cries of pain continued to be heard in the room, Nalan Yanran's words to comfort Chenfeng just now had no effect at all. Chenfeng paced back and forth nervously. Although he was sure that there would not be any serious danger, just hearing Yun's cry of pain made him feel very confused. Mom, it's almost done. Half of it is already out. Ache, whoa wow. After an anxious wait, the loud cry of a baby was finally heard in the room. The next moment, Chenfeng's figure flashed, and before the door was opened, he teleported into the room and came to Yun's bed. Yuner, take this quickly. Coming to Yun, Chenfeng quickly fed the recovery pill into Yun's mouth. Under the powerful effect of the recovery pill, the complexion on Yun's face quickly recovered. Hu Fenger, I finally gave birth to the baby. Yun's face flushed and she let out a long sigh. Thank you for your hard work, Yuner. Chenfeng looked at Yun with gentle eyes. This beautiful woman not only taught him how to practice and behave, but also gave birth to a child for him. Chenfeng's feelings for Yun were very unique. Although she was older than Chenfeng always felt that Yun needed care very much. It's not hard, but it's a pity that I did all the homework in advance. Yun smiled and shook her head, then turned her gaze to the swaddling baby in the arms of the maid beside her. Your Majesty, Madame Yun is a little princess. The maid was very sensible and put the child on the bed so that Yun and Chenfeng could see him. The baby in the cradle has fair and tender skin, soft and boneless hands, and big black eyes that sparkle with some spirit. So cute. Yun's heart melted when she saw the baby in the cradle, and she was filled with maternal radiance. Yun, how about you name the child this time? Chenfeng teased the child and said softly to Yun. Okay. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yun nodded slightly and did not refuse. Fenger, this child is so smart, why don't we call her Yunling? After thinking for a moment, Yun said with a smile. Yunling, okay, let's call her Yunling. Chenfeng also had a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with the name Yun gave to the child. Kid, you have a name. Holding the child in his arms, Chenfeng's eyes were filled with smiles. Next, Nalan Yanran and others came to the bedside to visit. Seeing that Yun was fine, Nalan Yanran breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Teacher, maybe you have done too much homework, which may cause problems. That's about right. Hearing this, Yun nodded awkwardly. She was indeed worried because she knew some things in advance. Her excessive worry almost led to a difficult delivery. After accompanying Yun and looking after Linger for a while, Chenfeng slowly returned to the secret room for practice. Returning to the secret room, Chenfeng immediately said to the system, open the gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 100 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. The cultivation speed of all people recorded in the Wanshi family tree has increased by 1%. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 4th level Duzun Peak Experience card. To the Heavenly Grade Primary Consula, congratulations to Destroying Spear. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Fire Bath Pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an intermediate experience pill. Of the above rewards are its pillars equals. Please check them carefully. As Chenfeng finished speaking, several system prompts sounded in his mind. Great, another intermediate experience pill. Listening to the system's prompts, Chenfeng felt very satisfied. He quickly extracted the experience pill and used it. This time he used the intermediate experience pill, which allowed his cultivation to successfully break through to the 2-star Du Zun. This has something to do with the fact that he had already reached the middle stage of 1-star Du Zun when he used the experience pill last time. Otherwise, an intermediate experience pill would make it difficult for him to break through to the 1-star level in the Du Zun stage. After using the intermediate experience pill, Chenfeng's mind began to observe the reward that had never appeared before. The soul-destroying spear is a single-target soul attack fighting skill, which is very suitable for Morning Breeze to use at this stage. The fire bath pill is used to help people swallow and refine strange fire. This thing is of no use to Chenfeng. Later, if someone around him needs to refine strange fire, he can give it to them. This time, I was given another set of space teleportation flags. It seems that I won't need to be as careful with my calculations as before when using them in the future. Looking at the 18 extra black flags in the system space, Chenfeng felt very satisfied. That night, Chenfeng did not leave, but came to the harem and had a warm time with Yun, Nalan Yanran and Ya Fei. I have to say, these women each have their own charm. It is always a great experience to taste it every once in a while. Brother Feng, are you saying that Xian has found her people? Is she the only remaining royal bloodline of the Taixu ancient dragon clan, one of the 3 major magical beast families? Yun and others were very surprised when they heard Chenfeng talk about his trip to Zhongzhou. She is not the only one with royal blood. Chenfeng shook his head. Then there are other royal bloodlines. Wouldn't Xian be in danger? Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yun thought of the situation of the Taixu ancient dragon clan and couldn't help but say with some concern, "Don't worry about that. Another person with royal blood will never be able to hurt Xian." Chenfeng smiled and didn't explain too much. After all, the secret of the old dragon emperor was still too far away for Yun and others. After a night of spring breeze, the Morning Breeze came out of the room refreshed. Next, he planned to go to ancient Dragon Island and bring Xian back, who, after using the space teleportation flag, Chenfeng's figure instantly appeared in the ancient temple that he left last time. Even the 3 elders of Donglong Island, who were high-level semi-saints, did not sense the sudden appearance of Chenfeng. The next moment, Chenfeng actively released his breath. Swoosh swoosh! Who is trespassing here? As the Morning Breeze released its aura, several Dragon Island guards immediately rushed in, followed by the 3rd elder Julie. "So it's you, friend Chenfeng, all of you please step back." When he saw that the person coming was Chenfeng, a strange look flashed in Julie's eyes, because he almost just sensed Chenfeng's breath at that moment. Julie was very surprised by Chenfeng's method, but he did not take any other action at this moment. He just ordered the dragon guards to leave. Chapter 2059 Zane. Shengden City, the real center of Zhongzhou. My dear friend Chenfeng, it seems that you have many secrets. You were able to sneak into the secret place deep in Dragon Island without making any sound. After driving the guards away, Julie smiled warmly and said to Chenfeng slowly, "I guess that aura you just emitted was also deliberately emitted by you, my friend." Elder Julie guessed correctly. It would be inappropriate for Chenfeng to hide his presence when he suddenly visits Dragon Island. Upon hearing this, Chenfeng smiled and nodded. "It's okay, it's normal to have some secrets. Besides, friend Chenfeng is Xian's husband, and he is not an outsider to our Taixu ancient dragon clan. It's a good thing to have such ability." Elder Julie did not mind Chenfeng's answer. Instead, he admired his frank character very much. The next moment, Julie continued to ask, "Young friend Chenfeng, are you here to look for Xian this time?" "Yes, I want to take Xian back." Chenfeng nodded and said frankly, "Take her back." "Young friend Chenfeng, why did you suddenly make such a decision? Wouldn't it be better to let Xian stay in Donglong Island to complete the inheritance of the clan?" Julie asked with some doubt. "Accept the inheritance?" After hearing Julie's words, Chenfeng suddenly remembered that these Warcraft races with a long history would leave some heritage for future generations. Like in the original work, some of the advanced fighting skills that Xian mastered were acquired from the ancient dragon inheritance, and she was also able to directly obtain the cultivation enlightenment of her predecessors from these inheritances. "Then, is Xian accepting the inheritance now?" Chenfeng asked with a frown. "Yes, if the inheritance is successful this time, Xian will be able to retain many of our Dragon Clan's secret fighting skills in her mind. Julie nodded and said, "It will probably take another month. The inheritance cannot be interrupted during this period. We agreed to come and pick her up soon." I didn't expect that any inheritance would take so long. After hearing Julie's explanation, Chenfeng showed a wry smile on his face. "Elder Julie, in this case, I will come here to find Xian after she has accepted the inheritance," Chenfeng said helplessly. "Okay, next time Xian accepts the inheritance, I will tell her in time." Hearing this, Julie smiled and nodded. "Then Chenfeng will take his leave first." After saying this, Chenfeng waved his hand and directly tore a huge space crack in the space around him. Seeing Chenfeng's method, Julie was shocked again. Even for their Taixu ancient dragon clan to achieve this, they would need the strength of at least a 5-star Duzun. "My dear friend Chenfeng, you are surprising me more and more," Julie exclaimed. "Elder Julie, see you next time." Chenfeng smiled, didn't explain too much, and stepped directly into the space crack. Compared to these, if the space teleportation flag was exposed and disappeared instantly, I'm afraid Julie would be even more surprised. Coming out of the void space, Chenfeng arrived at a place thousands of miles away from the Fenyan Valley. Here it was very close to the Dan realm. Chenfeng was the only one traveling this time, so he simply summoned the 8th level peak monster that he had been rewarded with, the Void Thunder Eagle. The speed of this demon beast is basically equivalent to that of some human saints. After finding the right direction, Chenfeng rode the Void Thunder Eagle directly through the space channel. On the way, Chenfeng seized the time and entered the small world to train with Xiao Sunner and Ling Yu. Of course, Xiao Sunner and Ling Yu could not be a match for Chenfeng. After defeating Xiao Sunner and Ling Yu, Chenfeng planned to practice hard. Now his cultivation has reached the level of 2-star Duzun. The effect of the Duzun Star upgrading pill has actually surpassed that of the intermediate experience pill. After all, a Duzun Star upgrading pill can allow Chenfeng to steadily improve his cultivation by 1 star, while an intermediate experience pill is a bit of a stretch. Even when Chenfeng's cultivation level is higher, 2 intermediate experience pills may not necessarily allow him to improve by 1 star. Take one first to improve your cultivation. It would be a waste to keep the treasure on your body without digesting it. After finishing his training, Chenfeng came to a corner of the small world and sat cross-legged, then swallowed a Duzun Star up pill without hesitation. This kind of elixir can be taken 3 times in a row and it will be effective all 3 times. In other words, Chenfeng can use it to smoothly break through to the 5-star Duzun. 4 days later, Chenfeng came out of the small world. At this time, his cultivation level had successfully reached the 3-star Duzun level. We should be arriving at St. Dan City soon. After looking at the map, Chenfeng took the Void Thunder Eagle, a big guy that easily attracted attention, into the small world. He then boarded the purple demonic vulture and entered the space wormhole to the nearest city, heading towards the city of St. Dan. But after traveling for several hours, a circle of silver light appeared faintly in the distance of the space wormhole, emitting astonishing space fluctuations. Seeing this, Chenfeng drove the spaceship directly through the silver halo without any hesitation. The violent spatial fluctuations caused the entire spaceship to shake violently, but this shaking only lasted less than 3 seconds before slowly dissipating. The silver light that filled Chenfeng's vision became increasingly weak. After a while, the silver light suddenly burst out. The dazzling light caused Chenfeng to squint his eyes out of habit. At this time, bursts of noise came to Chenfeng's ears. His eyes slowly opened, and what appeared in Chenfeng's sight was a huge square made entirely of red rocks. There is no end to this square. The only thing that can be seen is a red line that stretches to the end of the site. Judging from its appearance, it must be at least several thousand meters wide. People standing in it are like tiny ants, not attracting any attention at all. At this moment, people were coming and going in this red square, and bursts of noise could be heard constantly. Just as the morning breeze came out, the space behind was still experiencing violent distortion and fluctuations. Spaceships kept emerging from it, and finally became tiny, while the human figures in them kept falling from the sky like beans. Obviously, this is the landing exit point of a space wormhole. Such popularity is unmatched by any other city's space wormhole. Is this the outer area of Shengdan City? I remember that there are 8 huge space plazas like this in the outer area. What a huge undertaking. Looking at this huge square, Chenfeng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In Shengdan City it is divided into the outer domain and the inner domain, both of which belong to the top power in the continent, the territory of Danta. Although Shengdan City is called a city, it is far from comparable to ordinary cities. If we only talk about the area, it is probably half the size of Blackhorn region. Even a Duzong strongman would need to fly for half a day if he wants to cross the city. Chapter 260 Starfield, 3,000 flames of fire walking into the city of Shengdan. Even though it was just an outsider area, the prosperity of the streets was several times greater than any city Chenfeng had visited before. In the true center of Zhongzhou, people riding on 6th rank flying beasts would still attract a lot of attention, but it was not surprising because here even 6th rank alchemists seemed to have become extremely common. After only entering the outer domain for a short while, Chenfeng met 2 or 3 people wearing 6th rank alchemist badges. As expected, people should go to big places more often to see the world. Otherwise, like in the Gamma Empire before, a 6th grade alchemist would be praised to an extremely high status. Looking at the 2 6th rank alchemists walking side by side in his sight, Chenfeng sighed with a smile on his face. On that day, Chenfeng heard a piece of news in the outer domain. It turned out that under normal circumstances, there were not so many alchemists coming to Shengdan City. The reason why so many alchemists came here this time was mainly because Shengdan City would hold an alchemist trade fair in 2 days. The alchemist trade fair. Let's go take a look and see what good things can appear at a trade fair like this. Chenfeng murmured in his heart, and then randomly found a restaurant in the outer domain to stay in. As time passed, the night slowly poured down from the sky, wrapping the entire Shengdan City in the hazy night. On the balcony of the restaurant, Chenfeng stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the bright stars in the sky with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The night sky of Shengdan City seems more spiritual than the night sky of other places. It seems that this is the star field where the 3,000 flames of flame are trapped. With his hands behind his back, Chenfeng stood quietly under the endless starry sky, and suddenly he had the urge to go in and take a look. The next moment, his eyes slowly closed. At the moment his eyes closed, tremendous soul power spread out from between his brows like a tide, and then spread towards the bright starry sky. Soon this soul power penetrated a strange energy barrier and entered a dark place. In the soul's vision, a giant dragon that seemed to have almost no end was coiling and squatting. The dragon's pupils were closed, and a strange purple, black flame was lingering on its body. Is this the 3,000 flames? It is indeed the 9th ranked strange fire on the strange fire list. Seeing the giant dragon and the purple black flames all over its body, Chenfeng murmured in his heart, 3,000 flames, also known as the 3,000 starry sky flames, ranks 9th on the list of strange fires. The fire is purple-black in color, formed in the starry sky and can absorb the power of the stars, constantly becoming stronger. This fire does not exist in the earth, but is formed in the distant starry sky. Ancient books have recorded that 3,000 flames were formed, silver fire fell from the sky, and 1,000 miles of land was like a desert, with no distinction between day and night, no stars, and no sun. Because it is located in the starry sky, a place that is difficult for ordinary people to reach, the existence time of the 3,000 flames will be longer than other strange fires. It is precisely because of this that it is given enough time to evolve. Therefore, most of the 3,000 flames that have been discovered are super spiritual creatures of heaven and earth with high intelligence. Even if they are found, it is extremely difficult to capture them. This strange fire possesses an extremely special ability, which is the rumored 3,000 star physique, which can absorb the power of stars to strengthen itself or heal injuries. Therefore, some powerful people who have fought with those who possessed the 3,000 flames called it the immortal body. The recovery ability of this physique under the shining starlight is almost comparable to the dragon elephant body possessed by Chenfeng. According to Chenfeng's idea, in the future, if there are people around him who are suitable for refining strange fire, they can take these 3,000 flaming fires away. Moreover, the fire bath pills rewarded by the system before can help people refine strange fires very well. Who dares to spy on the Dancheng star region? Just as Chenfeng was pondering in his heart, a loud shout suddenly rang out from the depths of his soul. The sudden loud shout with a huge pressure acted on Chenfeng's soul power. However, such spiritual pressure cannot pose any threat to Chenfeng. It can even be said that it is very weak after all. Chenfeng's current soul realm, after fusing 2 micro-soul origins, has reached the late stage of the spiritual realm. Even among Danta there are only a handful of people whose soul power is stronger than Chenfeng. When the soul pressure swept over, Morning Breeze's soul power suddenly gathered and then transformed into a phantom morning breeze. The soul is too illusory for the strong people of this era. The power of the soul is also colorless and invisible, making it difficult to defend against. Few people have ever seen a true humanoid soul like this. After all, It is extremely difficult to condense a disembodied soul into a human form and keep it there for a long time. But for Chenfeng these are very easy. Cell shadow. After the morning breeze condensed the shadow of the soul, a subtle sound of surprise suddenly sounded in the empty space. Haha. I came here today just because I'm curious about the 3,000 flames of flame. You don't have to panic. The soul shadow of Chenfeng slightly raised his hand in a certain direction, and then disappeared on the spot. What happened? Why did such a strong soul fluctuation appear just now? In the void, an old voice sounded slowly, and then several figures came from all directions and quickly landed at the place where the shadow of morning breeze's soul disappeared just now. Someone spied on the star field before, but fortunately they didn't wake up the 3,000 flames, otherwise there would be trouble again. Who can be detected? No, this person's soul power is extremely strong. I estimate that it is very close to the president's soul power. Moreover, he just showed a soul phantom, but I didn't see his real face. Could it be someone from the Soul Palace? They are also very interested in the 3,000 flames. Next to him, another low, puzzled voice sounded quietly. I don't know. But the aura left by that person doesn't seem to be from the Soul Palace. Let's tighten the martial law. The 3,000 flames will become stronger as they absorb the light of the stars. We can't keep it sealed forever, but it has great resentment towards us. Once the seal is broken, I'm afraid the entire Shengdan city will be destroyed by it. In addition, this matter must be reported to the president as soon as possible. After a round of discussion, the figures here gradually dispersed. Chapter 261. The witch Xiao Yan. The soul power withdrew from the star field, and Chenfeng slowly walked into the room of the restaurant as if nothing had happened. Afterwards, Chenfeng's mind moved and he directly entered the small world, and his aura completely dissipated in this world. On such a night, Chenfeng certainly wouldn't be alone to enjoy the scenery. He wouldn't feel lonely with beauties like Xiao Sunner and Ling Yu to accompany him. Brother Feng, you are here. Seeing Chenfeng coming, Xiao Sunner and Ling Yu immediately twisted their waists to greet him, and each of them held one of Chenfeng's arms. Today, Xiao Sunner deliberately changed into a pair of green stockings to cater to the morning breeze. Her overall temperament kept switching between purity and charm. Needless to say, Ling Yu had a great grasp of the outfit combination. The black and white fishnet outfit perfectly showed off her seductive figure. After a fierce battle, Xiao Sunner's strength was not as good as Ling Yu's, so she leaned against Chenfeng and fell into a deep sleep. After fighting like this for 2 days, Chenfeng finally came out of the small world. Although he has lost some energy now, he is still refreshed. After leaving the restaurant, Chenfeng went straight to the route he had inquired about before, and walked towards the location of the Alchemist Trade Fair. The Alchemist Trade Fair in Shengdan City has a great reputation in this area. This trade fair is not like other trade fairs where all kinds of people come together. If we were to classify trade fairs into different levels, then this Alchemist Trade Fair should be considered top-notch, far superior to those small trade fairs. The location of this trade fair is outside the city of Shengdan, but the location is not bad, being at the junction of the outer and inner areas. It is said that this trade fair has grown so big because of the support of Danta. And because of this, when exchanging items at this trade fair, things like murder and robbery rarely occur. After all, in this Dan domain no one can escape Danta's pursuit. Alchemist Trade Fair, standing in front of a rather large building. Chenfeng looked at the 6 flamboyantly written characters on the light green wooden plaque and couldn't help but wipe away a cold sweat. The name of this trade fair was really concise and accurate. At this moment, in front of the trade fair, there was a constant stream of traffic and people coming and going like a tide. Countless people dressed in alchemist robes successfully passed through the heavy guards at the entrance of the trade fair, and entered amidst the envious gazes from all around. After confirming his target, Chenfeng smiled and walked slowly towards the gate of the trade fair. When those stern-faced guards were about to stop him, a powerful soul power suddenly emerged from Chenfeng. This enormous soul pressure instantly made the powerful guards feel tremendous pressure and their faces turned pale. "Senior, please come in." Such powerful soul power made the guards have no doubt about Chenfeng's level of alchemist. They bowed to Chenfeng respectfully, and then made a gesture of invitation. Seeing the guards' changed attitude, Chenfeng nodded with satisfaction. However, just as he was about to enter the spacious gate, a peculiar noisy discussion came from around him. "Look, the witch from the Cao family is here." The Cao family is now at its peak in Shengdan City. The witch from the Cao family, could it be Xiao Yan? Hearing these sounds, Chenfeng looked back with some curiosity. As Chenfeng turned his head to look, he saw that a passage had cleared in the crowded crowd behind him, and a graceful figure walked out slowly with light lotus steps. After this graceful figure walked out, the atmosphere around her suddenly stagnated because of her. The woman had a slender body and was wearing a black dress. She had a cold and arrogant temperament, skin as white as snow, and her 3,000 black hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her face was a little thin but extremely delicate, like porcelain, making people feel unable to let it go. The woman stood in front of the alchemist trade fair, looking around slightly. Her narrow and slightly lazy eyes were filled with a hint of enchantment and charm. While the people around her were fascinated by her charm, a faint arc slowly appeared at the corner of the woman's slender lips. The moment this arc was raised, that thin and charming face suddenly became full of charm. The black-clad girl's lazy eyes swept around slowly, and anyone caught by her gaze felt a burning and fearful feeling in their hearts. This woman's charm was indeed very tempting, but underneath that temptation, there was more of a fear that penetrated deep into their bones. Almost everyone around here has heard of this woman's name. The enchantress of the Tao family, Tao Ying, is one of the candidates to become the future Danta giant. The title above may not sound impressive, but the title of Danta giant candidate is enough to make countless people regard her as a goddess who is high above everyone else. Danta is the holy place in the hearts of all alchemists on the continent. It can even be said without exaggeration that the giants of Danta are the spiritual leaders in the hearts of countless alchemists. Tao Ying, the most outstanding talent in the history of the Tao family, became a direct disciple of one of the 3 giants of Danta at the age of 15, and was promoted to a 6th-grade alchemist at the age of 17. According to this development trend, 100 years later she will definitely be a candidate for a Danta giant, and even with the right opportunity, she can eliminate the so-called candidate quota and become a real female giant of Danta. For a woman with such great achievements, the dazzling halo above her head is indeed enough to make everyone look up to her. Tess, the title of this witch is really true. Looking at the charming beauty who appeared, Chenfeng was amazed in his heart. In some aspects, Cao Ying's temperament is somewhat similar to that of Queen Medusa, but the two are essentially different and each has its own charm. As if she noticed the undisguised gaze of Chenfeng who was standing right in front of her, the girl in black frowned slightly. However, she was not angry. Instead, she felt a little surprised by Chenfeng's young face. "Sir, would you mind telling me your name?" The next moment, Cao Ying took a few steps forward and came close to the morning breeze, making a moving sound like a silver bell. "What's going on?" The witch actually asked this boy his name. "Who is this kid? He looks very strange. He should not be from one of the 5 major families. This person is not wearing an alchemist badge, so he should not be an alchemist. Why would the demon girl treat him like this?" When Cao Ying asked Chenfeng's name, the people around him were suddenly surprised, except for the 2 guards who thought it was normal. Chapter 262 Say, "Master Morning Wind, you are really strong." Sniffing the fragrance emanating from the beauty in front of him, Chenfeng pursed his lips, revealing a hint of smile, and whispered, "Chenfeng." This Tao Ying seemed to be extremely sensitive to soul power. Chenfeng knew that the reason why she took the initiative to come over and greet him was entirely because of the hint of soul pressure he had just displayed. Morning breeze. The surname is Chen. Could he be from the Saming sect? Hearing Chenfeng's words, Cao Ying's dark eyes revealed some thought. A name like Chenfeng obviously did not mean he was from one of the 5 major families in Danyu, so she suspected the Shuaming sect. "Mr. Chenfeng, you are so young, yet you have such spiritual power. I am really surprised. What is your relationship with Shuaming sect?" Cao Ying asked with a smile on her face, slightly surprised because, from what she had just perceived, the soul power released by Chenfeng had definitely reached the level that only a 7th-grade alchemist could achieve, and Chenfeng was younger than she was, looking only 17 or 18 years old. "What is the Shuaming sect? I have never heard of it." Hearing Cao Ying's question, Chenfeng shook his head and replied very casually, with some disparagement of the Shuaming sect in his words. This reply immediately made Tao Ying dispel the speculation that Chenfeng was from Shuaming sect. "Mr. Morning Wind, were you planning to enter this alchemist trade fair?" Cao Ying changed the subject and did not keep asking questions. After all, that kind of behavior was very impolite. "Yes, Miss Tao Ying. This is my first time in Danyu. I want to see what good things can appear at the alchemist trade fair in Danyu." Hearing this, Chenfeng nodded and spoke frankly. "This is also my first time entering the alchemist trade fair alone. Young Master Chenfeng, why don't you come with me? I can also give you a brief introduction." After hearing Chenfeng's words, Cao Ying immediately extended an invitation to Chenfeng. "Good suggestion." Chenfeng nodded slightly, agreeing with Tao Ying's proposal. What's going on? Cao Ying actually took the initiative to invite this person to the alchemist trade fair. Who on earth is this person? From what he said just now, it seems that he is disdainful of the Swamming sect. This person insulted Swamming sect in public just to show off. If the people of Swamming sect knew about this, I'm afraid there would be a lot of trouble. Listening to the conversation between Chenfeng and Cao Ying, the people around them couldn't help but make sounds of envy. Some people who didn't mind making trouble deliberately exaggerated the fact that Chenfeng had previously belittled the Swamming sect. Chenfeng didn't care about these. He slowly turned around and walked into the gate of the alchemist trade fair with Cao Ying. Behind the gate was a spacious and cool passage. Chenfeng and Cao Ying walked side by side along the passage. Then the boiling sound suddenly came towards them and penetrated into their ears. Standing at the entrance of the passage, Chenfeng glanced around and saw an extremely spacious hall in front of him. Inside the hall there were many neatly arranged stone platforms, like stalls. Behind the stone platforms, some figures who looked like stall owners were sitting cross-legged with lazy expressions, not like businessmen at all. The flow of people here is quite terrifying, and most of them are wearing alchemist robes. Obviously they are all alchemists. Occasionally, they would stop in front of some stone platforms and carefully look at the things on them. If they saw something they liked, they would stop and negotiate the terms of exchange with the stall owner. Young Master Chenfeng, this alchemist trade fair is also divided into different levels and areas. This is only the 3rd level area. The 2nd floor is the 2nd level area. You need to reach the 6th grade alchemist level to enter. The 3rd floor is the real 1st level area. There, you need to be at least a 7th grade alchemist or a Duzun strongman to enter. Seeing Chenfeng looking around, Cao Ying introduced softly with a smile on her face. Hearing this, Chenfeng nodded and immediately said, "In that case, why don't we go up there and take a look first?" Although the things on the 1st floor were more advanced than those in ordinary trading places outside, they did not attract Chenfeng at all. Therefore, after a quick glance, Chenfeng lost interest in continuing to shop. Okay, that's what I meant. Cao Ying was a little surprised by Chenfeng's words, but when she thought of the strength Chenfeng had shown before, she felt relieved and nodded lightly, saying, "The things here have long been strictly screened, and these guys all have excellent eyesight. It's not easy to find some treasures from them that others have not discovered." Having reached a consensus, Chenfeng and Cao Ying did not delay and walked directly to the 2nd floor. With Cao Ying's conditions, it was naturally no problem for her to enter the 2nd floor. After all, on her chest hung a 6th grade alchemist badge issued by Danta. When the guards saw Chenfeng and Cao Ying traveling together, they did not stop them and let them both pass. Entering the 2nd floor, the noisy noise suddenly weakened a lot. The 2nd floor is not small, and the dazzling crystals are spread on the ground, like a smooth mirror, which is a bit dazzling to the eyes. There are also many crystal tables on the crystal floors. Just by looking at the things on the tables from a distance, you can tell that they are much better than those in the hall on the 1st floor below. The flow of people on the 2nd floor is far less than that on the lower floor, and the quality of the people is also much better. They all look quietly at the items they like, and then discuss the exchange terms with the stall owners in a low voice. "Mr. Morning Wind, how about the 2nd floor? Are you interested in taking a look?" Seeing Chenfeng go upstairs and then stay there, Cao Ying asked with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "The things here are better than those down there, but there's nothing that attracts me." Upon hearing this, Chenfeng shook his head. "Does Master Morning Breeze want to go to the top floor?" Hearing Chenfeng's answer, Cao Ying was slightly surprised and said, "That place can only be entered by 7th grade alchemists or Duzun masters." "Aha, Miss Cao Ying, wasn't your original plan to go to the top floor?" Chenfeng smiled and asked back. He had just sensed that the soul power of this enchantress Cao Ying had reached the level of a 7th grade alchemist, so he spoke so confidently. Hearing this, Cao Ying was even more surprised. She had not expected that Chenfeng could actually see through her strength. "Mr. Chenfeng, I have to say that your perception ability is very strong," Cao Ying praised, and then, under Chenfeng's gaze, she reached out and took off the 6th grade alchemist badge on her chest, and took out a 7th grade alchemist badge from her ring and put it on. Chapter 263. Let's go get a room and talk in detail. Ms. Cao Ying, your perception is not weak either. Moreover, some places are hidden very deeply, it is hard to figure out. Hearing Cao Ying's praise, Chenfeng did not refuse but praised her again. There are many hidden talents in Zhongzhou. The hidden strength of Master Chenfeng is truly surprising. Hearing this, the corners of Cao Ying's lips curled up slightly, full of charm, and the air was filled with demonic aura. like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. Her plain words were full of appreciation and respect for the morning breeze. So far there are only a few people who can make her, who is so cold and arrogant, a formal peer. Seeing Xiao Ying's charming smile, Chenfeng's eyes also showed a hint of appreciation. Of course, the two people's appreciation points were definitely different. Master Chenfeng. Let's go. Facing Chenfeng's direct gaze, Xiao Ying turned her gaze to the stairs and spoke softly. At the entrance of the stairs there were two old men standing there. They had kind smiles on their faces, but the robes on their bodies showed that they were people from this trade fair. Neither of them had alchemist badges on their chests, but judging from the powerful fighting spirit that emanated from them, they were clearly two powerful Duzong masters. When Xiao Ying and Chenfeng arrived at the stairs, one of the yellow-robed elders took a look at the 7th grade alchemist badge Xiao Ying was wearing, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Then he smiled and said, "Miss Xiao Ying, this is the first time I see you come to the top floor of the alchemist trade fair alone." Obviously this was not the first time that Xiao Ying entered the top floor, but in the past, she always came here with some elders. This time it was her first time to come here on her own. Being so young yet already a 7th rank alchemist, this talent made this Duzong expert very envious, and he even dared not offend him. After all, Xiao Ying's future achievements were limitless, and such an identity and status could not be ignored by them. Who is this? Another old man noticed Chenfeng walking side by side with Xiao Ying, and found that Chenfeng was not wearing any alchemist badge, so he immediately spoke out of curiosity. "Messenger. Morning Breeze is my friend, I want to take him up with me." Hearing this, Xiao Ying quickly replied to the old man. She knew that Chenfeng did not want to reveal his strength. Her actions were a great help to Chenfeng in continuing to conceal his strength. "Okay, Miss Xiao Ying's friends can go up, of course." After hearing what Xiao Ying said, the two old men immediately looked at Chenfeng with new eyes. After all, there were very few people that the evil Lady Xiao Ying could call her friend. "Please follow me." After he finished speaking, the old man in yellow robe turned around first and led the way, while Chenfeng and the other two followed slowly. Following the old man in yellow robe, the two successfully passed a short staircase. However, even on this short staircase of only 20 meters, Chenfeng discovered that there were no less than 5 hidden gazes shooting out from some hidden places, scanning him and others. Aha! It seems that these people are the ones who truly ensure the normal operation of the alchemist trade fair. Chenfeng paid no attention to these gazes. He slowly stepped onto the last step, and then the top floor of the alchemist trade fair, which was the most upscale floor, appeared in his sight. Compared with the 2 floors below, this top floor is not spacious, but the decoration is extremely thoughtful. It is not as dazzling as the 2nd floor. The light blue warm jade is spread all over the top floor. There were very few people on the rooftop covered with warm jade. At a glance there were only a handful of dozens of them. If these dozens of people were placed in the outside world, each of them would be a truly powerful person or alchemy master who could cause some sensation. The appearance of Chenfeng and Xiao Ying immediately attracted the attention of some people on the top floor, and their eyes immediately shifted towards them. When they saw the badge on Xiao Ying, there was a flash of surprise in their eyes, whether they knew Xiao Ying or not. Those who didn't know Xiao Ying were all guessing who this young 7th grade junior alchemist was. Of course, although they were curious, these people all understood the rules of the top floor, so they naturally would not ask or inquire about others, because this would be considered a taboo and would cause others to be disgusted. "Aha, Miss Xiao Ying, if you and your friends need anything, you can tell me and I may be able to provide some information," said the old man in yellow robe with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Ying hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "I need 3 kinds of medicinal herbs: Lu fruit, snow lotus wood, and lion whisker root." Lu fruit, snow lotus wood, lion's whiskers, they are all rare medicinal herbs. But I remember that a snow lotus wood happened to appear today. "Follow me." The old man in yellow robe muttered something, then immediately remembered something and led Xiao Ying and Chenfeng towards a stall. As soon as she arrived, she found the medicinal herb she needed, and a smile appeared on Xiao Ying's face again. Xiao Ying and Chenfeng followed the yellow-robed old man for a distance, and then stopped in the northern corner of the top floor. At this moment, there is a jade platform here. The cold air wafts out from the platform and then spreads out, causing the temperature here to drop a lot. There were quite a few people gathered around the jade platform, and they were obviously interested in the scattered items on the platform. Chenfeng's gaze skipped over the jade platform and stopped at the gray-haired old man behind the platform. The old man was slovenly and had a lazy look on his face. He lay on the jade platform, ignoring the many onlookers around him, and picked his ears unscrupulously. Haha, Mr. Yan, did you sell your snow lotus wood today? The old man in yellow robe squeezed in beside the jade platform and smiled at the sloppy old man with gray hair. Not yet. These guys just look at the store but don't buy anything. They even complain that it's too expensive. Pa, the 2 floors below are cheaper. If you think it's too expensive, just go buy it down there. The sloppy old man rolled his eyes and spat on the ground without caring about his image. Although the old man had a bad image, he was indeed wearing the badge of a 7th grade advanced alchemist. Obviously he was a 7th grade advanced alchemist. Seeing this, some people around couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. But it was not a good place to argue with others, so they could only leave in embarrassment. Chenfeng was also stunned by the attitude of this sloppy old man. He suddenly remembered something and his eyes wandered around the jade platform. 7th grade primary, a good girl. Noticing Tao Ying's 7th grade badge, the old man looked surprised, and then picked up a piece of white wood. This is the snow lotus wood you want. Good. Seeing what the old man picked up, Tao Ying smiled and nodded, saying, Old Yan, name a price. I want the snow lotus wood and a 7th grade intermediate medicinal pill, said the sloppy old man with a grin. 7th grade intermediate elixir. Hearing this, Tao Ying frowned slightly. He also knew that the other party was deliberately raising the price, so he said bluntly, Old Yan, although this snow lotus wood is precious, you are asking for a 7th grade intermediate pill, which is a bit too expensive. Why don't I offer a 7th grade primary pill and you sell it to me? It's a 7th grade primary. But the prerequisite is that you must give me the elixir I like. The sloppy old man chuckled, then changed the subject and laughed. It was obvious that the so-called 7th grade intermediate was just a deliberate trick. Although this sloppy old man did not look good, it had to be said that the things he sold were indeed high-end goods. Several other rare medicinal herbs also attracted Cao Ying's attention, and the prices were quite expensive. Just as Cao Ying's eyes were wandering on the jade platform, he suddenly saw Chenfeng's hand resting on a piece of light yellow copper. This piece of copper is covered with some green rust. If you look closely, you can see some strange patterns on it. The things on the jade table all looked very good, and one could tell at a glance that they were extraordinary. Only this piece of pale yellow copper looked like garbage among a pile of treasures, and did not attract any attention at all. Seeing that Chenfeng actually picked up such an inconspicuous thing, Cao Ying felt a little puzzled because, in her detection, she did not find anything surprising about this copper piece. It seemed to be so ordinary that it could not be more ordinary. Mr. Chenfeng, are you interested in this copper piece? Cao Ying asked curiously with a smile on her face. Well, the pattern on this copper piece has some ancient flavor. Chenfeng nodded with a smile. Ancient things. Hearing this, Cao Ying also became interested and immediately asked, Can you show it to me? Chenfeng did not refuse Cao Ying's request and handed the copper piece to Cao Ying calmly. Thank you, Master Morning Wind. Cao Ying thanked him and then reached out to take the copper piece. As soon as the copper piece was touched, a faint coolness spread. Of course, this was not because the copper piece was strange, but because it was caused by staying in the cold for too long. Cao Ying looked at the copper sheet with great interest, and rubbed it lightly with her slender fingers. The rough touch was just like that of an ordinary copper sheet. If it weren't for some complex patterns painted on it, I'm afraid no one would really regard it as a treasure. Even Cao Ying couldn't understand these complex patterns, and due to the presence of some rust spots, the patterns were somewhat distorted and difficult to see clearly. Could this thing be an ancient object? Looking through the copper piece, Cao Ying felt somewhat incredible in her heart. No matter how she probed, she could not find anything strange about the copper piece. This young man has good eyesight. He can tell at a glance that this copper piece is from ancient times. The sloppy old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Chenfeng with a hint of admiration on his face. Because this piece of copper was placed here by the old man, more than one person was interested in it. Many treasure hunters had come to explore it before, but no one finally exchanged it for it. How much does this thing cost? Chenfeng asked directly. A volume of 7th grade high-level pill recipe. Picking his ears, the sloppy old man said lightly. How could this copper piece be sold at such a high price? Hearing the old man's offer, Cao Ying was also a little surprised and immediately asked, Old Yan, what is so special about this copper piece that makes you praise it so highly? I don't know, I just know he is an ancient being. The sloppy old man curled his lips and spoke righteously. At this moment, some onlookers around couldn't help laughing because of the sloppy old man's answer. It was obvious that they rarely saw such a top-notch stall owner. Hey, what's the use of this thing? Maybe the friend next to you will know. Seeing the reactions of the onlookers around him, the old man chuckled and pointed at Chenfeng. Hearing this, Cao Ying's gaze shifted from the copper piece to Chenfeng's handsome face, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Cao Ying, if you exchange this thing, you won't suffer any loss. Cao Ying's gaze swept over, Chenfeng smiled and said softly, Master Morning Wind, do you mean to give this thing to me? Hearing this, a smile appeared on Cao Ying's face, and there was an irresistible charm on her charming face. Well, but it would be better if the price could be lowered a little bit. Chenfeng nodded, not caring at all about the feelings of the sloppy old man next to him. Hearing Chenfeng's words, the scruffy old man's face darkened. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Cao Ying's words. Old Yan, I didn't know you liked to raise the price. This thing is a volume of the 7th grade intermediate pill recipe. After saying this, Cao Ying took out a scroll and placed it on the jade table, then put away the mysterious copper piece. A volume of 7th grade intermediate pill recipe is also a considerable price for Cao Ying, but at this moment, she trusts Chenfeng very much and is willing to take a gamble. Okay, take it. I finally made 2 deals, but I still have to be bargained down by you youngsters. Seeing this, the sloppy old man cursed with a smile, but his hands did not slow down at all, and he quickly put away the scroll of medicine recipe that Cao Ying took out. Next, Chenfeng and Cao Ying strolled around for a while and then left the alchemist trade fair. During this period, Cao Ying was very sensible and did not ask about the secret of the copper piece. After all, there were many people and eyes in that place. Master Morning Wind, can you tell me the secret of this thing now? When they arrived on the street, Cao Ying finally couldn't resist and started asking out of curiosity. No, there are still too many people here and it will easily cause a sensation. Chenfeng shook his head. Well, how about young Master Chenfeng come to my house and have a visit? Cao Ying asked tentatively. Going to your house is even worse. Chenfeng continued to shake his head and then said, let's get a room and talk in detail. Get a room. Well, it's definitely quieter there than in my house. After hearing Chenfeng's words, Cao Ying hesitated for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Next, Chenfeng took Cao Ying straight to a nearby restaurant and booked a room. Most of the people in the restaurant looked at Chenfeng with envy. Chapter 264. Cao Ying falls in love. Cao Ying's appearance and charming temperament will attract a lot of attention wherever she goes. Now that Chenfeng brought such a beautiful woman to a restaurant to book a room, he naturally encountered many envious and jealous looks. Chenfeng didn't care about other people's looks. After completing the check-in procedures, he led Cao Ying upstairs. However, Cao Ying was not as natural as Chenfeng. She was born into the Tao family, one of the 5 major families in Danyu, and she also had a foothold in the Holy Dan city. She had never stayed in a restaurant outside. The reason why she agreed to get a room with Chenfeng this time was not only to learn the secret of the copper piece, but also because of the novelty in her mind and the idea of wanting to try it out. Soon Chenfeng and Cao Ying entered a luxurious room on the 5th floor together. The atmosphere of this restaurant is quite unique. After taking a look at the layout of the room, Cao Ying's eyes were filled with curiosity, and she then commented softly, Miss Cao Ying finds it novel, why not stay here for a night? Chenfeng closed the door and spoke very casually, No, let's study the copper piece first. Hearing Chenfeng's proposal to stay overnight here, Cao Ying quickly smiled and shook her head, then took the copper piece she had obtained at the alchemist trade fair and placed it on the table. Staring straight at this piece of copper that couldn't be more ordinary, Cao Ying's heart was filled with doubts, because no matter how she looked at the pattern on the copper plate, she couldn't get any useful information. Haha, Miss Cao Ying, if the secret was so easy to obtain, it would have been bought by someone else long ago. How could we get the chance to reap the benefits today? Looking at Cao Ying, who was carefully studying the copper sheet, Chenfeng said lightly with an unfathomable smile on his face, Then I'd like to trouble Master Morning Wind to tell me what secret this thing has. Looking at Chenfeng's expression, Cao Ying did not feel disgusted, but tried her best to cooperate with Chenfeng's words. No problem. Seeing this, Chenfeng laughed, then bent his 2 fingers together, and a wisp of silver fighting spirit quickly condensed at his fingertips, turning into a tiny silver needle. Then, he held the extremely condensed silver DQ needle, and carefully inserted it diagonally into the green rust on the surface of the copper sheet. Thunder attribute fighting spirit. It turns out that he is not an alchemist, however. It is really strange that he can possess such a strong soul power even though he is not an alchemist. Seeing the thunder-attributed DQ energy flowing out of Chenfeng's fingertips, Cao Ying became thoughtful. She had always thought that Chenfeng was an extremely talented alchemist like her. Next, under Tao Ying's gaze, Chenfeng carefully controlled the DQ needle to peel off all the green rust on the copper sheet. Does it mean that I have to remove the rust to see the true secret of this copper piece? Looking at Chenfeng's actions, Tao Ying secretly guessed in his heart. However, just when Cao Ying thought Chenfeng was going to solve the mystery of the copper piece, Chenfeng casually threw the copper piece away in front of her stunned gaze. Looking at Chenfeng's actions, Cao Ying really didn't understand what he was playing at. Seeing Cao Ying's expression, Chenfeng smiled, then bent his palm slightly, and a suction force burst out, sucking all the green copper rust on the table into his palm, and then condensed into a thumb-sized green copper ball. Cao Ying, the real secret is not on the copper sheet, but in these inconspicuous copper rusts. How can we use common sense to infer ancient things? Chenfeng flicked his finger and threw the green copper rust towards Cao Ying, saying, "Burn it with fire, and you will discover the secret here. The secret is hidden in the copper rust." Hearing this, Cao Ying was a little skeptical. The next moment she snapped her fingers, and a ball of dazzling red flame slowly rose in her palm. The flame was an extremely eye-catching bright red in color, even appearing to be richer than blood. A tiny figure could be vaguely seen in it, like a fire elf tumbling and flying around inside it. It's actually the blood demon fireworks. Miss Tao Ying's family is indeed wealthy. Looking at the flame that appeared in Tao Ying's hand, Chenfeng smiled and exclaimed in admiration. The blood demon flames cannot actually be considered natural fire. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are artificial flames, because this thing is not condensed using flames, but requires the blood of nearly 1,000 fire-attributed monsters, and then these fire-attributed bloods filled with various auras are fused together, and finally the fire-attributed energy in the blood is condensed into the shape of flames. The blood demon's flames were quite powerful, but the method of making them was too demanding. Without huge financial support, it would be impossible to gather nearly 1,000 kinds of magical beast blood full of fire properties. Seeing that Chenfeng recognized the flame she used at a glance, the smile on Cao Ying's face became more charming, and she was very surprised at Chenfeng's knowledge. Next, Cao Ying carefully took the green copper ball and swept it in with the blood demon flames. After this calcination, Cao Ying discovered some special features of the copper rust. He saw that no matter how the blood-red flame raised the temperature of the copper ball, it showed no signs of melting. "It really is quite famous," Cao Ying secretly said with some joy in her heart, and hurriedly raised the temperature. After nearly 10 minutes, the green copper ball finally showed signs of melting. As the copper ball melted more and more, the green color on it gradually faded. Tiny particles of light yellow dust quietly fell off from the melted copper rust and then floated in the flames, flashing like elves, giving people a very strong sense of spirituality. Soon, the copper ball disappeared completely, and 5 particles of light yellow dust, flashing with spiritual luster, floated in the flame. No matter how the blood-red flame burned it, there was no change at all. Looking at the 5 grains of light yellow dust in the flame with surprise, Cao Ying was a little confused. This kind of thing was obviously not within her understanding. "Master Morning Wind, from now on I will listen to your explanation." After watching for a while, Cao Ying looked towards Chenfeng, smiled sweetly, and gently stretched out her jade hands in front of her. She was flawless like a work of art, so beautiful that it made people tremble. If I'm not mistaken, this thing should be the sole pregnant dust that existed in ancient times. Seeing Cao Ying's charming posture, Chenfeng almost burst into anger. He coughed lightly to suppress the feeling, and then slowly said, "Compared to this thing, a volume of the 7th grade intermediate medicine prescription is a huge bargain for you." "Yeah." Hearing Chenfeng's words, Cao Ying's delicate and charming face suddenly revealed a touching smile, and she smiled with her hands covering her mouth. "Then I wonder what this soul pregnancy dust is used for." This soul-bearing dust was quite famous in ancient times, because it is not only a necessary item for refining 8th grade and above elixirs, but also if it is integrated into the soul, it can nourish the soul and gradually enhance the spiritual energy within the soul, so as to step into the so-called spiritual realm, Chenfeng explained. Hearing this, Cao Ying's eyes suddenly showed a hint of surprise. Unexpectedly, this seemingly insignificant little thing actually has such great magical powers. In ancient times, some alchemists who had touched the spiritual realm would try their best to get this soul-bearing dust. This thing is like a magnet that can attract spirituality. If it is integrated into the soul, it can make the spiritual energy within the soul become more abundant without people realizing it. Chenfeng smiled and said. Hearing this, Cao Ying nodded slightly, the joy in her eyes being hard to conceal. This so-called spiritual realm requires the soul to have the effect of being endowed with the spirituality of elixir. And the prerequisite for this effect is that the soul must be filled with enough spiritual energy. I didn't expect that such little things could actually increase the spiritual energy within the soul. This kind of soul-pregnant dust can only be refined by a few 8th-grade alchemists who know the refining method. But I think the refining method of the soul-pregnant dust should have been lost now. Even the giants of Danta cannot produce such a treasure. Chenfeng continued to explain. Mr. Morning Breeze, you know so much, which doesn't match your 18-year-old appearance at all. Xiao Yingyu held up a strand of black hair that fell on her forehead. A charming smile appeared on her enchanting face. Her charming eyes stared at Chenfeng's face and she said very seriously, "Then, Miss Tao Ying, do you suspect that I am some old monster who has the secret to keep his youth?" Being stared at by Tao Ying like this, Chenfeng did not even blink. He was also staring closely at Tao Ying, who had a charming smile on her face. The smile on Tao Ying's face would be hard for a young boy to resist, but who is Chenfeng? He has met all kinds of beauties, so he can easily face them with such eyes. Old monster, how could that be? I trust my feelings. Xiao Ying's slender arms slowly stretched out, revealing her snake-like soft figure, which made Chenfeng's heart heat up again. What does it feel like? Chenfeng continued to stare at that fascinating and charming face and asked. Being stared at by Chenfeng like this, a blush appeared on Tao Ying's face, but her eyes did not move away. It's hard to describe this feeling. In my eyes you are this age, but you look more mature than most people, Tao Ying explained with a smile. Okay, you're off for now. Chenfeng smiled and didn't ask any further questions. Next, Tao Ying's gaze turned to the 5 grains of light yellow dust on the table. After pondering for a moment, she slowly waved her hand, and a grain of spirit-pregnant dust floated in front of her. Staring intently at the grain of soul-bearing dust, Tao Ying slowly closed her eyes. While she was closing her eyes, a suction force suddenly emerged. Under this suction force, the light yellow shiny dust immediately turned into a tiny stream of light, which shot straight into her forehead and then disappeared. When this grain of soul-bearing dust merged into her forehead, Cao Ying's charming body trembled slightly. For a moment Cao Ying frowned, trying hard to endure the dull pain. In her feeling, the soul-bearing dust was like a bullet, hitting her soul hard and then penetrating into it. Even with such a painful expression, Cao Ying still looked so charming, and with a strange feeling that made people feel distressed when seeing her. Seeing Cao Ying absorbing the soul-bearing dust directly in front of him, Chenfeng felt relieved. After all, Cao Ying's actions meant that she had complete trust in Chenfeng. Soon, a strange wave suddenly spread between the surrounding heaven and earth. Wisps of extremely faint and strange air seeped out in the spatial wave, and finally slowly invaded from Cao Ying's smooth forehead. As this spiritual energy, as this strange airflow entered her body, Cao Ying felt a sense of surprise. She could feel a faint yellowish light particle emitting light appearing in her mind, and a strange suction force emanating from the light particle. This suction force was not strong, but it was like a mysterious power, drawing out the spiritual energy that countless powerful people were helpless against from between heaven and earth. The spiritual energy that seemed like the breath of chaos slowly seeped out from the space, and then continuously drilled into Cao Ying's brows. This absorption of spiritual energy lasted for nearly 3 hours, and the light and suction emitted by the pale yellow light particles gradually weakened. Obviously, this spiritual dust could not last too long. As the light emitted by the light particles became dimmer and dimmer, after a long time, a slight clicking sound rang in Cao Ying's mind. The grain of soul-pregnant dust in the mind that was about to dissipate completely suddenly burst out with a strong light. Then, a very vague, old humming voice sounded in her mind. The ultimate of the soul close the sky and guard the soul, absorb the spirit and forge the soul. The vague old voice echoed softly in Cao Ying's mind, like the sound of Sanskrit, making people feel dazed. It is said that some powerful people can leave soul marks on some objects. If I am not mistaken, the old voice before should have been left by the ancient powerful person. After the voice disappeared, Cao Ying's eyes were filled with thought, and she murmured softly, "Master Morning Wind, did I lose control of myself just now?" The next moment Cao Ying suddenly realized that Chenfeng was standing next to her. All the changes in her facial expressions were seen by Chenfeng. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed again and she felt a little embarrassed. "It's okay, it's normal to be serious when there's an opportunity like this," the Morning Breeze responded calmly, easing Cao Ying's embarrassment. "Ms. Tao Ying, I believe you have gained a lot this time." "Well, Master Chenfeng, during that period of time just now, I could clearly feel the existence of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Xiao Ying nodded, with an expression of shock and surprise that was hard to conceal on her charming face. Chapter 265 Xiao Ying's Beauty Trap Aura is an extremely mysterious energy between heaven and earth. It does not have the same powerful power as fighting spirit, but for the soul, it is a great nourishment. This thing is like chaos and is extremely difficult to sense. In ancient times, those alchemists who practiced soul cultivation techniques were able to sense the existence of spiritual energy and absorb it. But in today's era, those so-called soul cultivation methods are extremely scarce, and there are very few alchemists who know how to sense spiritual energy and absorb it. Even if Danta contained soul cultivation techniques, it was a secret treasure of that level, and even though Xiao Ying was a direct disciple of one of the three giants of Danta, he was not qualified to practice it yet. At this moment, in order to be able to sense the spiritual energy again, Xiao Ying continued to close her eyes, but she could no longer enter the wonderful state she had before. After all, spiritual energy is too luxurious for today's alchemists. Oh, right, that mysterious formula just now. Suddenly remembering something, Xiao Ying opened her lips slightly and kept chanting a mysterious formula that she got from the soul, pregnant dust. This lasted for about half an hour, and the calm space in the room finally began to show a slight fluctuation again. In her perception, in this empty world that was originally filled with the energy of heaven and earth, suddenly appeared wisps of extremely thin, chaotic like air currents. These air currents were hidden very deeply, obscured by the rich energy of heaven and earth. If it weren't for the mantra, Xiao Ying would definitely not have been able to find them. Spiritual energy. Great, I can sense spiritual energy from between heaven and earth. Xiao Ying's mind was fixed on these extremely faint air currents, and she could not conceal the joy in her heart at all. Xiao Ying rarely had such a heartfelt expression of joy in the past, but today it appeared several times in a row. All this is because of meeting Chenfeng. In a burst of joy, Xiao Ying could feel that the spiritual energy she sensed from between heaven and earth was extremely weak and extremely fragile. Even if it is occasionally absorbed into the body, it will be crushed by the surrounding energy of heaven and earth after a slight circulation. No wonder few people can sense the existence of spiritual energy. Now, as long as she can successfully absorb the spiritual energy, as the spiritual energy gradually fills her soul, Xiao Ying's soul will sooner or later enter the so-called spiritual realm. By then, her alchemy skills will surely reach the level of an 8th grade master. The 7th rank is the master. The 8th rank is the Grand Master. The difference of just one grade fully illustrates the insurmountable gap between the two levels. Although Xiao Ying's talent would surely allow her to become an 8th grade alchemist in the future, after absorbing the soul, bearing dust and mastering the cultivation method in advance, she would be able to continuously compress the time required for this process. No, I can't seem to absorb this kind of thing. Suddenly Xiao Ying frowned again. She found that although the nameless spell gave her the ability to sense spiritual energy, it did not give her a way to absorb spiritual energy. Aura is not something that can be absorbed at will like the energy of heaven and earth. It is extremely fragile and will dissipate if squeezed even slightly. If there is no special method to extract it from the numerous energies of heaven and earth, it is impossible to absorb it successfully. Chenfeng had encountered this situation before, but he temporarily summoned Yao Chen and solved the problem by practicing the soul cultivation method provided by Yao Chen. The spell that Xiao Ying obtained from the soul, bearing dust, was not complete, but only a fragmentary version. Although it could also absorb spiritual energy, its efficiency was very, very low. After practicing hard for an hour, Xiao Ying finally succeeded in integrating a wisp of spiritual energy into his soul. As this ray of spiritual energy penetrated into the center of his eyebrows, Xiao Ying suddenly felt a subtle coolness in his mind. This is a phenomenon that only occurs after the spiritual energy within the soul increases. Obviously, although this method is slow, it is at least better than getting nothing. This cultivation method is incomplete. It is really difficult to absorb spiritual energy. Xiao Ying let out a long sigh, her fair face slightly flushed, revealing some helplessness. The amount of effort and reward was quite disproportionate, but at the moment she had no other choice. After all, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. If other 7th grade high-level alchemists knew that Xiao Ying could absorb spiritual energy at such a young age, even if it was only a small wisp of spiritual energy, I'm afraid Lima would be so jealous that his eyes would turn bloodshot. You are indeed a little slow. It took you more than an hour to merge a strand of spiritual energy. Hearing Xiao Ying's sigh, Chenfeng nodded in agreement. A wisp of spiritual energy. Mr. Morning Breeze, how did you know? Can you also sense spiritual energy? Hearing Chenfeng's casual answer, Xiao Ying's reaction was very strong. Because people who have not touched this level cannot sense the existence of spiritual energy at all. Could it be that, Master Morning Wind, you have already reached this point? Xiao Ying raised her head, revealing her slender snow-white neck perfectly, which was particularly dazzling. Well, I have indeed been able to sense and absorb spiritual energy for a long time. Seeing Xiao Ying's intense reaction, Chenfeng smiled and nodded. His words were very calm. Oh my god, who on earth is he? He has reached this stage at such a young age, and he is not even an alchemist yet. Xiao Ying was very shocked when she got Chenfeng's affirmative reply. She stared at Chenfeng's face with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to see through him inside and out. At this moment, Xiao Ying realized that Chenfeng's previous amazing performances seemed not just as simple as his knowledge, but he had that kind of strength. Master Chenfeng, it seems that you already have the soul cultivation method, so this time you don't care about the soul bearing dust at all, and give me the opportunity to exchange for the copper piece, right? A rare sly smile appeared on Tao Ying's face, which was completely different from the charm she had before. She looked at Chenfeng with strange eyes, and there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. Haha, Miss Tao Ying, are you wondering how you can get me to teach you the soul cultivation method? Seeing Tao Ying showing such an abnormal expression, Chenfeng smiled and pointed out the problem directly. Then, Master Chenfeng, are you willing to teach me? Hearing Chenfeng's straightforward words, Xiao Ying felt a little embarrassed. But the next moment, the corners of her lips showed a subtle curve full of charm, and the air was filled with demonic aura, like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. A pair of beautiful narrow eyes looked at Chenfeng's eyes with seductiveness. This action was like using a beauty trap on Chenfeng. Chapter 266. As Tao Ying is pushed against the wall, even the witch will fall. I guess not many men would be able to resist a seductive little devil like you. Looking at the extremely charming Tao Ying in front of him, Chenfeng's tone suddenly became teasing. Hearing this, Xiao Ying was not annoyed at all. Instead, the smile on her face became more charming. She smiled tenderly and said, Mr. Chenfeng, if you put it this way, you won't reject me. Chenfeng couldn't stand hearing Tao Ying call him a weak girl, so he said, if you want me to teach you the soul cultivation method, there are conditions. Oh. Xiao Ying's beautiful eyes, like spring water, deliberately revealed a hint of surprise, and then she opened her red lips slightly and whispered, if the spell you teach, Master Chenfeng, meets my expectations, I can agree to any of your conditions. Of course it must be within my ability. Don't worry, my magic will not let you down. Miss Cao Ying. Seeing Cao Ying so straightforward, Chenfeng also smiled and made a promise. This time he had no intention of hiding his incompetence. Since he had already planned to take Cao Ying into the harem, it would not hurt to give her some rewards in advance. Moreover, he admired Cao Ying's character very much. Miss Cao Ying, I am going to teach you a soul cultivation method called the soul condensation method. If you learn this method, do not reveal it to other people casually, not even to your teacher, otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Please rest assured, Master Chenfeng, I have always kept my mouth shut. So Ying put her face close to the morning breeze, revealing a row of snow-white teeth. Although her movements were frivolous, her eyes were very serious. A faint fragrance blew towards him, and Chenfeng looked at the enchanting face so close to him, and a ripple appeared in his heart. The next moment, Chenfeng moved his hand, and a black scroll as black as ink with an ancient aura appeared in his hand. Is this the soul cultivation method? Feeling the ancient aura emanating from the black scroll handed to her by Chenfeng, a hint of joy blossomed in Tao Ying's watery eyes. Soon, she could not wait to pour her soul power into the scroll. This process was very long. Time passed by little. Tao Ying's mind was completely focused on the scroll. The sky gradually darkened. Soon the city of Shengdan was filled with unique starlight. At a certain moment, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the center of Tao Ying's eyebrows, and then the surrounding energy of heaven and earth was also affected. In that energy of heaven and earth, countless spiritual energy was drawn out and poured into Tao Ying's eyebrows frantically. The speed at which this spiritual energy poured in was 1,000 times faster than the incomplete spell that Tao Ying had chanted before. As this fluctuation grew larger, the energy of heaven and earth within a few miles around showed a subtle change. Of course, ordinary people could not perceive this change. Even some 7th grade high-level alchemists could hardly detect it. After this situation lasted for an hour, Tao Ying slowly stopped. At this moment, Tao Ying slowly opened her eyes and looked at Chenfeng with shock and joy in her eyes. This speed of absorbing spiritual energy is more than 1,000 times faster than before. No wonder he told me not to tell even Master. Looking at Chenfeng's calm eyes, Tao Ying's thoughts were very complicated. She found that the man in front of her had mastered things that she had never been able to achieve before. Once the news of a soul cultivation method like this spread, the entire Danyu and even the entire continent would probably be in turmoil. Who is he and why is he so nice to me? Xiao Ying's heart was a little confused at this moment. She couldn't suppress her curiosity about Chenfeng. You have great talent. You have achieved this effect in just your first time. Chenfeng put the scroll away and said with an appreciative tone, Master Morning Wind, thank you for giving me such a precious thing. Xiao Ying bowed to Chenfeng, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. To be honest, this soul cultivation method was far beyond her imagination. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy could only be described as terrifying. As Tao Ying, if you really want to thank me, how about you stay here with me tonight and enjoy the beautiful starlight? Hearing Cao Ying's words, Chenfeng immediately invited her. Starlight? Hearing this, Cao Ying turned her gaze to the window. Only then did she realize that the sky had unknowingly become much darker. It was the first time for her to stay out so late. In the past, except for going to Danta for retreat and cultivation, she would return home before dark. All right. After hesitating for just a moment, Tao Ying nodded and agreed as if possessed by a ghost. With a sweet smile, her delicate face revealed a touching charm. This woman was like a vixen who brought disaster to the country and the people. Her every smile and frown was enough to drive a man crazy. Let's go. Seeing Tao Ying nod, Chenfeng directly held her fair and slender hand. When Chenfeng held her hand, Tao Ying's graceful body trembled suddenly, and a strange numbing feeling instantly spread throughout her body, which was something she had never experienced before. It was the first time that Tao Ying had such an intimate contact with the opposite sex, and she did not resist at all. She just let Chenfeng hold her hand. Next, Cao Ying was held by the hand by the morning breeze and slowly came to the window. Looking out the window at the hazy night and the bright stars in the sky, Cao Ying had no intention of appreciating them. At this moment, all her attention was focused on the mysterious man next to her who was 1 or 2 years younger than her. Master Chenfeng, you said before that you would teach me the cultivation method, but you would have to put forward a condition. Could it be that you just want me to watch the stars with you? This silence lasted for a while, and Cao Ying finally couldn't help but take the initiative to talk. After saying this, her little heart was beating non-stop, and the palm of her hand that was held by the morning breeze was also soaked with sweat. Ms. Tao Ying, what do you think? Sensing Tao Ying's inner nervousness, Chenfeng slightly turned sideways, put his face close to that charming face, and whispered. At this moment, the distance between the two was so close that Cao Ying could feel the hot air exhaled from Chenfeng's mouth. She instinctively took half a step back. The reason why she took half a step back was because she was against the wall behind her. The next moment, Chenfeng took half a step forward, and moved his whole body closer to Tao Ying again. This posture is very similar to the old-fashioned wall dong, but for an inexperienced girl like Tao Ying, the effect is very obvious. At this moment, when the morning breeze approached, her cheeks blushed and she couldn't help but close her eyes. Chapter 267 Cao Ying I can decide my own marriage. Seeing that Tao Ying did not dodge and was as shy as a girl next door, Chenfeng naturally would not miss such a great opportunity. He continued to move closer to Tao Ying, and then gently pressed against her. With such close contact, the faint fragrance emanating from Tao Ying was constantly inhaled by the morning breeze, making him feel intoxicated. Tao Ying closed her eyes, feeling the hot breath blowing towards her. The blush on her face quickly spread to her neck, and even her ears became a little hot. At this moment, her mood was very complicated. She had only been in contact with Chenfeng for less than a day and didn't know him well enough. But at this moment, she did not resist this kind of close contact at all. This situation lasted for a while and Cao Ying gradually adapted to it, and her heartbeat was not as fast as before. However, when Chenfeng was about to take the next action, Cao Ying's body began to tremble slightly involuntarily again. She quickly opened her eyes, stretched out her jade hand and grabbed Chenfeng's hand that was about to commit a crime. Her eyes seemed a little resentful, and then immediately became firm. Will you marry me? Staring closely at Chenfeng's eyes, Tao Ying asked very seriously. Faced with Tao Ying's question, Chenfeng nodded without any hesitation. After receiving Chenfeng's satisfactory answer, Tao Ying smiled sweetly, her eyes full of charm. Next, several invisible energies suddenly closed all the windows in the room, blocking the starlight from outside from pouring in. Without the bright starlight, the atmosphere in the room gradually became charming, with a hint of spring spreading inside. Is Tao Ying not back yet? In the depths of a vast manor in Shengdan City, an old man in a white robe stood in the yard, frowning as he looked at the people who came to report. No, Miss Tao Ying said she was going to attend the alchemist trade fair today, and she hasn't returned since then. We have sent people to investigate, and I believe we will soon find out where Miss Tao Ying is. The middle-aged man in the lead lowered his head and shook his head. Useless. If anything happens to that girl, I will throw all of you into the alchemy furnace. Hearing such an answer, the anger in the white-robed old man's eyes seemed to be about to burst out, and a huge pressure descended, making the people in front of him a little breathless. Go check it out quickly. Why are you still standing there? Do you really want me to throw you into the furnace? Under the old man's scolding, these people hurriedly nodded respectfully in response. Just then, a dark shadow flashed in from outside. Third Elder, there is news about Miss Tao Ying. The black shadow came up to the old man in white robe and spoke very respectfully. Hearing this, the old man's tense face relaxed a little, and then asked, "Where is she?" "I heard that, after Miss Tao Ying attended the alchemist trade fair today, she entered the restaurant with a young man." "The restaurant? Why is she going there?" Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but reveal a hint of doubt on his face. "Go and have a look." The next moment, the old man in white robe led a group of people and left Chao's manor in a mighty manner. "Brother Feng, I will definitely try my best to satisfy you next time." Inside the room, Tao Ying had a charming look on her face. She nestled in Chenfeng's arms like a little bird and spoke with some apology. So, now the two of them hugged each other tightly, feeling each other's body temperature. However, seeing the unsatisfied look on Chenfeng's face, Tao Ying felt a little guilty. "Yinger, it's okay, you've done a great job." Looking at Tao Ying, who was so sensible, Chenfeng's eyes were very gentle. "Brother Feng, I really didn't expect that you, who came from the northwest continent, could have achieved such success." Cao Ying's eyes were very confused. Her soft fingertips gently stroked Chenfeng's body, and the tingling tone of her voice made people feel hot and uncomfortable all over. Suddenly, she and Chenfeng both frowned slightly. In their sole perception, there seemed to be a large group of people with strong cultivation who were approaching the restaurant quickly. "Brother Feng, it seems that someone from my family is here to look for me." Cao Ying raised her head, looked at Chenfeng with her watery eyes and explained. "Yinger, your family members are here. Are you worried?" Chenfeng asked softly, pinching Cao Ying's swan-like white chin. "There's nothing to worry about. My marriage is my own decision. Even if they find out, they can't do anything to me." Hearing this, Cao Ying shook her head without hesitation, without any expression on her face. As the favored daughter of the Tao family and the direct disciple of the Danta giant, she does have such confidence and does not need to consider the family's marriage affairs at all. Of course, no one in the Tao family dares to put such an idea on her. As expected of a demon girl so hot I like it. Chenfeng was very satisfied when he heard Tao Ying's answer. The next moment, they both put on their clothes and walked towards the balcony. However, Tao Ying's legs were kept tightly together, and her walking posture became quite strange. "Third Elder, you guys go back. I'm fine." After slowly coming to the balcony, Tao Ying waved towards a certain direction in the sky. In the night sky, the third elder of the Tao family and some other people of the Tao family stopped immediately after hearing Tao Ying's voice. "Who is that boy? And why is he staying with Miss Tao Ying? It's on the balcony of the restaurant." "Yes. Why would Miss Tao Ying meet with a man alone in a restaurant?" After seeing Chenfeng standing next to Tao Ying, many people from the Tao family started talking about it. "Cao Ying, are you going to stay here tonight?" The third elder of the Tao family tried his best to suppress his surprise and asked Tao Ying in a calm tone. "Yes. I don't plan to go back tonight." Cao Ying's answer was also very straightforward. Hearing Tao Ying's answer, the old man in white robe suddenly looked embarrassed. He knew Cao Ying's character very well. Once she made a decision, basically no one could persuade her to change her mind. However, Cao Ying was now staying in a restaurant with a strange man. If something happened, it would have a serious impact, forcing him to consider it carefully. Chapter 268 Furious Songqing. Third Elder, I know my limits. Please go back first. While the old man in white robe was hesitating, Tao Ying spoke again with a firm tone. "Alas, Tao Ying, I will inform the patriarch and the other great elders about this matter as soon as possible." Knowing Tao Ying's attitude, the third elder of the Tao family could only sigh helplessly. After all, Cao Ying's teacher was one of the three giants of Danta, and also the most powerful and majestic president Xuankangzi. Even if the third elder wanted to interfere in Tao Ying's affairs, he was powerless. At this moment, after leaving a word, he turned around and left. After the third elder of the Tao family left, the rest of the Tao family followed him back the same way. "Okay, Brother Feng, these troublesome people are finally gone." Seeing the third elder leading his men away, Xiao Ying turned around, opened her jade arms, and wrapped them around Chenfeng's neck. Her beautiful eyes were full of charm, like a man-eating goblin. Is it hard to walk? Let me carry you in. Looking at such a delicate beauty, Chenfeng took into consideration her injuries, and so he used both hands to pick up Xiao Ying's soft body in a princess hug and walk towards the house. Arriving in the room, Chenfeng gently placed Xiao Ying on the couch, and then said softly, Yinger, since it's not convenient for you to do that for the time being, let's do something else first. What? Hearing Chenfeng's words, Xiao Ying's delicate and charming face suddenly revealed a touching smile, and she smiled with her hands covering her mouth. You are not going to have any bad ideas again. No wonder Xiao Ying said that. Chenfeng had been having a lot of fun in the previous hour. 18 kinds of martial arts, 36 boxing techniques, and 70 two-leg techniques were all used on Xiao Ying. Some of the moves were so difficult that Xiao Ying still feels shy when she thinks of them now. You'll know soon. You might even become addicted to it. After Chenfeng said this, he immediately unbuttoned his robe. Then Xiao Ying followed Chenfeng's instructions, slowly unbuttoned her clothes, and had a frank meeting with Chenfeng again. So you want to teach me how to practice martial arts? But this martial arts method is too weird. As Chenfeng taught the dragon and phoenix art to Xiao Ying's charming face showed an expression of surprise. However, after practicing with Chenfeng with some doubt, the expression on Xiao Ying's face changed again. To put it simply, he became a little fanatical. Brother Feng, I didn't expect that you not only mastered such a powerful soul cultivation method, but also had this peculiar dual cultivation method. Feeling the almost visible improvement in his cultivation, Xiao Ying was very surprised. The dual cultivation technique of dragon and phoenix art, when both parties have similar cultivation levels, has an effect equivalent to that of a primary heavenly grade technique. However, if the difference in cultivation between the two sides is too great, the one with the lower cultivation level will get a cultivation effect far beyond that of the primary heavenly level techniques. Just like now, Chenfeng's cultivation level is at the 3-star Duzun level, while Xiao Ying's cultivation level is only at the Duhuang level. The two of them practiced the dragon and phoenix art together. Xiao Ying, with her high-level Duhuang cultivation, was able to obtain effects close to those of a 1-star Duzun powerhouse practicing a heavenly grade technique. That speed of cultivation was 1,000 times faster than her usual cultivation results. This kind of efficient practice continued until noon the next day. After only one night of practice, Xiao Ying's cultivation had already increased by 1 star in the Duhuang stage, reaching the 8-star Duhuang. After tasting this sweetness, Xiao Ying is now really like what Chenfeng said before. She has become addicted to it. When Chenfeng and Xiao Ying were in the restaurant room, outside Shengden City, the news that Xiao Ying, the evil woman from the Tao family, stayed in a restaurant with a strange man had spread completely. Many people were surprised and curious about this. Now, the restaurant where Chenfeng and Xiao Ying were staying was surrounded by people watching the fun. Of course, many people want to verify the truth of the matter. Among them are some big families in the city of Shengden. The Tao family has been very popular in recent years, especially with the appearance of the witch from the Tao family, which made the Tao family's fame surpass that of the Dan family, the leader of the 5 major families. Now, when such a thing happened to the proud daughter of the Tao family, it would naturally attract great attention from other families, or the inner area of a Shengdan city. Generally, only those forces related to Danta or high-level alchemists are allowed to stay here. Therefore, the quality of the inner domain is incomparable to that of the outer domain. In the center of this inner area, a black tower nearly 100 feet high stands tall, like a small mountain, giving people a sense of majestic grandeur. The top of the giant tower is so deep in the clouds that it is almost invisible at first glance. It looks extremely mysterious amidst the clouds and mist. This huge black tower, which is like a pillar supporting the sky, is like a child under the feet of a giant if compared with the thunder tower of Fenglai Pavilion. At this moment, at the gate of the giant tower, a black figure slowly walked out and came to the wide square in front of the giant tower. The man looked to be about 24 or 25 years old. He was wearing a black suit and looked quite handsome. On his chest was a badge of a 7th grade junior alchemist awarded by Danta. At such a young age he has already become a 7th grade junior alchemist. Such talent is very rare even in Danta. Soon after the man walked out of the Dan Tower, a young man quickly came to his side and said anxiously, "Cousin Songqing, you finally came out. I have been waiting for you for a long time." "Songha, why are you so flustered?" Seeing the impatient look of the young man coming over, the man in black frowned slightly and scolded him. It can be seen that the man called Song Qing by the young man is very graceful in his daily life and never panics when encountering problems. Cousin Song Qing, I heard that Miss Tao Ying and a strange man stayed in a restaurant last night and did not come back all night, the young man explained hurriedly. What? As Song Ha finished speaking, Song Qing's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and his clenched fists even made a creaking sound. Song Qing and Cao Ying both came from large families in Danyu, and both were able to practice in Dan Tower, so they had more or less contact with each other. During these years, when in contact with Tao Ying, Song Qing almost always regarded her as her exclusive lover and would never allow other men to have anything to do with her. In his opinion, with Tao Ying's excellence, who else could be worthy of her except him? At this moment, after hearing Song Ha say such news, Song Qing even wanted to kill someone, so he didn't care about his manners at all. Chapter 269 Song Qing's death caused a sensation in Shengden City. What nonsense are you talking about? How could Tao Ying do such a thing? In a rage, Song Qing grabbed Song Ha's neck and said with a ferocious face, Cousin Song Qing, the Tao family has personally confirmed this matter. You can go and see for yourself whether it is true or not. The two of them are still staying in the restaurant and have not left. Being pinched by Song Qing's neck, Song Ha panicked and spoke with some difficulty. Are you still in the restaurant? Hearing Song Ha's words, Song Qing's face became more ferocious, but he also knew his limits. Even though he was extremely furious, he did not really use heavy hands against Song Ha, who came to report the news. Lead the way. If what you say is not true, you know the consequences. Song Qing loosened his hand, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a deep voice. He wanted to see for himself whether things were really as Song Ha said. In his heart he was still hoping that this was not true. After all, whether in terms of background talent, strength, etc., he was qualified to look down upon his peers. As he continues to develop, he will definitely become a powerful figure in Danta in the future. Therefore, he took it for granted that it was normal for a woman as outstanding as Tao Ying to be a pair with him, and that there were no other men as outstanding as him. Soon, under the guidance of Song Ha, Song Qing arrived at the restaurant where Tao Ying and Chenfeng were staying. This is it. According to the restaurant owner, Miss Tao Ying and the strange man have been here for a whole day and night since they entered. Song Ha pointed at the door of the restaurant and quickly explained to Song Qing. Hearing this, Song Qing's face darkened again. A man and a woman stayed in a restaurant room for a day and a night. You can easily guess what they were doing. Song Qing felt a sharp pain in his heart when he thought that Tao Ying might have done something unspeakable with other men. Standing in front of the restaurant, Song Qing could clearly sense that the energy fluctuations of heaven and earth on the 5th floor of the restaurant were extremely abnormal. The next moment, Song Qing walked directly into the restaurant lobby and asked the boss in a cold tone, Does Miss Tao Ying live in this restaurant? Master Song Qing, Miss Tao Ying is indeed in this restaurant. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from Song Qing, the restaurant owner, who didn't want to get into trouble, nodded repeatedly in response. After getting confirmation, Song Qing walked directly towards the stairs of the restaurant and stopped when he reached a luxurious guest room on the 5th floor. Ms. Tao Ying, are you in there? Standing outside the room, Song Qing suppressed his emotions and uttered a gentler voice. Not here. In the room, Tao Ying's voice was quickly heard, and there was a clear hint of annoyance in her voice. Hearing this, Song Qing's pretended calmness instantly disappeared and his face turned ashen. Cao Ying, is there another man in your room? Song Qing questioned loudly. What does it have to do with you whether there is a man in my room or not? After Song Qing finished speaking, the door opened. With the support of Chenfeng, Cao Ying walked towards the door with her legs squeezed together in a strange posture. Cao Ying, I didn't expect you to actually... Seeing Chenfeng supporting Cao Ying and Tao Ying's strange walking posture, Song Qing's heart sank suddenly, and the last bit of hope was shattered. Cao Ying, aren't you afraid of humiliating the reputation of your Chao family by doing this? Even if you don't care about the reputation of the Tao family, do you not care about the face of President Xuan Kongzi? Song Qing, angry and humiliated, no longer cared about his manners and asked in a cold voice. Don't worry about that. If you have nothing else to do, just stay where you want to be. After listening to Song Qing's words, Chenfeng responded very casually. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the contempt in his attitude. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? Do you believe I will kill you? At that moment, Song Qing couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and started scolding Chenfeng directly. Boom boom. However, just as Song Qing finished these arrogant words, he was hit hard by an invisible energy. His body retreated repeatedly, smashing the railings on the balcony, and fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Ah! On the street, the onlookers had just heard a noise when they saw a figure falling from the 5th floor. Then the crowd became a commotion and quickly made room for Song Qing. Peng soon. Song Qing fell heavily to the ground in the street, his bones broken, blood spitting out of his mouth, his eyes closed, as if he had fainted. Its master Song Qing. Seeing the appearance of the falling person, everyone was shocked. Cousin Song Qing, seeing this, Song Ha hurried over to check on Song Qing's condition. However, after this investigation, Song Ha's face suddenly turned pale. His dead cousin Song Qing is dead. How is this possible? What? Song Qing is dead. Song Qing is the contemporary genius of the Song family. He achieved Duzong cultivation in his 20s and was a 7th grade primary alchemist. He had a chance to be a candidate for entering Danta in the future. How could he die like this? Someone actually dared to kill young Master Song Qing of the Song family in the street. Aren't they afraid of revenge from the Song family in Danta? When everyone heard what Song Ha said, they were suddenly surprised, and the crowd around them was also in an uproar. The next moment, many people looked from the balcony where Song Qing fell, and happened to see Chenfeng and Tao Ying standing there. Xiao Ying, you actually did such a cruel thing to cousin Song Qing. My Song family will not let this go. Song Ha looked at Xiao Ying and Chenfeng on the balcony with a ferocious face and shouted angrily, Song Qing actually died just like that. After seeing the commotion below, Tao Ying frowned slightly. Before, when Song Qing insulted Chenfeng, she wanted to take action for Chenfeng. But Chenfeng was one step faster than her and knocked Song Qing down first. Moreover, she didn't even see how Chenfeng took action. What was even more unexpected was that Song Qing, a powerful warrior with the cultivation level of a Duzong, was actually killed by that one blow. Tao Ying was very clear about the importance of Song Qing to the Song family. Once Song Qing died, the Song family would surely take crazy revenge. Moreover, this happened in Shengdan City, and the elders of Danta would also intervene in the matter. At that time Chenfeng, an outsider, would probably not be able to escape the trap. Worried about Chenfeng, Tao Ying took a step forward and said to the people below, Song Qing's words were extremely provocative just now, and I accidentally killed him. If the Song family wants revenge, they can find me. Tao Ying's behavior is that she wants to take all the responsibility on herself. Because, in her opinion, Chenfeng has no background. If the Cao family sends strong men to take action, Chenfeng may have no way to survive, and she herself might be able to escape death under the protection of Shan Kongzi and the Tao family, and only receive some severe punishment. Chapter 2R70. No one can judge me yet. Cao Ying, you rely on your talent to be so lawless. Just wait, my Song family will not let you go. Seeing Tao Ying personally admitting to killing Song Qing, Song Ha's face suddenly became ferocious. He then took out a jade tube from his ring and crushed it fiercely. A faint soul fluctuation overflowed from the shattered jade tube. Obviously, this jade tube is a communication jade tube refined by the elders of the Song family. Now that Song Hai has sent out the message, the elders of the Song family will come here soon. Yinger, you don't have to block this for me. On the balcony of the restaurant, Chenfeng watched Tao Ying's actions and felt quite touched. He did not expect that this woman would be willing to take the initiative to take the blame for killing Song Qing for him at this time and would rather bear the serious consequences. At this moment, Chenfeng discovered that Tao Ying not only had a demonic aura, but also magical power, the kind of magical power that deeply attracted him. Brother Feng, you are the man I, Tao Ying, have chosen. I will not let you get hurt. Besides, as Song Ha said, with Master Xuan Kongzi protecting me, the Song family will not have the chance to make me pay with my life. Xiao Ying shook her head, a thrilling smile on her lips and a determined look in her eyes. But, while the death penalty may be avoided, you still can't escape some harsh punishments. Chenfeng looked at Cao Ying with a softer gaze, and said bluntly, leave this matter to me. Brother Feng, the nature of the killing you did here is different from the killing I did. Someone from the Song family is on the list of elders of Danta, and is protected by Danta. You killed Song Qing in Shengdan City, and Danta will not let you go, they will hunt you down. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Cao Ying shook his head violently, with anxiety in his eyes. He was really afraid that Chenfeng would insist on his own way and lose his life. Yinger, don't worry, I, Chenfeng, will still marry you. I won't die so soon. Chenfeng had a peaceful smile on his face, and he pulled Cao Ying into his arms. Today, Chenfeng is no longer the young master of the Yunlin sect who used to hide in the Jiama Empire and act timidly. His own cultivation has reached the 3-star Duzun level. With the help of some fighting skills, he can directly compete with high-level Duzun masters. What's more, his most powerful strength is his soul power. When his soul realm enters the early stage of the spiritual realm, he will be able to match the ordinary Du Zun powerhouses with his soul skills. His soul power has entered the late stage of the spiritual realm. Even the peak Du Zun powerhouses will be very afraid of his soul attacks. If pushed to the limit, he still has the cultivation experience card for the peak of the 9th transformation Du Zun. Unless the great elder of the small Danta shows up, he is not really afraid of the so-called 3 giants of Danta. With such strength, it would be too cowardly if he allowed a small character like Song Qing to jump around and act arrogantly in front of him without taking any action. Brother Feng, can you really solve it? The strong self-confidence that Chenfeng exuded infected Xiaoying and calmed her heart. Get out of the way, the law enforcement team is here. Suddenly, the noisy crowd around the restaurant suddenly quieted down, and 2 middle-aged men in white robes walked through the crowd and came to Song Qing's body. The strength of these 2 men was about 3 or 4 star Du Zong. My 2 law enforcers, Tao Ying, killed my cousin Song Qing in the street. Arrest her now. Seeing these 2 people coming, Song Ha's face became ferocious and he accused loudly. Ms. Tao Ying, did you really kill Mr. Song Qing? Hearing this, the 2 men checked Song Qing's body, then frowned and looked at Cao Ying on the balcony. I was the one who killed Song Qing. It had nothing to do with Cao Ying. Chenfeng looked down at the 2 Shengden city law enforcers and spoke in a calm tone. You killed him. Hearing that things had taken a turn, the 2 men's brows couldn't help but relax. After all, Cao Ying's identity was special, and it was not easy for the 2 of them to arrest her. If it was Chenfeng who committed the crime, it would be much easier for them to take action. Nonsense, I think you are clearly trying to help the witch take the blame, or you and Cao Ying killed Song Qing together. You two, please arrest both of them and take them to Danta for trial. Song Ha hurriedly stood up, glared at Chenfeng, and urged the 2 Shengden city law enforcers. Oh, Chenfeng showed a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, I just killed Song Qing. No one here can judge me. What a crazy young man, today I will make you pay for Qinger's life. Just as Chenfeng finished his words, an old voice with murderous intent came from the distant sky, and then a powerful fighting energy wave quickly condensed above the street. Finally, a huge energy palm print appeared in the sky and headed straight towards Chenfeng and Cao Ying. The terrifying pressure emanating from it made the eyes of almost everyone nearby become solemn. With this kind of power, even Miss Cao Ying won't be spared. The people in the Song family are really crazy. The most outstanding member of the Song family of this generation is dead. Do you think these old guys will not go crazy? Feeling the power of the attack from the sky, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the 2 Shengden city law enforcers. They both could guess that although the Song family seemed to want to get rid of Chenfeng, they actually wanted to kill Cao Ying as well. The 2 of them were helpless about this. The person who made the move was at least a 7-star Du Zong or even an 8-star Du Zong. With their cultivation levels, they couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. On the balcony, Cao Ying's expression was unusually solemn at this moment. With her strong personality, she once again stood in front of Chenfeng, quickly making some mysterious hand seals with her delicate hands. Seeing this, Chenfeng did not stop him and his expression was very calm. He could sense that the person who had made the move was only an 8-star Du Zong, and with Cao Ying's current soul power that could touch the spiritual realm, combined with some soul skills, he could handle some of it. Soon, as Cao Ying's hand seal was formed, tremendous soul power surged out from her brows and then quickly condensed. In the blink of an eye it turned into a soul phoenix. The phoenix flapped its wings, and the space also rapidly twisted at this time. Although the soul phoenix is invisible, the faint pressure it emanates is no weaker than the huge energy palm print that is rapidly approaching from the sky. Go! Cao Ying lightly tapped the air with her jade finger, and a clear phoenix cry suddenly rang out in the sky. The soul phoenix also flapped its wings, bringing up a gust of wind, and rushed towards the huge energy palm print. Bang! The 2 collided rapidly in the sky. In an instant, violent soul storms and energy storms raged in the sky. Some nearby buildings were cracked and almost collapsed. The huge roar caused the eardrums of the crowd watching below to hurt. Chapter 271 Kongzi What? Cao Ying actually blocked this attack. This is an attack from a 7-star Du Zong or even an 8-star Du Zong expert, and Cao Ying, who is at the Du Huang level, actually managed to block it. Cao Ying's attack is invisible and intangible. It must be a soul attack. Soul attack can have such great power. How did she do it? At this moment, the 2 Shengden city law enforcers and some other strong men below almost stared at Cao Ying with their eyes wide open. No one had expected that a young girl in her 20s would be able to have such great ability to confront the energy bombardment of a high-level Duzong master head-on. As the storm in the sky slowly dissipated, an old man in a black robe appeared in the sky in front of Tao Ying and Chenfeng. On his robe there was a mark similar to Song Qing's, and he also had a 7th grade intermediate alchemist badge awarded by Danta. At this moment, the bloodshot eyes of the old man in black robe were filled with disbelief, just like those of many spectators below. As expected of the successor chosen by President Xuan Kongzi, he has reached this level at the age of 20. However, the hatred of killing a son is irreconcilable. The old man in black robe murmured something, and then murderous intent appeared in his eyes again. Senior Songya, please calm down. If you have anything to say, wait until the elders have judged it. Seeing this, the 2 law enforcers who arrived hurriedly tried to dissuade them. If a genius like Tao Ying died here, it would be a huge loss for the entire Danta. When the elders come to judge, my son will have died in vain, which return my son's life to me. After hearing the 2 men's dissuasion, the old man named Songya simply refused to listen. He knew very well that when the elders intervened, with the talent Tao Ying had just shown, as long as she did not commit some serious crime such as treason or collusion with the Soul Palace, someone would come forward to save her life. The next moment, Songya's hands made frequent hand seals, and tremendous fighting energy condensed around him. It was obvious that this attack was brewing a powerful fighting skill that was not comparable to the previous energy palm print. Ying let me do it. When Cao Ying wanted to attack again to resist the fighting skills that the old man was brewing, Chenfeng reached out and held her soft and bondless hand. Good. Hearing this, Cao Ying hesitated for a moment, but Chenfeng's words always made her feel that she could not refuse. After a brief hesitation, she nodded obediently. The next moment, Chenfeng's gaze shifted to Songya. The old man's previous attack had already made Chenfeng want to kill him. Old man, if you want revenge, wait for your next life. As Chenfeng's mind moved, an invisible spatial force permeated Songya's body, causing the energy around him to stagnate. This is space strangulation. Sensing the abnormality in the space around him, Songya's face turned pale. The next moment, a huge pressure acted on Songya's body. The raging force of space was simply not something that Songya, who had just entered the 8-star Duzong realm, could withstand. Puff! Songya suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his skin all over his body actually began to show tiny cracks under the impact of the force of space. Immediately afterwards, Songya let out an extremely shrill scream, and his body was completely shattered. Oh my god, Songya was defeated with just one move. Besides, I didn't even see how he did it. Songya is a strong man from the older generation, but he was killed by this young man. This horrifying scene shocked the crowd watching the excitement, especially the 2 Shengden city law enforcers, who looked incredulous. You know, an 8-star Duzong expert, if placed in a place like the northwest continent, would be like a hegemon. In the northern region of Zhongzhou, the pavilion master of Fengli North Pavilion, Fei Tian, had the cultivation level of an 8-star Duzong, and his reputation was known throughout the entire northern region. Even though this is the central region, Shengden City, the central area of the continent, there are still not many strong people like Songya. At this moment, Songya was killed in the blink of an eye. It was really shocking. Fortunately, the elders should be here soon. After realizing what was happening, the 2 law enforcers from St. Dan City secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 of them were feeling fortunate in their hearts, because if Songya from the Song family had not suddenly arrived, it would have been very likely that they would have been in trouble by now. In the sky, Chenfeng performed a spatial strangulation that directly crushed Songya's body. However, Songya's soul seemed to be protected by a strange force and actually survived. Who are you? Songya's soul floated out from his shattered body and looked at Chenfeng with horror. The power that Chenfeng just displayed might not be a match for even the Duzun ancestor of his Song family. And such powerful strength actually appeared in a young man who looked less than 20 years old, which made people suspect that Chenfeng's identity was a disguise. Why would a dying person need to know these things? Seeing that Songya's soul had escaped, Chenfeng didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. A violent soul power surged out from his brows and then turned into a soul fist print and smashed towards Songya without any frills. The soul pressure contained in this soul fist print made Songya, a 7th grade intermediate alchemist, feel horrified. When the soul fist print fell towards Songya's soul felt that the space around him was imprisoned again, making him unable to escape. A fear of death spread in his heart. However, at this moment a vast aura suddenly swept down from the distant sky, and a vicissitudes and plain voice slowly sounded above the street. Forgive others when you can. When this voice rang out, the soul fist print sent out by Chenfeng was actually offset by an invisible force in an instant without causing any ripples. Hearing this familiar old voice, Cao Ying's face showed a thoughtful expression. Brother Feng, it's the teacher, Xuan Kongzi. Chenfeng also looked up at the sky. The distant sky was empty, without any human figures appearing, but the vast aura that permeated the sky was real. As expected of the three giants of Danta, they can send the aura from nothingness to here even before they arrive. Upon noticing this situation, Chenfeng sighed inwardly. Boy, President Xuan Kongzi is here, you still want to kill me, dream on. Having luckily managed to save his life, Songya's soul secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then he shouted towards the sky with a ferocious face, President Xuan Kongzi, this man is extremely vicious and killed my son in Shengdan City. You must help me. Chapter 272v. Heavenly Soul Attack Fighting Skills. Brother Feng, I will go and plead with the teacher. It was Song Qing who provoked and insulted you first, and then you tried to kill him. I believe the teacher will judge right from wrong. If the teacher wants to kill you in the end, I will protect you even if it means death. Cao Ying held Chenfeng's hand tightly, with determination in her beautiful eyes. She is the kind of person who, once she sets her mind on someone, will give everything for him. Even Xuan Kongzi was alarmed at this moment. Cao Ying took it for granted that Chenfeng would definitely not be able to escape. She could only risk everything to save Chenfeng, even at the cost of threatening him with death. Ying, don't worry. No one here can kill me even if your teacher comes, he can't do it. Hearing Cao Ying's words, Chenfeng reached out and hugged her tightly. His eyes were extremely gentle, and a confident smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Really, even the teacher can't do anything to you. Looking at the confident smile on Chenfeng's face again, Cao Ying couldn't help but feel a little dazed. She suddenly discovered that the young man in front of her seemed to have a power hidden in his body that was enough to shock the world. Boy, no matter how deep you hide, President Xuan Kongzi can reveal your true form. Looking at Chenfeng and Cao Ying, who were still flirting with each other on the balcony, Songya's soul shouted loudly and looked at Chenfeng fiercely. Although he knew that his strength was far inferior to Chenfeng's, the arrival of Xuan Kongzi, the leader of the three giants of Danta, made him feel fearless. You are too happy too early. Looking at Songya's soul still jumping in front of him, Chenfeng's gentle eyes were once again filled with murderous intent. What do you want to do? Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Chenfeng, Songya panicked instinctively, but calmed down after a moment. President Xuan Kongzi is here. Do you dare to commit murder in front of him? Oh, don't say that it's just a breath of air that descended upon us. Even if Xuan Kongzi's true body came here, he couldn't save your life. Chenfeng sneered, and then an incomparable amount of soul power surged from his brows and condensed into an extremely black spear in the sky in front of him. This black spear was composed almost entirely of soul power. The soul pressure it emanated made the people around it feel as if their souls were stabbed with pain. What a terrifying soul pressure! What kind of method is this? With the appearance of this black soul spear, Songya once again felt like he was facing death. Under Songya's horrified gaze, the tip of the black spear moved slightly and flashed towards Songya's soul almost at the speed of teleportation. When the black spear of soul was condensed, the old voice in the distant sky also uttered a sound of surprise. Immediately the force that had previously prevented Chenfeng from killing Songya appeared again. However, this time, the strange invisible force did not stop the attack of the black spear. The black spear broke through the invisible barrier and reached in front of Songya's soul in the blink of an eye, and then completely passed through it. Boom! In an invisible soul storm, Songya's soul gradually dissipated and turned into nothingness as the black spear disappeared. Hiss! Seeing this shocking scene, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. No one expected that Chenfeng actually killed Songya despite being intercepted by President Xuan Kongzi, the leader of the three giants of Danta. Moreover, it is a weird method of using soul attack to completely destroy the soul. Who is this person? You are so young and yet you have such powerful strength. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one can achieve such an achievement at this age. This person must be some old monster who has been famous for many years in disguise. After a discussion, everyone began to doubt Chenfeng's revealed age. Brother Feng's soul attack can actually become real, and can even break through the obstruction of Master Xuan Kongzi. That's right. Brother Feng's cultivation method is thousands or even tens of thousands times better than that of ordinary people. We can't just look at it with ordinary eyes. Cao Ying's heart was also filled with surprise at this moment. But when she thought of the soul cultivation method that Chenfeng had taught her before, she suddenly understood something. My dear friend, you really surprised me. Above the sky, where Songya's soul dissipated into nothingness, a strange invisible energy slowly condensed and finally turned into a rather blurry old light and shadow. A vicissitudes of life voice slowly came out from it. Teacher Xuan Kongzi. After the light and shadow appeared, Xiao Yan immediately bowed and greeted the sky. Xuan Kongzi, are you planning to arrest me? Looking at the incarnation of Xuan Kongzi who appeared, Chenfeng showed no fear on his face and still spoke very calmly. My friend, can you tell me how you performed that soul attack just now? The old figure in the light and shadow shook his head, and did not immediately pursue the matter of Chenfeng killing Songya and his son. Instead, he became curious about the soul attack that Chenfeng had just launched. Soul attack fighting skills. You should have heard of it. Chenfeng said frankly that the black spear just now was condensed by him using the soul destroying spear, a primary level soul attack fighting skill of the heavenly grade. Otherwise, with Xuan Kongzi's semi-saint cultivation and soul power at the peak of the spiritual realm, even if only a breath of air descended, it would be difficult for Chenfeng to break through his interception and kill Songya behind him without using the cultivation experience card. Such a powerful soul attack fighting skill must have reached the heavenly level. You are really blessed. After hearing Chenfeng's explanation, the old men in the light and shadow all showed a hint of envy. Soul attack fighting skills are extremely rare in the world, and soul attack fighting skills that reach the heavenly level are even rarer. Even a figure like Xuan Kongzi has not mastered them. A lucky catch. Chenfeng waved his hand and spoke in a very casual tone. On him he possessed not only the soul-destroying spear, a primary-level heavenly soul attack fighting skill, but also the Yellow Springs Sky Wrath, a high-level heavenly soul attack fighting skill that was once famous throughout the continent. After hearing the conversation between Chenfeng and the incarnation of Xuan Kongzi, many people around felt a huge wave of emotion in their hearts. This is Danyu. Many people have heard of soul attack fighting skills, but not many people have mastered them. Even some big families in Danyu only have some very basic soul skills. However, even a simple soul skill can increase the power of soul attack. The degree of increase in the power of a heavenly soul attack fighting skill is simply unimaginable. President Xuan Kongzi. This man is extremely vicious and killed 2 people from my Song family in Shengden City. You must stand up for my Song family. At this moment, several figures flashed over at high speed from not far away. Chapter 273. Entering Danta. The group of people who flashed over were all elders of the Song family in Danyu. The leader among them was an old man in black robe, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 9-star Du Zong and was only 1 step away from the Du Zun. The other few people also have high-level Du Zong cultivation. When they arrived here, they found that Songya and his son were dead. Their faces were filled with grief and anger. They looked at Chenfeng with murderous intent, and they wished they could tear Chenfeng to pieces. Songya was killed instead of trying to kill someone. There's nothing much to say about this. As for Songqing's death, Danta will investigate it and give you a reply. Now disperse. After the people from the Song family came over, Xuan Kongzi's old voice sounded in the sky. President Xuan Kongzi. Hearing this, everyone in the Song family felt very aggrieved, because Xuan Kongzi's behavior clearly showed the suspicion of covering up someone. In fact, what they didn't know was that Xuan Kongzi's words were actually saving their lives. At this moment, Xuan Kongzi's real body cannot come, and Chenfeng's strength is too terrifying. If they make Chenfeng angry again, then this place will become their grave. President Xuan Kongzi, since you said so, I believe you will handle this matter impartially. Let's go. Although they were unwilling, facing Xuan Kongzi's majesty, the people from the Song family did not dare to disobey. They suppressed their grief, took away Song Qing's body and then left. My dear friend, if you trust me, please follow Xiao Yan to Danta. I have a few questions for you. After the people from the Song family left, Xuan Kongzi turned his gaze to Chenfeng and said something lightly. After saying this, the light and shadow of Xuan Kongzi's incarnation slowly dissipated. To Danta. Hearing Xuan Kongzi's last words, Chenfeng frowned slightly. Brother Feng, do you want to go? Teacher Xuan Kongzi is fair in his dealings. As long as we explain it clearly, nothing will happen. Xiao Yan glanced at Chenfeng and asked softly with some expectation in her voice. Let's go. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Chenfeng nodded slightly. No matter what, Xuan Kongzi is Xiao Yan's teacher, so there is no big deal in going to meet him. Even after arriving at Danta, the people of Danta would eventually attack Chenfeng, but Chenfeng still had the confidence to leave. Moreover, Now that such a thing has happened, Tao Ying is in a very difficult situation. If she explains it clearly, Tao Ying will not have to go into opposition with Danta. Brother Feng, come with me. Seeing Chenfeng agreed, Tao Ying smiled faintly. Next, Chenfeng and Tao Ying quickly left the restaurant and walked towards the inner area. The people watching the fun around did not expect that the matter would be temporarily resolved like this. The strength that Chenfeng had just demonstrated shocked them deeply. After Chenfeng left, the matter quickly fermented in Shengdan City. Countless people knew that a monstrous genius had come to Danyu. Of course, more people are willing to believe that Chenfeng's actual age is already very old, but he has some secrets to maintain his youthful appearance, which creates an illusion. Wodan Tower is located in the central area of Shengdan City. This area is the holy place in the hearts of countless alchemists. The defense of the inner domain is several times stricter than that of the outer domain. The people here seem to be ready to deal with any unexpected events at any time. Chenfeng followed Cao Ying and walked in the outer area of Shengdan City for more than half an hour before gradually entering the inner area. When the two stepped into the gate of the inner area, the noisy noise suddenly weakened a lot. The inner area of Shengdan City is generally only populated by forces related to Dana or high-level alchemists, so the quality of the inner area is incomparable to that of the outer area. As Chenfeng stepped into the inner realm, he raised his head and his gaze was fixed on the center of the inner realm. There, a black tower nearly 100 feet high stands tall, like a small mountain, giving people a sense of majestic grandeur. The top of the giant tower is so deep in the clouds that it is almost invisible at first glance. It looks extremely mysterious amidst the clouds and mist. As expected of Danta, looking at the towering black tower like a mountain, Chenfeng sighed inwardly. Next, under Cao Ying's guidance, Chenfeng passed the strict examination very smoothly and entered the huge Dan Tower. After entering the Dan Tower, Cao Ying led Chenfeng straight to the upper floors of the giant tower. After a long time, they stopped at the corner of a passage. Along the way, Chenfeng could clearly feel that some soul power was constantly probing through his body, but he did not care about it. With the hidden spirit stone, others could only see as much as he wanted. The president of Xuan Kongzi is inside, you two can just go in directly. At this moment, at the corner of the passage, an old man in a white robe seemed to have known of their arrival, and pointed to a very spacious hall at the end of the passage. Well, thank you, Elder Sheng. Hearing this, Cao Ying nodded slightly, obviously knowing this Elder Sheng. Next, Cao Ying and Chenfeng came to the entrance of the hall, gently pushed open the door, and slowly stepped in. The hall is filled with numerous bookshelves, giving it a messy feel. The hall is also filled with flames of different colors. The interweaving of colorful flames creates a dreamy and blurry feeling. Chenfeng walked in with Cao Ying's hand in hand, his footsteps landing lightly on the stone slabs. His eyes swept around and after a moment their gazes stopped in front of a bookshelf. There, an old man in white was carefully sweeping the dust off the bookshelf. This old man in white didn't seem to have any aura emanating from his body. He looked just like an ordinary old man. But Chenfeng knew very well that this ordinary-looking old man was Xuan Kongzi, one of the three giants of Danta. Haha, you guys are here. When Chenfeng and the other two approached that place, the old man in white stopped what he was doing, and his vicissitudes of life voice echoed quietly in the hall. An old laugh sounded, and the old man in white slowly turned around. His hair and beard were all white, and his face was covered with deep wrinkles. His eyes seemed a little fine under the overlapping wrinkles, but in those eyes, which were as deep and unfathomable as a deep pool, there was a gentle smile. Teacher, seeing the old man, Cao Ying bowed respectfully again, while Chenfeng just nodded in greeting. Get up, Xuan Kongzi raised his hand towards Cao Ying, and then his gaze suddenly focused on Chenfeng. At this moment Chenfeng once again felt the huge soul power exploring his body. Chapter 274 Kinglin gave birth. Feeling this huge soul power exploring his body, Chenfeng immediately frowned. Before entering this hall, Chenfeng had experienced several soul searches in this Dan Tower, but he didn't take them seriously. But at this moment Xuan Kongzi's undisguised face-to-face investigation instantly made him feel angry. Haha, don't blame me, little friend. As if sensing Chenfeng's anger, Xuan Kongzi quickly withdrew his investigation of him, and an apologetic smile appeared on his old face. This investigation just now was only to determine whether you are a member of the Soul Palace, Xuan Kongzi explained. Seeing Xuan Kongzi's sincere apology, Chenfeng's anger slowly disappeared. As Senior Xuan Kongzi, sure now, Chenfeng said calmly. Of course it has been confirmed. At such a close distance no one from the Soul Palace can deceive my detection. Xuan Kongzi smiled and nodded. I'd like to ask you a few questions. I wonder your name, where you are from, and who taught you. Xuan Kongzi continued to ask. Xuan Kongzi's series of questions made Chenfeng frown again. Don't worry, I will never reveal what you said today to outsiders. Seeing the hesitation on Chenfeng's face, Xuan Kongzi explained again, besides, you are going to kidnap my apprentice, so it doesn't seem too much to explain his origins. Hearing Xuan Kongzi's words, Xiao Yan, who was beside Chenfeng, couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment on his face. Morning Wind, Northwest Continent learned from the master of the Yunlin sect. It has to be said that Xuan Kongzi's words were very effective. Chenfeng also gave a brief reply as soon as he finished speaking. Northwest Continent. Hearing Chenfeng's answer, Xuan Kongzi's eyes became more curious. He had not imagined that this young man with such uncanny talent would come from such a barren land in the Northwest Continent. There didn't seem to be any big forces there, and Xuan Kongzi had never heard of the Yunlin sect that Chenfeng mentioned. It seems that young Master Chenfeng's master is from a hidden sect, Xuan Kongzi sighed. In Xuan Kongzi's eyes, it seemed that only those large hidden sects could cultivate a genius like Chenfeng. Chenfeng did not explain much about this. Teacher, before in that restaurant, it was Song Qing who threatened to kill Brother Feng, so Brother Feng killed him. Just then, Tao Ying suddenly brought up what happened before. Xiao Ying, I have already guessed something about this matter. Xuan Kongzi nodded. He knew that with Song Qing's personality, he would definitely lose control of his emotions after knowing what happened to Tao Ying. It was just that his actions were too extreme, and he bullied someone he could not afford to offend. Then, teacher, you won't do anything to Brother Feng, right? Hearing this, Xiao Ying's face showed joy, and the heavy stone in her heart finally fell. Did you see how your master dealt with your lover? Xuan Kongzi asked back. Thank you, teacher. Cao Ying reacted and hurriedly thanked Xuan Kongzi. Xuan Kongzi's handling of the matter made Chenfeng's liking for him increase significantly. Well, now that I have examined your lover in person, I am relieved. Xuan Kongzi smiled and nodded. In fact, he had only one purpose in asking Chenfeng to come here this time. Because the soul power displayed by Chenfeng was so strong, he wondered if Chenfeng could be a disguised member of the Soul Palace. Now that he had removed this suspicion, he naturally would not interfere with the relationship between the young people. Morning breeze, goodbye. After bowing to Xuan Kongzi, Chenfeng took Tao Ying out of the hall. This young man seems to have a lot of secrets. Looking at the departing backs of Tao Ying and Chenfeng, Xuan Kongzi murmured in his heart. His previous investigation had revealed the progress of Tao Ying's cultivation and soul power, and he knew that all this was related to Chenfeng. That's great, Brother Feng. I knew that Master Xuan Kongzi would be able to tell right from wrong. After leaving Danta, Tao Ying couldn't help laughing out loud. Now, neither she nor Chenfeng would be punished because of Song Qing's matter. Seeing the joy on Tao Ying's face, Chenfeng was also infected and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. However, at this moment, the blood crystal in Chenfeng's body suddenly showed some unusual movements. Calculating the time, could it be that Qinglin is about to give birth? After thinking for a moment, Chenfeng guessed the answer. Ying let's go get a room, okay? Hearing Chenfeng's somewhat abrupt words, Tao Ying was surprised for a moment, a shy look on her face. And then she nodded quickly. The next moment Chenfeng pulled Cao Ying and ran quickly on the streets of Shengden City, and finally stopped at a restaurant. After entering the restaurant room, Chenfeng directly set up a space seal in the room. Yinger, I have something to do and need to leave for a while. Wait for me here. After setting up the space seal, Chenfeng took out a black space teleportation flag in front of Tao Ying. Brother Feng, where you going? I'll go with you. Hearing this, Cao Ying hurriedly walked to Chenfeng and held Chenfeng's hand tightly, with a look of panic in her eyes like a little woman. Okay, then I'll take you there. Seeing the look in Tao Ying's eyes, Chenfeng couldn't bear to refuse, and directly used the space teleportation flag to bring Tao Ying to the Gamma Palace, his exclusive secret room. Where is this? Looking at the place that suddenly changed, Cao Ying was very curious and even more surprised at the mysterious means of movement that Chenfeng mastered. But the next moment, she was pulled by the hand by the morning breeze and walked out of the secret room and came to the sky. At this time, Cao Ying realized that the place he came to seemed like a palace, with magnificent buildings everywhere. Soon Chenfeng and Cao Ying arrived outside Qinglin's palace. Here Yun, Nalan Yanran, Yafei Xiao Yu Shu Ni, Yao Yi and others have been waiting for a long time. Fenger, you're back. My husband has brought back another sister this time. Seeing Chenfeng coming, Yun and the others gathered around him. They looked at Cao Ying and did not find it strange that Chenfeng brought back another woman. They are. Cao Ying was still unclear about the situation and had confusion in her eyes. When she heard Nalan Yanran address Chenfeng, she became even more surprised. Whoa, she's born Madame Qing has given birth to a little princess. However, just when Cao Ying was about to ask Chenfeng what was going on, in the room where Qinglin was, there was a loud baby cry and the midwife's excited shouts. Chapter 275 Huge Reward. What as the sound of a baby crying was heard in the room, Chenfeng disappeared from the spot in a flash. Yun, Nalan Yanran, Xiao Yixian and others also quickly walked towards Qinglin's room at this time. A baby crying. Cao Ying stood there in a daze for a moment, then with great doubts in her heart, she followed Yun, Nalan Yanran and Ya Fei and slowly walked into Qinglin's room. As soon as she entered the room, Cao Ying's eyes subconsciously skipped over the others and swept towards Chenfeng. Under Cao Ying's gaze, Chenfeng was sitting beside the bed, holding the hand of the young woman on the bed with concern on his face, and on the other side of the bed, there was a newborn baby. Could it be that she is Brother Feng's wife and gave birth to a child for Brother Feng? Seeing this scene, Cao Ying felt inexplicably jealous. She has a relatively conservative mindset, and when she came across something like this, she was unable to react for a while. Moreover, after she learned that Chenfeng had a wife, she immediately thought about her own identity. She is the wife that Brother Feng married into the family, and I am just Brother Feng's lover. Why should I be jealous? She is the one who should be jealous. Anyway, no matter what, I can't be separated from Brother Feng. After her thought process changed, the look in Cao Ying's eyes gradually became firm. She loves Chenfeng so much in her heart that she is not afraid of death and will not give up no matter what difficulties she encounters. In the room, Qinglin, who was not good at acting like a spoiled child, got out of bed and started moving around after taking the recovery pill, just like Xiao Yixian did before. This scene stunned Cao Ying. She didn't expect that the pill given by Chenfeng could completely restore the vitality of a woman who had just given birth. Yinger, I didn't intend to hide it from you. In fact, they are all my wives. After comforting Qinglin, Chenfeng pointed at Yun, Nalan Yanran, Xiao Yu, Yafei, Shuini, Instructor Rulan, Xiao Yixian and others in the room and spoke calmly. Are they all your wives, Brother Feng? Hearing Chenfeng's explanation, Cao Ying was even more surprised. From her observation just now, almost all the women in this room are beauties, and each has her own unique characteristics. It is so shocking that so many beautiful women all married the men they deeply loved. Sister Ying, welcome to join us. Just as Cao Ying was shocked, Yun smiled and extended her hand to her in a friendly manner. Sister Ying, welcome to join us. Sister Ying, welcome to join us. Sister Yinger, welcome. Ya Fei, Nalan Yanran and the others also smiled and stretched out their palms to place them on Yun's palm. The harmonious atmosphere displayed by the women was very natural and did not seem fake at all. This kind of atmosphere deeply touched Cao Ying. Infected by this atmosphere, Cao Ying stretched out her hand with a slightly dazed expression and finally placed it on the back of the last person's hand. Seeing the help from Yun and others, Chenfeng felt relieved. His harem was indeed harmonious, and there had never been any intrigue among the women. Yinger, do you still mind now? Chenfeng held Cao Ying's other hand, looked at her tenderly, and asked softly. What's the point of caring? I can't live without you now. I don't know how to live without you. Feeling the warmth of Chenfeng's palm, Cao Ying threw herself into his arms. She knew very well that it was an unchangeable fact that Chenfeng had so many women. Moreover, with Chenfeng's personality, he would never let down any of these women, let alone give up Yun and the others for her alone. So it seemed that she had no choice. Yinger, don't worry, if you follow me, Chenfeng, I will never let you suffer any grievances. Listening to Cao Ying's confession, Chenfeng felt very soft in his heart and hugged her tightly. Then when will you marry me? Cao Ying raised her head and looked towards Chenfeng with a hint of anticipation in her beautiful eyes. Tomorrow we will go back to Shengdan City and propose marriage to your family. Hearing Cao Ying's question, Chenfeng replied without hesitation. Okay, you said so, don't lie to me. Hearing Chenfeng's assurance, Cao Ying was delighted and very excited, and even her voice was slightly choked. After calming Cao Ying down, Chenfeng let her spend some time with the other girls so they could get to know each other better. He himself came to the secret training room and checked the rewards he had received this time. After arriving at the training chamber, Chenfeng directly said to the system, open the gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 100 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. The cultivation speed of all people recorded in the Wanshi family tree has increased by 1%. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5th level Dazun Peak Experience card. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Space Expansion Pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary heavenly fighting skill, the Divine Thunder Armor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Duzun Star upgrading pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 Duzong Star upgrading pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an intermediate experience pill. All the above rewards have been distributed. Please check them carefully. As Chenfeng finished speaking, several system prompts sounded in his mind. This time, apart from the heaven-level primary fighting skill Divine Thunder Armor, the other rewards are quite common. Moreover, there is no puppet pill that appears in a fixed position. Listening to the system's prompt, Chenfeng murmured in his heart without much reaction. Now, facing these rewards, he no longer had the excitement he had in the past. System extract intermediate experience pills. Next, Chenfeng cast a seal on the secret training room and directly extracted the intermediate experience pill. The intermediate experience pill can increase the user's cultivation by 10 years. Once it enters Chenfeng's body, it transforms into a huge energy that rushes to every part of Chenfeng's body. Moreover, this enormous amount of energy can be quickly integrated into Chenfeng's body without Chenfeng having to practice any internal skills, allowing Chenfeng's aura to rise rapidly. Finally, after using the intermediate experience pill this time, Chenfeng's cultivation successfully broke through to the early stage of 4-star Duzun, which was beyond Chenfeng's expectations. Moreover, Chenfeng still has one chance to take the Duzun Star upgrading pill, which means that his cultivation level can break through to the 5-star Duzun at any time. Chapter 276 Return to Shengdan City, Dainyu Tao family. However, Chenfeng promised Tao Ying that he would go to the Tao family and Dainyu to propose marriage tomorrow, so he was not in a hurry to take the Duzun Shengsing pill. Next, Chenfeng continued to sort out other rewards, such as 100 years of life, a cultivation speed boost, and a cultivation experience card. These things were in almost every gift package, and Chenfeng directly put the experience card away. Space expansion pack. This is the third time that Morning Breeze has opened this kind of thing. It can expand the space of space-type treasures to a range of 10 miles. Chenfeng didn't even think twice and directly used the space expansion pack on the Qiankan treasure box. In the blink of an eye, the scope of the small world expanded again without Xiao Sunner and Queen Medusa noticing. Now in total it has a territory of 30 miles. Finally, Chenfeng set his sights on the Silver Scroll and the heavenly grade primary fighting skill Divine Thunder Armor. Just by hearing the name, Chenfeng felt that this volume of fighting skills should be a defensive type of fighting skills. However, the Thunder attribute Fighting Spirit is the most powerful in attack among all the attributes of Fighting Spirit. If it is used for defense, it is somewhat contrary to the original intention. This made Chenfeng curious about this scroll of Divine Thunder Armor fighting skills. Divine Thunder Armor, a primary heaven-level fighting skill that can draw out the energy of heaven and earth thunder and transform it into armor to protect the entire body. Both the soul and the incarnation can perform this fighting skill. It turns out that this fighting skill relies on the energy of thunder tribulation for protection. After reading the introduction of this fighting skill, Chenfeng suddenly understood it. When this fighting skill is used, it can actually draw out the energy of thunder and lightning in the heaven and earth. No wonder it is named Divine Thunder. Thunder tribulation, that kind of energy, generally speaking, only comes when a demon beast is undergoing a tribulation or when a high-level elixir appears. This energy is full of violence and destructive factors, has powerful offensiveness, and is extremely difficult to use with human power. Unexpectedly, this fighting skill can be mobilized and transformed into one's own armor. In this way, when using the Divine Thunder Armor, one does not need to consume one's own fighting energy, and the incarnation and soul can also use it. In this way, the soul can leave the body and fight alone, which can be regarded as having great protection. Yes, this kind of fighting skill is very strange. Chenfeng nodded secretly in his heart. With this fighting skill, his combat effectiveness will rise to a higher level. After digesting this reward, Chenfeng came to the harem. At this time, Tao Ying already basically knew the other people. Moreover, he also learned some things about Chenfeng and knew that Chenfeng was the young emperor of the Gama Empire in the northwest continent. Brother Feng, I never thought I could experience what it's like to be a princess. Cao Ying came to Chenfeng with a smile on her face. Do you understand what it feels like now? Chenfeng gently held her in his arms and smiled. In front of all the girls, Tao Ying was not shy. She stretched out her jade-like hand and gently stroked Chenfeng's face, whispering, "What do you think, bad emperor? You said I was bad, so I'll let you experience what it's like to be a princess now." Chenfeng's lips curled up slightly, and then he picked her up like a princess and walked inside. Soon, The room where the two were was filled with spring. You are so bad. More than an hour later, Xiao Ying was defeated by Chenfeng and fled in panic. Sister Xiao Ying came out so soon. Seeing this, Yafei showed a hint of surprise on her face, and then took the initiative to go in and challenge Chenfeng. However, Chenfeng's current cultivation has already risen to the level of a 4-star Duzun. Both his physical fitness and recovery ability have reached a terrifying level. It was not until the early morning when the water, like Mentor Rulin, was defeated and fled that Chenfeng finally stood up and stretched his body, announcing the end of the competition. Yinger, let's go back to Shengdan City. After getting up, Chenfeng went straight to Tao Ying and talked about today's schedule. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Xiao Ying immediately became excited. If Chenfeng's proposal is successful this time, then she will truly become Chenfeng's princess. With the help of the space teleportation flag, Chenfeng and Xiao Ying instantly appeared in a restaurant room in the inner area of Shengdan City. The seal here is still intact, which means that the people in Shengdan City did not notice the day and night that Chenfeng and Xiao Ying were away. Appearing in Shengdan City again, Xiao Ying couldn't help but feel surprised. Chenfeng's movement speed was really terrifying. However, she also knew that Chenfeng was able to do this with the help of a treasure, not his own strength, because, in Xiao Ying's opinion, such a method of instant teleportation across hundreds of thousands of miles was absolutely impossible even for her teacher Xuan Kongzi. Brother Feng, when you go to my house to propose marriage later, if those old guys object, don't worry about it. I will go with you no matter what. Before setting off, Xiao Ying gave Chenfeng some advance warning because she knew the stubborn personalities of the old men in her family. I don't think you'll refuse. The morning breeze showed a confident smile. Well, if they want to check your background, will you reveal everything? Xiao Ying asked back. After only one day of communicating with Nalan Yanran and others in the harem, Xiao Ying, based on what she had seen, guessed that Chenfeng was the kind of person who had some kind of adventure, had a big secret, and acted relatively low-key. For example, Xiao Ying had personally seen the space teleportation flag on Chenfeng's body, the powerful soul cultivation method, the strange jewel cultivation method, and the heavenly soul attack fighting skills. Of course not. Chenfeng shook his head decisively. Yes, brother Chenfeng, you have so many treasures hidden on you. If the news gets out, I'm afraid those old monsters who have been hiding in seclusion will be alarmed and want to take the treasures from you. So, don't reveal too much information to those old guys anyway. The people in the family can't control my marriage. Xiao Ying also strongly agreed with Chenfeng's decision. Only people around her could know about such things. She wouldn't tell anyone else until Morning Breeze really grew up. Yinger, you are really thoughtful. Hearing Xiao Ying's heartwarming words, Chenfeng stretched out his arms and hugged her tightly. Of course, I am a demon girl. Not only am I talented, but I am also smart. Xiao Ying raised her head slightly, and her snow-white neck and body stretched out, revealing a perfect body curve. I think you're not a witch, you're a goblin. Looking at Xiao Ying's charming and attractive posture, Chenfeng's heart began to get hot again. Brother Feng, you are. Hearing this, Xiao Ying's face gradually turned red. You were the first one to run away last night, and now I'm going to punish you. After saying this, Chenfeng immediately took action. Chapter 277. Everything went well. The Cao family was shocked it was past noon. Chenfeng and Tao Ying then stood up and put on their clothes, then removed the seal in the room and walked hand in hand towards the Tao family mansion in Shengdan City. I heard that Song Qing, the daughter of the Song family, died at the hands of that man yesterday, but Dante didn't hold him accountable at all in the end. Who is that man? It is said that even the aura of one of the three giants could not stop him from killing Song Ya. The Song family has suffered a great loss this time. With Song Qing's talent, he will surely become an 8th-grade alchemist in the future. But now he has died young. The Song family will definitely take revenge. This is the inner domain. Even if the Song family really wants to take revenge, they won't do it here. But outside the inner domain, there is no guarantee. On the way to Tao's house, many people recognized Xiao Ying and Chenfeng. Voices of discussion emanated from those people. Most of what they talked about was the outcome of yesterday's incident, and the Song family's reaction. Chenfeng didn't care about these discussions. The strength of the Song family is, at most, limited to 1 or 2 ancestors with the cultivation level of Duzun, and they are not high-level Duzun, but just some Duzun below 6 stars, who have not been regarded as a threat by Chenfeng. Chenfeng followed Xiao Ying all the way, traveled through the inner area for more than half an hour, and finally arrived outside the Cao family mansion. Come in. When they arrived here, Xiao Ying took Chenfeng's hand and walked in. She knew that Chenfeng would not be nervous about meeting his family elders, because even when he met Xuan Kongzi before, Chenfeng seemed very calm. Soon, under the guidance of Tao Ying, Chenfeng met the patriarch of the Tao family, Chao Lin, a middle-aged man with the cultivation base of the peak of Duzong, wearing a badge representing a 7th grade high-level alchemist. In this Dan domain, the number of alchemists is truly terrifying. There are 7 or 8 7th grade alchemists, which are rare in ordinary places, in the Tao family alone. These are only the ones on the surface, and there must be even more hidden in secret. In a place like the Northwest continent, a 6th grade alchemist is already very impressive, and a 7th grade alchemist will be worshipped as an ancestor. Brother Feng, this is my uncle, Chao Lin. The Cao Ying introduced to Chenfeng in a low voice. Senior Tao Lin. Because of Tao Ying, Chenfeng still spoke with some respect for his elders. Uncle, his name is Chenfeng and he's the man I like. Cao Ying introduced Chenfeng generously. When Chenfeng just came over, Cao had already guessed the relationship between Chenfeng and Tao Ying. Cao Ying, you know that the family rarely cares about you. But I still hope you will consider this matter carefully. Cao Lin did not say that he disagreed with their relationship, but instead gave them a subtle reminder. The next moment, Cao Lin looked at Chenfeng and asked, Friend Chenfeng, you met with the president yesterday. What did the president say? Xuan Kongzi means that Song Qing and Song Ya brought this upon themselves. Hearing this, Chenfeng spoke frankly. This is indeed the result. Hearing Chenfeng's personal confirmation, Cao Lin's heart suddenly dawned, and he looked at Chenfeng with surprise. He was thinking in his heart that the young man in front of him could actually kill the geniuses of the 5 major families in Dainyu without being punished by Danta. Senior Chao Lin, Chenfeng actually came here to propose marriage for Tao Ying. Chenfeng didn't say any other nonsense and directly stated the purpose of his visit. After saying that, he took out a brocade box and opened it. Inside the brocade box were 6 exquisite small jade bottles. These are some of my betrothal gifts, Morning Breeze explained. My friend, if I'm not mistaken, small bottles like this are filled with medicinal pills. Cao Lin did not refuse directly, but took action directly and opened one of the jade bottles. As the jade bottle was opened, a huge amount of energy suddenly overflowed. Hey, it's actually a 7th grade high-level elixir. Feeling the enormous energy in the elixir, Cao Lin's face showed a little surprise, and he directly determined the grade of the elixir. After all, he has been a 7th grade advanced alchemist for many years and is very familiar with elixirs of this level. Next, Cao Lin acted quickly and opened the remaining 5 bottles to take a look. He discovered that the other 5 jade bottles were all filled with the same 7th grade high-level elixir. Ha, friend Chenfeng, you are indeed sincere in taking out 6 7th grade high-level elixirs. However, you also know that in my Tao family, there is never a shortage of such 7th grade elixirs. Cao Lin chuckled and spoke tactfully. Oh, then I wonder if the Tao family's 7th grade elixirs can all be like my elixirs, which can steadily increase the cultivation level of Duzong masters by 1 star. And can they be taken multiple times? Morning Breeze asked back. What? Hearing Chenfeng's words, Cao Lin's face suddenly became solemn, and Cao Ying on the side also looked very surprised. Friend Chenfeng, are you saying that your elixir can allow people at the Duzong stage to steadily improve their cultivation by 1 star, and can be taken multiple times? Cao Lin asked again with doubt. That's right, Senior Tao Lin is a 7th grade high-level alchemist. We'll know if the elixir works after we try it. Chenfeng nodded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Cao Lin immediately took out a pill and put it to his mouth, sniffed it lightly, and then very gently scraped out a little powder and put it in his mouth to taste it. This energy, it seems like what he said might actually be true. Feeling the effect of the scraped-off medicinal powder in his body, Cao Lin was already certain of Chenfeng's words. Friend Chenfeng, this elixir has such power, it is much better than the ordinary 7th grade high-level elixir. Since you and Cao Ying are in love, it seems that there is no reason for our Tao family to reject this marriage. After a brief thought, Cao Lin directly accepted the betrothal gift sent by Chenfeng and agreed to Chenfeng's proposal. Very good. Hearing Cao Lin's words, Tao Ying was very happy. She didn't expect that today's events would go so smoothly. As expected, the Tao family elders did not question Chenfeng. Thank you, Senior Cao Lin. Chenfeng also smiled and clasped his fists towards Tao Lin. Next, Chenfeng stayed at Cao's house for a while, preparing to set a date to marry Tao Ying. Leicester. Today during the day, the young man who killed 2 people from the Song family came. In the evening, in a secret room in the basement of Tao's house, Cao Lin respectfully reported what happened during the day to a white-haired old man who was suspended in the air in front of him. It is amazing that young people from the northwest continent can achieve such success. They really have a bright future. After hearing Cao Lin's report, the white-haired old man uttered an old voice. One can hear obvious admiration in the tone. Chapter 278 The Han Family. The threat from Fengli Pavilion. Indeed, even in Zhongzhou that young man can be considered a monster. Cao Lin nodded and said, "The batch of pills he sent today are as effective as some 8th grade pills. I just don't know whether he asked someone to refine them or whether he got them by chance." Cao Lin's words were very straightforward. A man from the northwest continent, who could possess such strength and had so many treasures on him, inevitably made people speculate that he had some kind of adventure. After all, the Duqi continent is so vast that there are many hermits and powerful people who leave behind their life treasures after their death. If an ordinary person is lucky enough to get such a treasure, it would be like changing his destiny. "Didn't Cao Ying say that?" the white-haired old man asked. That girl Cao Ying was very protective of her future husband. What she said was not as much as what the boy said himself. Hearing this, Cao Lin smiled bitterly. This girl is actually on guard against even her family members. Hearing Cao Lin's words, the white-haired old man's forehead was immediately filled with black lines. "No matter how much she hides it, when the wedding day comes, won't she let us go to attend?" the white-haired old man continued. "That won't happen, but they have set the wedding date for half a year later," Cao Lin replied. "Half a year, that's not a long time. It also allows us to observe the young man for a while longer." The white-haired old man shook his head and sighed. "Ancestor, this may be a bit difficult. That kid has just taken Cao Ying away and is planning to leave Shengdan territory." "What? This girl leaving Shengdan territory at this time? I'm afraid the Song family is worried about not finding an opportunity to take revenge." Cao Lin quickly take people to pay attention to the Song family's movements. "If there is any situation, crush this space jade tube." Hearing Cao Lin's words, the white-haired old man reacted extremely violently, and then handed a space jade tube to Cao Lin. Yes, after hearing the old man's analysis, Cao Lin's expression suddenly became very ugly, and he took the space jade tube with a serious face. Sandan City, Outland, the space square in the north. Cao Ying and Chenfeng appeared here. "Let's go." Looking at the huge space wormhole in front of him, Chenfeng whispered something, then took Cao Ying's hand and stepped in. The space channel is filled with silver, white space barriers. However, the space channel near the city of Shengdan is not as boring as the space channels in other places, because there are a large number of spaceships around, and the noise is quite noisy. Less than 5 minutes after Chenfeng and Cao Ying entered the space channel, the people on the spaceship who had been following them secretly finally stopped hiding. "Which? Today I will make you two pay for the lives of my Song family." Behind the two of them, a spaceship suddenly accelerated and caught up with them. On the bow, 3 or 4 Song family warriors who had reached the high-level Du Zong level worked together to shoot a terrifying stream of Du Q towards the spaceship of Chenfeng and Cao Ying in front of them. "You can't help it anymore." Looking at the movement of the boat coming from behind, Chenfeng had already anticipated this, and at this moment a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Several Duzong masters wanted to assassinate a Duzun master like me. That was really a bold idea." The next moment, Chenfeng's mind moved, and a crack suddenly appeared in the space passage next to the spaceship that the Song family members were riding on. A huge suction force burst out from the crack, not only sucking the spaceship quickly towards the crack, but also sucking the huge stream of fighting spirit that everyone had worked together to deviate from its direction. Under this huge suction force, the Song family members worked together to stabilize the spaceship, but they had missed the best opportunity. They had just launched a fierce attack, and now in a hurry, no matter how hard they exerted, the spaceship flew uncontrollably towards the crack in the channel. Boom! When it reached the crack, the spaceship shattered with a loud bang, and several figures were swept out of the space channel. The stream of fighting spirit that they jointly released also deviated from its direction and hit the space barrier, without causing any harm to Chenfeng and Cao Ying. "Brother Feng, you should be a Du Zun." Seeing this scene, Cao Ying's beautiful eyes sparkled and she said to Chenfeng with a smile, "If you think it is, then it is." Chenfeng smiled, agreeing with Cao Ying's guess. "Such a young Du Zun strongman. I'm afraid even those ancient races with Du Di blood are no more than this." Cao Ying thought secretly in her heart, and at this moment she suddenly realized that no matter how she dug, Chenfeng would always be shrouded in a veil of mystery. The northern region of Zhongzhou, Tianbei City. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Han family's meeting room was quite tense. Many strong men from the Hong family in Tianbei City crossed their arms and looked at the Han family with a sneer. At the head of them was a man in green clothes. The man was about 23 or 24 years old, with an air of arrogance that was hard to conceal between his brows. At this age, he had already become a Duong strongman, and in Tianbei City, he indeed had the capital to be domineering. Hong Chen, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a disciple of Fengli Pavilion. My Han family has been able to stand firm in Tianbei City for so many years, not because of being stepped on by others. In the hall, Han Chi, the head of the Han family, loudly scolded the young man in front of him. Uncle Han, I came here today just to ask whether the conditions proposed by my Hong family a few days ago have been answered. The man in blue called Hong Chen smiled nonchalantly. My daughter Han Yu has already been promised a husband, so you the Hong family should stop dreaming about this. Hearing Hong Chen's words, Han Chi said in a firm tone. If that's the case, don't blame my Hong family for being ruthless. Hearing this, Hong Chen's face became slightly gloomy and he sneered. Although my Han family has not been able to compete with your Hong family in recent years, if you want to swallow my Hong family, I dare say that your Hong family will be broken and injured. Han Chi sneered, and then displayed all his aura. A sense of pressure from a Duzong powerhouse instantly filled the hall. Duzong. Feeling the enormous pressure from Han Chi, Hong Chen's face suddenly became solemn for a moment. He did not expect that Han Chi would actually make a breakthrough. Behind Hong Chen, the faces of several Duong powerhouses who came from the Hong family also became solemn. Han Chi's cultivation was actually stronger than their family head. After a moment, Hong Chen reacted, and his gloomy face changed again. He stood up from his seat and said faintly, Perhaps Uncle Han doesn't know that my nephew has been nominated by the elders a few days ago. Within 2 years, he will be able to truly become a cabinet disciple of Fengli North Pavilion. Chapter 279 Han Shu Hong Chen, you are not even as good as one toe of my brother-in-law, a disciple from the inner chamber of Fengli North Pavilion. Hong Chen's words were like dropping a bombshell in the hall, causing many people from the Han family to change their expressions. Han Chi's eyes became increasingly gloomy, but underneath this gloominess, there was a hint of bitterness. He had not expected that Hong Chen could actually get to that level in Fengli North Pavilion. In this way, the influence of the Hong family would be extraordinary. How about this identity? Can your Han family change their minds? Seeing the reactions of the Han family, Hong Chen said very proudly, Give up on this idea. My husband is so much better than you. In the side room of the hall, a tall and beautiful woman with silver hair came out and replied bluntly. Behind this tall silver-haired beauty there was a beautiful girl in a snow-white dress with a delicate face. The people who came were the sisters Han Yu and Han Shu. At this moment, Han Yu's belly was already showing obvious signs of pregnancy. Han Chi asked her not to show up, but she couldn't help but come out. Seeing the abnormality in Han Yu's stomach, Hong Chen seemed to realize something and his face suddenly turned pale. Humph. Just relying on the emperor of that small empire in the northwest continent, is that kind of small empire worthy of being compared with my Hong family and Fengli Beige? Hong Chen snorted angrily, then turned his gaze to Han Shu and said, Now I have changed my mind. If your Han family marries your second daughter to me, then today's matter will end here. Hong Chen, you're going too far. Seeing that Hong Chen had set his sights on Han Shu, Han Yu couldn't help but scold him again. You want me to marry you? Dream on. You're not even as good as one toe of my brother-in-law. Han Shu also replied angrily that Hong Chen made her feel disgusted. Okay, very good. Since your Han family doesn't give our Hong family face today, then you can't blame us. After hearing what the Han sisters said, Hong Chen's face turned gloomy. After saying the last sentence, he led the Hong family's strong men and left. Master, we have completely offended the Hong family this time. What should we do if the Hong family takes this opportunity to retaliate? Yes. Now that the Hong family has the relationship with Fengli Beige, our Han family really can't compete with them. After Hong Chen left, many elders of the Han family looked worried and talked about it. Stop arguing. Looking at the people talking in the hall, Han Chi shouted loudly, and then explained. The Hong family has evil ambitions and has been fighting with our Han family for more than a year or two. Even if this incident did not happen, they would find other excuses to attack our Han family during this period of time. Let the family members restrain themselves and do not conflict with the Hong family. Soon, everyone else in the hall left, leaving only Han Chi, his daughter and his 2 children. Seeing Han Chi's worried face, Han Yu clenched her jade hands, looked at Han Chi and said, Father, don't worry too much about this. Maybe brother Chenfeng will have a way. Can Chenfeng help my Han family resolve this crisis? Hearing Han Yu's words, Han Qi showed a hint of doubt in his eyes. Han Qi was indeed amazed by the talent for cultivation that Chenfeng had shown before. At that time, although Chenfeng's cultivation level was only that of a Du Wang, he was 5 or 6 years younger than Hong Chen. In terms of talent, he was definitely not inferior to Hong Chen. Moreover, among the betrothal gifts that Chenfeng brought, there were 2 Pozongdan and 2 Huangjidan. Such a generous gift proved that Chenfeng's family was wealthy. Based on what Han Yu revealed about the number of Du Wang masters in the Jiama Empire's palace, Han Qi concluded that Chenfeng's family power was not inferior to that of their Han family. I know that Chenfeng's family background is very good, even better than our Hong family and the Hong family. However, this time, Fengli Beige will intervene. Even if Chenfeng is very powerful, it cannot fight against a behemoth like Fengli Beige. Han Qi analyzed with a serious expression. Father, although that's what I said, I always feel that brother Chenfeng is much more than what we see. Han Yu shook her head with a strange look in her eyes. Back then, outside the inner courtyard of Canaan College, when dealing with those magical beasts, Chenfeng had demonstrated a combat power that was even stronger than Ziyan's peak Du Wang cultivation. Moreover, the cultivation techniques and countless resources that Chenfeng mastered also made Han Yu feel strange. I have the same feeling. There is always a layer of mystery surrounding my brother-in-law. I believe he must have the ability to solve this matter. On the side, Han Shu also nodded her snow-white chin and echoed. Can you contact him then? Hearing this, Han Qi asked with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Father, before my brother Chenfeng left, he gave me a jade tube. He said that his soul power was fused into the jade tube. As long as I crush it, he will be able to sense it. Han Yu took out a jade tube and explained. Then try and see if you can contact Chenfeng. Good, Han Yu nodded, then crushed the jade tube in her hand. The next moment, an invisible energy floated out from the broken jade tube, and then quickly merged into the world. In the central region, somewhere in a space channel, Chenfeng, who was sitting on the spaceship, suddenly frowned. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Seeing the strange expression on Chenfeng's face, Tao Ying asked. Yinger, something happened at the Han family. Chenfeng gave a brief explanation, and then a violent force of space surged out of his body, and the spaceship flew towards the wall of the space channel at this time. Soon, Chenfeng and Cao Ying left the space channel and came to the void space. Then Chenfeng took out a space teleportation flag in front of Tao Ying. After using it, the two of them disappeared from the spot instantly. When Chenfeng and Tao Ying appeared again, they were already in a room in the Han family manor. Sister Yu, what happened? After arriving at the Han family, Chenfeng took Tao Ying out of the room directly. Then, he exerted his soul power and immediately found where Han Yu was. Brother Morning Breeze, brother-in-law, in the hall of the Han family, Han Qi, his daughter and his 2 children all had very surprised looks on their faces. They had not expected that Chenfeng would appear here instantly just after they crushed the jade tube. This kid is really weird. He appeared in an instant. Seeing Chenfeng's sudden arrival and his strange and unpredictable method, Han Qi suddenly believed that Chenfeng really had the ability to solve this problem. Brother Chenfeng, someone from the Hong family came to my Hong family and said that he wanted me to marry him. The Hong family has Fengli North Pavilion as its backer. Han Yu quickly told Chenfeng some of the things that had happened before. Chapter 280 Destroy the Hong Family. Elder Yun of Fengli Pavilion. Yes, brother-in-law Hong Chen from the Hong family still wants me to marry him. It's disgusting. A man like him is not even worthy of carrying your shoes. If I want to marry, I have to marry a good man like you, brother-in-law. While Han Yu was explaining, Han Shu was muttering angrily beside her. Although Han Shu's words were a bit bold, except for Tao Ying, no one in the hall was paying attention to them, so no one paid attention. Brother Feng is really charming. Not only did he win over this silver-haired beauty, but even her beautiful sister has some admiration for Brother Feng. Cao Ying glanced at the Han Yu sisters and sighed in her heart. Knowing that Chenfeng had so many women, she was too lazy to be jealous. The tiny Hong family actually dares to bully me, Chenfeng. It seems that there is no need for them to exist. After listening to the stories of the Han Yu sisters, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Chenfeng's eyes. Brother Feng, are you going to attack the Hong family directly? Hearing this, Han Yu was very surprised. At the same time, she was also a little worried that Chenfeng would make a big deal out of it. Chenfeng, the Hong family is too involved, and with Fengli Beige as their backer, we should choose a more tactful approach, Han Qi also persuaded. You don't have to worry about this. Brother Feng doesn't take Fengli Pavilion seriously, Cao Ying said confidently. She knew very well that Chenfeng dared to kill even the most outstanding heir of the Song family, one of the 5 major families in Dainyu, just because of a disagreement. And no one dared to do anything to him. Now it's just a matter of touching the Hong family. Even if people from Fengli North Pavilion come, they will definitely not be able to do anything to Chenfeng. If the people from Fengli Pavilion dare to interfere, we will destroy them together. Chenfeng also said it very casually. Nowadays the small Fengli Pavilion is not taken seriously by him at all. If he uses all his trump cards, he would dare to overthrow even Danta. Looking at the confident look on Chenfeng's face, Han Yu no longer doubted the truthfulness of his words. Uncle Han Chi, bring the Han family with you and prepare to take over all of the Hong family's businesses. Yinger, don't take any action later. Just watch from the side. Chenfeng gave a few instructions and then took Chao Ying and Han Yu away from the Han family. I want to go too. Seeing this, Han Shu, who couldn't fly, immediately ran over, wanting to see how Chenfeng destroyed the Hong family. Lotianbei City, Hong family manor. Hong Chen and his group, who had just left the Han family, had just stepped into the gate of the manor when 3 figures appeared in the sky above the manor. How dare you come to my Hong family's territory to cause trouble? Seeing Chenfeng, Han Yu, and Cao Ying appear in the sky, an old man with the cultivation level of a 5-star Duong behind Hong Chen immediately shouted loudly. Court Dith. Chenfeng didn't waste any words. A silver arc of lightning instantly appeared in his palm and then suddenly hit the old man who spoke. Hong Chen and the others had just felt the terrifying power of the lightning arc at such a speed when the old man next to them was struck by it. Under the huge energy, the old man's body was directly shattered without leaving any trace. Seeing the power caused by Chenfeng's casual attack, Hong Chen and several other Hong family warriors took a breath of cold air. To kill a 5-star Duong warrior instantly, even an ordinary Duzong warrior might not be able to do so. It turns out that Brother Feng really has this kind of strength. Seeing the power displayed by Chenfeng, Han Yu's beautiful eyes were extremely shocked, but deep in her heart a layer of joy surged up. Being able to marry such a man was the luckiest thing in her life. Senior, how has my Hong family offended you? Why don't we sit down and have a good discussion? Hong Chen quickly calmed down and bowed to Chenfeng. Brother Feng, he is Hong Chen. Seeing Hong Chen talking, Han Yu reminded Chenfeng. The Chenfeng nodded slightly, then attacked again. A lightning arc shot out, killing another Duong powerhouse beside Hong Chen. The reason why he didn't kill Hong Chen first was that he wanted Hong Chen to die in fear step by step. Bang! Bang! Within a few breaths at the gate of the Han family manor, all the people who had followed Hong Chen to the Han family were killed by Chenfeng. Except for the old man who died first, the bodies of the following people were intact. But their deaths were extremely horrific, with their bodies charred black, as if they had been roasted by fire. Senior, I am a disciple of Fengli North Pavilion. You can't kill me. If you kill me, Fengli North Pavilion will not let you go. Father, save me. Watching the people around him die one by one, Hong Chen's heart was filled with fear to the extreme. His legs went weak and he looked at the morning breeze in the sky, begging and threatening. Chenner Senior, please stop. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly flashed in from the depths of the Hong family manor. When he saw this scene, his eyes were about to burst out and his words seemed very excited. Brother Feng, this is Hong Li, the head of the Hong family. He is also the father of Hong Chen below. The idea of Hong Chen coming to the Han family was mostly instigated by Hong Lu, Han Yu reminded. Chenfeng nodded slightly. Even if Han Yu didn't explain, he could guess it. Otherwise Hong Chen, a junior, would not dare to take such an initiative no matter how arrogant he was. And behind Hong Li, from the depths of the Hong family manor, another old man came out from the air. It was obvious that he was a strong man above the Duzong level. The old man was wearing a gray robe. On his chest was a green-silver badge with a tower painted on it. On the tower there was a faint flash of lightning. With such a badge, it is obvious that this person is a strong man from Fengli Pavilion. Father Elder Shen, this man is extremely vicious, you must save me. Seeing these two people coming, the terrified Hong Chen seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and frantically called for help. Soon Hong Li rushed to Hong Chen. Seeing that Hong Chen was fine, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Why did you massacre the people of my Hong family so brutally? Hong Li glared at Chenfeng in the sky, but soon he saw Han Yu beside Chenfeng and immediately realized. It turned out to be someone invited by the Han family. At this time, Han Chi had already flown here with a dozen strong men from the Han family. They stopped behind Chenfeng one by one, looking in surprise at the many corpses lying at the gate of Hong's manor below. My dear friend, I am Shen Yun from Fengli North Pavilion. Can you please give me some face for today's matter? How about we just let it go? In the sky, the old man in gray raised his eyes and looked at Chenfeng in a calm tone. Chapter 281. You dare to stop me, Shen Yun. Could it be Elder Yun, one of the 4 great elders of the North Pavilion, Feng Yin, Lidian? Hearing this, Han Chi's heart tightened and his face was filled with shock. It was obvious that Shen Yun had a very high status in Fengli North Pavilion. The elders of Fengli Pavilion have all come forward. Afterwards, everyone in the Han family was also very surprised. They did not see Chenfeng take action, but at this moment, just hearing the words, Fengli Pavilion, made them tremble with fear. I'll give you face. I will definitely kill this person from the Hong family today. Do you dare to stop me? Chenfeng asked in a very calm tone, just like Shen Yun, but his words were filled with murderous intent. Upon hearing this, almost all the people from the Han family present were stunned. They did not expect that Chenfeng would have such an attitude towards Elder Yun of Fengli North Pavilion, and would not give him any face at all. The people from the Hong family who rushed over gradually showed a sneer on their faces. In their opinion, Chenfeng was courting death by contradicting Shen Yun in this way. Elder Shen, this man is extremely arrogant and doesn't take Fengli Beige and Elder Shen seriously at all. Elder Shen, please help our Hong family and kill this man. Below, Hong Li seized this opportunity and hurriedly added fuel to the fire for Shen Yun. On the other side, Shen Yun's old eyes narrowed slightly when Chenfeng finished speaking, but his face remained calm. However, in response to the questions asked by Chenfeng, he unexpectedly remained silent. The next moment, Chenfeng attacked again. In an instant, 10 rays of lightning shot out from his hands and waved towards the many powerful men of the Hong family who were rushing over from below. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Even if Chenfeng just struck casually, 10 members of the Hong family who were at the Du Wang and Du Ling levels died in the crowd below. Looking at Chenfeng, who slaughtered the people of the Hong family at will with a wave of his hand, the whole place was silent. Looking at the latter's slightly indifferent face, a chill emerged from the heart uncontrollably. Although Chenfeng looks young, his methods are quite cruel. Looking at his appearance, it is obvious that he wants to truly destroy the Hong family. Han Chi's heart would tremble violently every time Chenfeng raised his hand. Although he was shocked by the cruelty of Chenfeng's methods, he had to admit that the latter's actions were truly decisive and murderous. After what happened today, Chenfeng and even the Han family have become involved in a life and death situation with the Hong family. In this case, he would naturally not leave any power for the Hong family to seek revenge on him. He could not be merciful to his enemies. Only by truly inflicting heavy damage to the Hong family could he eliminate their worries. Otherwise, if the Hong family has evil intentions in the future and does whatever it takes to deal with the Han family will always suffer a small loss. Such a wanton massacre made the eyes of Hong Li, the head of the Hong family, gradually turn red. He wished he could rush up and tear Chenfeng to pieces. However, Hong Li was also clear that Chenfeng's strength was definitely at the Du Zong realm, and he himself was only at the peak of the Du Huang realm. Even Han Chi could completely defeat him, and those Hong family warriors around him would almost be committing suicide if they rushed forward. The Fengli North Pavilion actually sat there and did nothing. It seems that we can only ask the ancestor to take action. There was a mad look in Hong Li's eyes, and he immediately took out a jade communication tube. The next moment, a powerful aura filled with rage and murderous intent suddenly emanated from the basement of the Hong family manor. Immediately, the ground in the Han family manor broke open, and a figure rushed straight into the sky. The angry roar echoed like thunder over the entire Tianbei city. You dare to kill someone from my Hong family? No matter who you are, I will tear you into pieces today and turn your bones into ashes. The furious roar filled with murderous intent rolled over Tianbei city like thunder, causing the entire city to be silent for a moment. All eyes, filled with horror, shot towards the direction where the sound came from. It turned out to be Hong Tiangxiao. I didn't expect that even he would be alarmed this time. Hong Tiangxiao is said to be a 5-star Du Zong, and his strength is even stronger than Shen Yun from Fengli Beige. Can Chenfeng really handle him? At this moment, Han Chi's expression changed slightly, and then the reactions of everyone in the Han family were also very intense. Han Yu was also a little worried about Chenfeng at this moment, and hurried to Han Chi, and said to Han Chi, Father, please ask the ancestors to take action. The ancestors of the Hong family have come forward. Okay, I'll send a message to the ancestor right away. After hearing Han Yu's words, Han Chi nodded and agreed without any hesitation. However, when Han Chi was about to send a message, he was stopped by Chenfeng. Senior Han Chi, don't bother. I don't even take Hong Tianxiao seriously. Hearing Chenfeng's extremely confident words, Han Qi stopped what he was doing. He knew Chenfeng's character and knew that he would not say big words. Since Chenfeng was sure, he chose to believe Chenfeng. In the sky behind Shen Yun, a rough-looking white-haired old man suddenly appeared. The cultivation fluctuations of this man were much stronger than Shen Yun's. Ancestor, this is the man who killed nearly half of the powerful men in my Hong family. As Hong Tianxiao appeared, Hong Li immediately shouted towards the sky. Hong Chen also overcame the fear in his heart at this moment and looked at Chenfeng with a gloomy face. Old fellow Hong, this kid has Du Zong's strength at such a young age, and seems to be not weaker than me. I'm afraid he has a great background. You should think carefully. While Hong Li and Hong Chen, father and son, were loudly accusing Chenfeng, Shen Yun gave Hong Tianxiao a reminder. Shen Yun, no matter who this man's elder is, he has killed so many people from my Hong family, I will never give up. Hong Tianxiao said grimly. His body trembled, and he turned into a beam of light, breaking through the air towards Chenfeng. The murderous intent in his body made many people feel a chill on their skin. Brother Morning Breeze. Seeing Hong Tianxiao's fierce attack, Han Yu clenched her hands tightly, her heart in her throat. She was still very worried that Chenfeng would be defeated by Hong Tianxiao. However, Cao Ying, who was standing next to Chenfeng, appeared extremely calm. Because, just a while ago, when the two of them came out of Shengdan City, she saw with her own eyes that Chenfeng used the power of space in the space channel to easily deal with several high-level Du Zong powerhouses from the Song family. Laugh. When Hong Tianxiao gathered tremendous fighting energy and rushed towards Chenfeng, Chenfeng raised his hand again, and a silver spear flashing with a thunder dragon gathered in his hand. This momentum. When the lightning spear condensed, Shen Yun on the other side of the sky suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. Puff. The next moment, there was a flash of lightning in the air, and the silver lightning spear had actually pierced through Hong Tianxiao's body. Chapter 282 Han Shu. Fortunately, my brother-in-law is here. The silver lightning spear instantly pierced through Hong Tianxiao's body, and the majestic power of thunder raged at that moment. Before Hong Tianxiao could react, his whole body was already wrapped in the power of thunder. Shish! Under the ravages of the thunder power, Hong Tianxiao's body was instantly blown into a bloody mess, and then a raging fire ignited. Under such destruction, Hong Tianxiao had already lost all his breath, and his burning body smashed to the ground like a fireball. Hiss! Seeing this scene that happened in a flash, almost everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Ancestor! Hong Li's eyes were red and he roared in pain. He simply couldn't believe that his ancestor could be killed instantly by a young man. Many people in the Hong family felt a sense of despair in their hearts at this moment. Even the ancestor Hong Tianxiao, who had the cultivation level of a 5-star Du Zong, was not a match for the young man. What could they use to fight? At this moment, except for Hong Li, who was roaring and running towards Hong Tianxiao's burning body, the rest of the people were silent. Hong Chen stood there stupidly, and Elder Shen from Fengli North Pavilion didn't even dare to breathe. The strength displayed by Chenfeng is almost the same as that of their Fengli North Pavilion Master Fei Tian. In fact, in some ways Chenfeng is even stronger than the North Pavilion Master. After all, even if the North Pavilion Master took action, he could not kill a 5-star Du Zong powerhouse so cleanly. Originally, Shen Yun planned to let Chenfeng save the life of Beige disciple Hong Chen at the last moment. But at this moment, Shen Yun no longer had any thoughts in this regard. It would be more troublesome to offend Chenfeng for the sake of an ordinary disciple. I will fight you. The silence lasted for a while. Below in the Hong family manor, the head of the Hong family, Hong Li, suddenly waved a big knife in his hand and rushed towards the morning breeze in the sky like crazy. Such behavior, although brave and fearless, is just a joke in the face of absolute strength. You don't know your own limitations. If such a person was let go, it would be a disaster. Chenfeng did not hesitate at all and took action again to kill Hong Li. They are all dead. All dead. Inside the manor, Hong Chen saw this scene and his mental state became close to insanity. He roared and rushed towards the gate of the manor. Just as Hong Chen rushed out of the manor gate and came to the empty street, a white figure appeared in his sight. Han Shu. There is always a way out. Seeing the figure appear in his field of vision, the frantic Hong Chen instantly regained a little clarity. With a ferocious look on his face, he rushed towards Han Shu quickly. As long as he can capture the hostage in front of him, he may have a chance to survive today. Han Shu, who had just run over here, saw Hong Chen rushing towards her. Her delicate little face looked very panicked and she quickly backed away. However, her cultivation level was far inferior to Hong Chen's, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Sure. Why is Shu there? Hearing Han Shu's shout, Han Yu, Han Qi and others instantly became nervous and rushed downwards in unison. Brother-in-law, save me! On the street, Han Shu found that she could not outrun Hong Chen, and she shouted again nervously. Boom! Just when Hong Chen's palm was about to grab Han Shu, a foot with a silver arc of lightning kicked swiftly, kicking Hong Chen dozens of meters away and crashing heavily in front of the gate of Hong's manor. It's okay. Looking at the frightened Han Shu, Chenfeng reached out and touched her head, comforting her. Wu, brother-in-law, I was so scared just now, fortunately you came, otherwise I can't even imagine. Thinking of Hong Chen's ferocious and hideous face, Han Shu was filled with fear. She then threw herself into Chenfeng's arms, buried her jade cheek in Chenfeng's chest, and made crying sounds. With such close contact, Chenfeng could not only smell the faint fragrance of the girl, but also feel a special softness. He was quite helpless about this, as he couldn't push away his frightened sister-in-law at this time. After that, Han Qi, Han Yu and others also rushed over. When they saw Han Shu throwing herself into Chenfeng's arms, they all breathed a sigh of relief and did not care about the ambiguous actions between the two. Senior Han Qi, from now on, the people of the Hong family will be handed over to you. Chenfeng turned around and spoke to Han Qi. Now, almost all of the Duong and Dezong powerhouses of the Han family are dead or injured, and they pose no threat to the Han family at all. Well, leave the rest to me. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Han Qi nodded, and then led a group of Han family warriors into the Han family manor again. Those Han family members who wanted to escape were quickly cleared out by them. In the Han family manor, various sounds of fighting were quickly heard, and fighting spirits of various colors splashed out. However, it is obvious that the Hong family, having lost its top strongman, is destined to be suppressed and beaten by the Han family. It can even be said to be a one-sided massacre. Sure, I'm so glad you're okay. Han Yu came to Chenfeng and Han Shu and said with concern. Hearing Han Yu's words, Han Shu slowly raised her head and saw Chenfeng's handsome face. A blush gradually appeared on her little face. The next moment, Han Shu slowly came out of Chenfeng's arms and said to Han Yu awkwardly, Sister, I'm fine, luckily my brother-in-law is here. I'm glad you're okay. Han Yu touched Han Shu with concern. Han Yu didn't care at all about Han Shu's ambiguous behavior towards Chenfeng just now. As long as Han Shu was fine, Han Yu was very happy. My dear friend, I wonder who your master is. Elder Shen Yun from Fengli North Pavilion did not intervene in the melee in the Hong family manor. He came to Chenfeng and asked politely. Hearing Shen Yun's words, Chenfeng frowned slightly but did not respond. Haha, my friend, please don't misunderstand me. It's okay if you don't want to say it. Looking at the expression on Chenfeng's face, Shen Yun quickly apologized with a smile. The strength that Chenfeng had just displayed was much stronger than Shen Yun's. Therefore, Shen Yun's response did not behave like an elder of Fenglei Pavilion at all. At the same time, because the fighting spirit attribute that Chenfeng just displayed was thunder attribute, and he used the thunder attribute fighting skills to perfection, it even seemed to be more exquisite than the fighting skills of Fenglei Pavilion, which aroused great curiosity in Shen Yun's heart. Elder Shen Yun, looking at Shen Yun who was grinning foolishly in front of him, Chenfeng asked doubtfully, What do you think of the way I killed these people today? Hearing Chenfeng's question, Shen Yun was stunned for a moment, and then replied in an affirmative tone, My friend, you killed them very well. These people have no strength and deserve to die. Chapter 283 Han Yu Shuir, Sister doesn't blame you, haha Elder Shen. You are very sensible about current affairs. Hearing Shen Yun's reply, Chenfeng couldn't help but laugh. Chenfeng's slightly sarcastic words did not make Shen Yun feel embarrassed or inappropriate, because in Shen Yun's eyes Chenfeng is now basically equivalent to a powerful being like Fei Tian, the leader of Fengli North Pavilion. In the face of absolute strength, even he, as an elder of Fengli North Pavilion, had no choice but to flatter. After saying this, Chenfeng ignored Shen Yun and left with sisters Tao Ying and Han Yu. There is actually such a genius with thunder, attributed fighting spirit in the Northern Territory. Perhaps the pavilion master should be informed of this. Looking at the departing figures of Chenfeng and his companions, Shen Yun stood there thinking about something. He knew very well in his heart that a genius like Chenfeng could not be controlled by an elder like him. That night, Chenfeng took Chao Ying to spend the night at Han's house, because Han Yu's belly was already showing some signs of pregnancy and it was inconvenient to serve her. After Chao Ying fell down, Chenfeng also wanted to lie down and rest with her. But at this moment, his face suddenly became strange, because in his perception, there seemed to be someone outside the room, sticking to the wall and eavesdropping. Although Chenfeng's soul power is very strong, he generally only cares about the aura of those who are above the Du Huang level. Moreover, he and Cao Ying were doing something enjoyable just now, so they simply ignored the little girl outside the door who only had the cultivation level of a fighting master. Han Shu. After carefully sensing the breath of the person outside the door, Chenfeng couldn't help but reveal a strange smile on his face. Although Han Shu's appearance is not particularly stunning, she has a fresh and refined temperament, like a newly blooming green lotus. Although she is a few years younger than Han Yu, her head is only 1 inch shorter than the tall Han Yu, and she has extremely strong capital. At this moment, Chenfeng was in a special period. He found that Han Shu outside the door had been eavesdropping on the movements in the room, which immediately made him feel a little restless. "Brother-in-law, are you asleep?" Suddenly, a very subtle and pleasant sound was heard outside the door. What on earth does this little girl want to do? Such voices stimulated Chenfeng even more, but he did not respond. "Brother-in-law, I'm coming in." Crack. Seeing that there was no sound from inside, Han Shu actually gently pushed open the door. However, the moment she pushed the door open a little bit, Han Shu was stunned, because, in the crack of the open door, was standing there. A blush instantly spread from Han Shu's snow-white neck, making her pretty snow-white cheeks turn red in an instant. "Brother-in-law, I didn't mean to peek at you. I didn't know you were standing at the door." "No, I didn't know you were not wearing any clothes." Han Shu quickly covered her eyes with her hands and explained to Chenfeng in panic. The next moment, a pair of big hands took away her hands that were covering her eyes, and then pulled her into the room. Chenfeng dragged Han Shu into the room, then closed the door. Looking at the blushing girl, he asked with a smile, "Sure, what were you listening to just now?" "I didn't hear anything, I just came here." Hearing Chenfeng's question, Han Shu's face was full of embarrassment and she quickly lowered her head to explain. However, this bowing of the head will lead to an embarrassing situation. However, at this time, Han Shu was also a little curious. "I so shy." Suddenly Han Shu let out a tender cry and threw herself directly into Chenfeng's arms. At this moment, the already extremely hot morning breeze suddenly became like a volcano erupting. And Han Shu is like an ice cube that can cool down. The room soon became filled with spring again. The next morning, Cao Ying slowly opened her eyes and turned over lazily. The snow-white figure she saw in front of her immediately surprised her. Why are you here?" Cao Ying spoke subconsciously. As Cao Ying finished speaking, Han Shu also opened her sleepy eyes. "Sister Cao Ying." Seeing Cao Ying staring at her, Han Shu felt extremely embarrassed and spoke hesitantly. "Suer, you are so nice. You actually carried me on your back." At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Han Yu and Chenfeng appeared at the door. "Older sister." Seeing Han Yu coming in with an angry look, Han Shu, who was lying naked on the bed, felt her heart beating very fast. Nervous, she quickly pulled up the quilt to cover her head. This girl wasn't as shy as she is now last night. Looking at Han Shu's playful performance, Chenfeng curled up his lips into a smile. On the couch, Cao Ying was also amused by Han Shu's actions. When Han Shu pulled away the quilt, Cao Ying was left naked in front of Han Yu and Chenfeng. "Sister, I was wrong." Han Shu's clear voice of apology came out from inside the bed, and every footstep made her feel extremely nervous. "Okay, Shu, come out. Sister won't do anything to you." "Come on." Yu said unhappily that the reason she came here with Chenfeng was naturally because Chenfeng had already confessed the matter to her, and Han Yu was not really angry. From Han Shu's previous ambiguous behavior towards Chenfeng, she had long known that her sister also fell in love with her own man. When she learned about this, she thought to herself that in this way, the two sisters would no longer have to be separated because of their respective marriages. "Really, sister, you don't blame me?" Hearing Han Yu's words, Han Shu slowly poked her head out from under the quilt. "I don't blame you, this is good, we sisters can stay together forever in the future." Han Yu smiled and spoke out her true thoughts. "Very good." Seeing that Han Yu had no intention of blaming her at all, Han Shu excitedly threw back the quilt and threw herself into the arms of Chenfeng, who was standing beside her. Chapter 284. Cao Ying is pregnant. The warmth and softness of this beautiful body in his arms made Chenfeng feel a little hot again. However, when he thought that Han Shu had just had sex for the first time last night and her body had not recovered yet, Chenfeng held back. "Shu, put on your clothes first." Seeing Han Shu hanging on Chenfeng like this, Han Yu was worried that Chenfeng would not be able to help but continue to struggle, and Han Shu would not be able to bear it, so she quickly reminded him. Hearing Han Yu's words, Han Shu nodded obediently. Now she no longer felt the pressure she had before, and she looked very lively. It is detected that Cao Ying is pregnant, and the host is rewarded with a big gift package. Ding host, would you like to open the gift package? Just when Han Shu had just gotten off Chenfeng, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Chenfeng's mind. Is Xiao Ying pregnant? It seems that the gifts I gave her recently have worked. Hearing the system's prompt, Chenfeng didn't care about the people around him, and directly said to the system in his mind, System, open the gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the micro soul origin. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a primary experience pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of communication stones. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a space jade tube. Ding, all the above items have been distributed to the system spale. Please check them carefully. As Chenfeng finished speaking, a series of system prompts immediately sounded in his mind. Finally, there is no Duzong experience card this time. Chenfeng felt relieved when he heard the system prompt about the reward items. Moreover, the 4 rewards from the system this time all seem to be very practical. Among them, the soul origin and primary experience pill are needless to say. These 2 things can respectively enhance Chenfeng's soul power and fighting spirit cultivation, and that space jade tube is very practical. No matter how far away Chenfeng is or what situation he encounters, as long as he crushes the space jade tube he can arrive there instantly. This is much more reliable than the communication jade talisman that Chenfeng made himself that was integrated with soul power. After all, that thing is not only less timely than the space jade tube, but also prone to many unexpected events. As for the communication stone, although it was the first time that the reward appeared, Chenfeng had already guessed its general function from its name. As his mind sank into the system space, Chenfeng discovered that the communication stone was made up of 2 identical crystal stones, which when put together formed an elliptical sphere. The cut surface is very smooth, a bit like the technological screens on the blue planet. Communication stone. Each communication stone has a unique number. By adding the number of another communication stone, you can transmit information to it, including images, instant calls. This is definitely a fantasy version of high technology. After reading the introduction of the communication stone, Chenfeng suddenly felt excited. The function of this communication stone was beyond his previous guess. Brother Feng. On the soft couch, Tao Ying put on her clothes before Han Shu. Seeing Chenfeng, who looked a little dazed, curiosity flashed in her eyes. And after being called by Tao Ying, Chenfeng immediately came back to his senses and gave a dry laugh. Now both sisters of the Han family have become his, and he wants to propose to Han Chi again for Han Shu. For this gift, Chenfeng planned to take out a few Dozong star, upgrading pills to help his father-in-law improve his cultivation. Xiu also, in the hall, Han Chi couldn't help but look a little surprised after learning the purpose of Chenfeng's visit. He didn't expect that his 2 daughters would fall in love with the same man. Moreover, he is the type who acts first and asks for permission later, and only comes to him after the matter has been settled. However, his son-in-law is still Chenfeng, and Han Chi has no dissatisfaction in his heart. He has already seen Chenfeng's potential and believes that he will definitely become a prominent figure in the mainland in the future. Both daughters married Chenfeng, which made the relationship between the 2 sides closer. Senior Han Chi, here are some of my betrothal gifts, please accept them. Chenfeng, as before, presented a brocade box, inside which were 3 exquisite jade bottles. Could it be that there are pills like Pozongdan and Huangjidan in it? With anticipation in his heart, Han Chi slowly accepted the brocade box. Senior Han Chi, this kind of elixir can steadily increase the Duzong level of a person by 1 star. It can be taken 3 times, and all 3 times will have the same effect. After Han Chi accepted the brocade box, Chenfeng explained with a smile. What? Hearing Chenfeng's words, Han Chi's hand holding the brocade box trembled slightly. Morning breeze, are you telling the truth? Han Chi's eyes widened and he said in disbelief. Of course, Senior Han Chi. Have you ever seen Chenfeng tell a lie? Chenfeng nodded without hesitation. It can help people with Dozong cultivation level to improve by 1 star, and it can be effective even if taken 3 times in a row. This means that I can improve my cultivation level to a 4-star Duzong in a short period of time, Han Chi thought excitedly in his heart. If this was true, then he would soon be able to reach the level of cultivation of Elder Yun from Fengli North Pavilion who had appeared yesterday. Then the Han family would be able to truly dominate the area. Senior Han Chi, go and try it. This kind of medicine works very quickly. Looking at Han Chi's intense reaction, Chenfeng smiled and waved his hand. Okay, then I won't waste your time. Han Chi also smiled and nodded, then put away the brocade box and left the hall. Nowadays, the people of the Hong family have completely wiped out the Hong family in Tianbei City. Although not all members of the Hong family have been killed, all their resources have been emptied and their strong men have been slaughtered. It is extremely difficult for the remaining members of the Hong family to develop and grow again, and they no longer pose any threat to the Han family. In the following period of time, Chenfeng did not leave the Han family. He planned to stay here until Xian accepted the inheritance, where the Fengli Mountains are located on the edge of the Northern Territory. The area here is quite peculiar. Perhaps because the terrain is too high. There are always thunders and the weather is unpredictable. It might be sunny one moment, but there might be thunder and rain the next. The entire Fengli mountain range is the sphere of influence of Fengli East Pavilion. This place is like their back garden, and other forces without strength dare not interfere here. Deep in this mountain range stands a majestic and steep mountain. Laishan Mountain is extremely high. Looking from the foot of the mountain, you can't see the end at all. Above the mountainside it is surrounded by thick fog and mist. This kind of cloud was a bit dark, and there were faint flashes of lightning in it. From a distance, the mountain looked like it was covered by countless lightning bolts, which was extremely spectacular and majestic. And on top of that thunder mountain stands the headquarters of Fengli Pavilion, the East Pavilion Chapter 285 Fengqing'er. On the hillside of Laishan Mountain there are giant silver trees. These trees are quite strange and do not have any branches or leaves. They look like straight pillars. Within the giant silver tree, there is a very strong power of thunder and lightning. If one's soul power is strong, one can see the wisps of thunder and lightning flowing out continuously along the top of the giant tree, and finally rising into the dark clouds in the sky. The reason why this thunder mountain possesses such terrifying wind and thunder power is because these silver trees provide the power of thunder, which is why the dark clouds in the sky stay for a long time. In this way, practicing thunder attributed skills here will achieve twice the result with half the effort. At this moment, halfway up the Laishan Mountain, a clear cry of a crane suddenly rang out. Soon, several Fengli Pavilion disciples on the mountainside saw a gorgeous colorful giant crane flapping its wings and flying up from the bottom of the mountain, heading straight for the top of the mountain. Giant colorful crane. Miss Feng has returned from another round of training. I wonder what level of cultivation she has reached now. When people saw this colorful giant crane, exclamations of admiration suddenly rang out on the mountain road. The eyes of these Fengli Pavilion disciples were all focused on the sky. Fengli Dongzhi, the name of Miss Feng, is very famous in the entire Zhongzhou Beiyu. Many people know that this girl has an amazing talent for cultivation, and was personally accepted as a closed disciple by the head of the East Pavilion of Fengli Pavilion. It is said that among the younger generation, she has the greatest chance of inheriting the position of the head of the East Pavilion in the future. In the eyes of ordinary people, Fengli Pavilion is a behemoth. Whoever can control it will surely see his status skyrocket. Therefore, when many people talked about Miss Feng, they couldn't help but look envious. Above the sky, the giant colorful crane raised a gust of wind as it flew past, and at the head of the crane stood a slender and moving figure. The woman standing at the crane head is wearing a colorful dress. From a distance, she exudes an unconcealable noble temperament. Her slightly thin cheeks and perfect oval face, coupled with a pair of purple-brown gemstone eyes, made Miss Feng look like a princess from an empire, beautiful and holy. However, the only drawback is that in that holiness there seems to be a lot of coldness that keeps people away, making people feel difficult to approach. But as the saying goes, flaws make jade more precious. That bit of indifference did not deduct much points from Miss Feng's appearance. Her temperament and beauty are both top-notch. Kinger, it seems that you have made a lot of progress in your cultivation during this period. You are truly a genius. As the colorful giant crane flew towards Thunder Mountain, an old laugh suddenly sounded beside it. Soon a silver figure appeared in the sky beside the colorful giant crane and walked with it, walking in the air like this, without any fighting wings appearing behind it. With the appearance of this silver figure, many Fengli Pavilion disciples on the mountainside became quiet. An aura that made people feel a little oppressive permeated from the silver figure. Judging from the situation, this silver figure that suddenly appeared is not only powerful, but also holds a high position in Fengli Pavilion. It was difficult to tell the age of the silver figure. His face looked young, but his hair was pale and gave him a hint of oldness. The most surprising thing was that he had a pair of silver, white eyes, which was extremely rare. Senior Tian Lizi, Qing has only a small amount of cultivation, but I am truly ashamed to receive such praise from you. On the giant colorful crane, the woman in the colorful skirt smiled slightly on her cold face after seeing the silver figure appear, and said very humbly, The Tian Lazy she was talking about was very famous in the northern part of Zhongzhou. His real name was Fei Tian, and he was the pavilion master of Fengli North Pavilion. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 8-star Duzong, and one step further would be the 9-star Duzong. Maybe he would even be able to strive for the realm of the Venerable in the future. Aha, at your current age, you have reached the peak of the 5-star Duong. Even in the central region you can be considered a genius. Tian Lizi chuckled and then continued. However, compared with the young man Shen Yun mentioned a few days ago, he is still a long way behind. Ho! Wu is the young man that Senior Tian Lizi is talking about. Hearing Tian Lizi's words, a hint of curiosity appeared in the beautiful eyes of the woman in the colorful skirt. She appears humble on the surface, but is actually very competitive deep down. Now when she hears Tian Lizi say that there is a young man who is much stronger than her, she is actually very unconvinced. I came to Lishan this time because of that young man. You will know the answer after you meet the pavilion master later. Tian Lizi smiled mysteriously but did not explain. Next, the woman in the colorful skirt followed Tian Lizi with curiosity and quickly came to the top of Lei Mountain. There is a huge square on the top of Lishan Mountain. The material of the square is obviously made of the same giant silver tree on the mountainside. It is bright silver all over and looks quite dazzling. There are some bumpy places on the square. I guess this is where the disciples of Fengli Pavilion practice on weekdays. The most eye-catching thing on the top of the entire Lishan Mountain is the huge silver tower. The height of this tower is at least 30 or 40 meters, and it is extremely majestic. However, compared with the Dan Tower in Shengden City, it seems a little small. Outside the tower, lightning flashed continuously, and the top of the tower was directly inserted into the clouds, giving people a mysterious feeling. Fishan, how come you have time to come to my place? As the woman in the colorful skirt and Tian Lizi reached the top of Lei Mountain, a hearty laugh was heard from the top floor of the giant silver tower. However, there was a faint power of thunder in this laughter. As expected of you, pavilion master. I discovered it as soon as I came here. Tian Lizi smiled, then turned his head and said to the woman in the colorful skirt, let's go to Lai Tower and meet your teacher. Soon, Tian Lizi and the woman in colorful skirt flew towards the top floor of Lai Tower together. The material of this thunder tower seems to be related to those giant silver trees. The space on the top floor is not large, and there is only a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged in it. The man was quite tall and looked to be no more than 40 or 50 years old. But he had a wisp of silver, white beard on his chin. He was wearing a silver robe with lightning patterns painted on it. From a distance, it looked like a living thing, constantly flowing. There was even a faint sense of thunder emanating from it. Chapter 286 Hu is pregnant. Meet the teacher. Meet the pavilion master. As Tian Lizi and the woman in colorful skirt entered the top floor of the thunder tower, they saluted the middle-aged man. The two of them addressed him like this, which meant that the middle-aged man was the leader of Fengli East Pavilion, Master Lai. No need to be so polite. Venerable Li stood up and glanced at the two of them with a look of lightning in his eyes. A warm smile appeared on his face. Kinger, it seems that you have gained a lot from this experience. At this rate, within 3 years, you will be qualified to challenge the Duzong realm. Very good. Teacher, Senior Tian Lizi just said that there is a young man in the Northern Territory who is several times better than me. My level of cultivation is nothing at all. The woman in the colorful skirt used her slender hand to pick up a strand of black hair in front of her forehead. There was a gleam in her purple, brown eyes as she spoke respectfully. Oh, is that true? Hearing the slightly unconvinced words of the woman in the colorful skirt, a strange look flashed in Lei Zun's eyes, and his gaze turned to Tian Lizi. Ha, I knew this would seem exaggerated. Seeing this, Tian Lizi laughed loudly. He also knew that Feng Qinger was the kind of person who would never admit defeat. After laughing, Tian Lizi's expression turned serious and he explained. Pavilion Master, Elder Shen Yun under my command guarantees with his life that the young man is about 20 years old. But his cultivation has reached the high-level Duzong. High-level Duzong 20 years old. After hearing Tian Lizi's explanation, both Lai Zun and Feng Qinger were surprised and felt unbelievable. How is this possible? Even in my clan before receiving the inheritance, very few people can cultivate to the high-level Duzong at this age. Feng Qinger said this very excitedly. It was obvious that she still didn't quite believe what Tian Lizi said and thought he was exaggerating. Both Lei Zun and Tian Lizi were very clear about the race that Feng Qinger mentioned. In the Warcraft world there are 3 giant monsters, and the race that Feng Qinger belongs to is the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. The strength of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan is far stronger than that of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. The reason why Feng Qing came here is, on the one hand, because her dual attributes of Wind and Thunder are indeed very suitable for the inheritance of Thunder Venerable. On the other hand, it is because the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, a large family of magical beasts, rarely goes out, and Fengli Pavilion is equivalent to the spokesperson found by the Sky Demon Phoenix clan to help the Sky Demon Phoenix clan complete some things that are inconvenient for them to do. Tian Lizi, according to what you said, that young man is probably one of the best geniuses in the entire Zhongzhou. Venerable Lai knew Tian Lizi's character. Tian Lizi would never say anything he was not sure about. Therefore he finally chose to believe what Tian Lizi said. I can't estimate this either, but it is said that this person is not from Zhongzhou, but from the northwest continent, Tian Lizi continued to explain, because he met Miss Han from Tianbei City at Canaan College, and came to the Northern Territory because he proposed marriage to the Han family not long ago. This person killed Hong Tiangxiao alone. Oh, even Hong Tiangxiao died at the hands of that young man. It seems that the young man does have the strength of a high-level Du Zong. Venerable Lai had some impression of Hong Tiangxiao and was surprised again at this moment. Is it possible to achieve such an achievement if you were born in the Northern Territory? The corners of Feng Qinger's mouth curled up slightly, implying that she was still unwilling to believe that the person Tian Lizi was talking about was really such a genius. Pavilion Master, Qinger, the attribute of that person's fighting spirit is Thunder attribute. His Thunder attribute fighting skills are superb, and he has no connection with our Fengli Pavilion at all. Ignoring Feng Qinger's questions, Tian Lizi continued to speak. In that case, I would like to meet this young man. If he doesn't have a sect, it would be a good thing to recruit him into my Fengli Pavilion. Upon learning that the person Tian Lizi was talking about had Thunder attributed Du Qi, a strong interest flashed in Lizon's eyes. Teacher, I want to go and see it too, Feng Qinger said, somewhat unconvinced. She wanted to know what kind of young man was that Tian Lizi admired him so much. Okay, let's go together. Venerable Lai smiled and nodded, and then a bright lightning surged from his palms. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and soon after, a dark space crack appeared in the top floor of the Thunder Tower. As the space crack appeared, Li Zun stepped on it and walked in. Afterwards, Tian Lizi and Feng Qinger did the same and stepped into the space crack without any hesitation. Tianbei City Han family. Ever since Chenfeng and Han Shu revealed their relationship, the happiness between them has been carried out openly. When the people of the Han family learned about this, no one had any objection. Instead, they were secretly happy in their hearts. After all, Chenfeng and Han Shu had already set a date for their wedding, and with Chenfeng's potential, the people of the Han family hoped that Han Shu would soon become pregnant with Chenfeng's child to further consolidate this relationship. During the 3 or 4 days he stayed at the Han family, Chenfeng took the time to use the primary experience pills and micro-soul origins that Tao Ying's pregnancy system had rewarded him. The primary experience pill can increase one's cultivation level by 1 year, but for Chenfeng now, the effect it can have is very weak. However, something is better than nothing. Chenfeng did not dislike it. After using it, Chenfeng's cultivation level of the early 4-star Dazun improved slightly. After Chenfeng digested the micro-soul origin, he made a great breakthrough. Long before, Chenfeng's soul realm had entered the late stage of the spiritual realm. Later he practiced the soul innervation technique. This time he cleansed the origin of his micro-soul, which directly allowed his soul realm to enter the peak of the spiritual realm. Just one more step, and you will be able to reach the heavenly realm. Among those alchemists, if one's soul can enter the heavenly realm, it means that he already has the ability to refine 9th-grade elixirs. In today's Duki continent, 9th-grade alchemists are extremely rare and difficult to find. This shows how powerful the heavenly realm soul is. It would be great if there were more of this soul essence. Feeling the current state of his soul, Chenfeng murmured in his heart. Suddenly, Chenfeng thought of something. He remembered that those people in the Soul Palace captured souls in large numbers in order to extract the soul essence of those soul bodies. In the many branch halls of the Soul Palace, there are many soul origins that have not been transported to the soul realm. If he can plunder those soul origins, then his soul realm will be qualitatively improved. It seems that if there is a chance, I can go to the Soul Palace branch to get some. Thinking of this, Chenfeng made a secret decision in his heart. Ding, it is detected that Han Xiu is pregnant, and the host is rewarded with a big gift package. Ding, host, would you like to open the gift package? At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Chenfeng's mind. Chapter 287 Queen Medusa's long pregnancy period, and is pregnant too, and it's pretty fast. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Chenfeng smiled. During this period, he did give Han Shu many generous gifts. As expected, if you work hard you will get rewards. The next moment Chenfeng said directly to the system, open the gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the micro soul origin. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a primary experience pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of communication stones. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 longevity pills. Ding, all the above items have been distributed to the system SPA. Please check them carefully. As Chenfeng finished speaking, a series of system prompts immediately sounded in his mind. Not bad, not bad. Finally, it's not like before when they always prescribe useless things. Hearing the system's prompts, Chenfeng's face became even happier. Things like the communication stone have brought great convenience to people in two different places to communicate with each other. Before Tao Ying was pregnant, the 2 stones were not enough to share. Now with these 2 stones the number is barely enough. Something like the miniature soul origin is considered a valuable treasure. If it were placed on the Zhongzhou continent, it would immediately attract a large number of powerful people to scramble for it. Just 1 copy can increase the chances of a person with an ordinary mortal soul breaking through to a spiritual soul. As for the longevity pill, it is of great use to Chenfeng, who is determined to build a huge family. If there is someone in the family who has really poor talent and is at the end of his life, a few longevity pills can always give him a chance to break through his current realm. The next moment, Chenfeng used the primary experience pill without hesitation, increasing his cultivation by 1 year. Then, he extracted the micro-soul essence. Although such a soul essence could not allow Chenfeng to advance to the heavenly realm soul, it could push him infinitely closer to that realm. Even if they were at the same peak of the spiritual realm, there was still some gap. Time passed slowly, and soon another 3 days had passed. During this period, whenever Chenfeng came out of seclusion, Cao Ying would immediately come over to practice dual cultivation with Chenfeng. Given the huge gap in their cultivation levels, the benefits Cao Ying gained from practicing the dragon and phoenix art could only be described as terrifying. In just a few days, her cultivation level had climbed to the peak of Duwang, and she was at the stage of sprinting towards Dozong. Yang, take this breaking sect pill, and it won't be long before you can break through to the Duzong level. Sensing Cao Ying's cultivation level, Chenfeng took out a Pozong Dan and gave it to her. In fact, Cao Ying also carries elixirs like the Pozong Dan. After all, she is a 7th grade junior alchemist, and now she may be able to refine 7th grade advanced elixirs. However, there is a huge difference between ordinary breaking sect pills and the breaking sect pills that the system rewarded to Chenfeng. Generally speaking, even if one can break through to the Duzong level after taking the Pozong pill, it will take a very long time, ranging from a few months to half a year, 2 to 3 years. And everyone who took Lu Chuan's breaking Zong pill to break through to the Duzong level only took a few days. Well, I hope it won't delay our wedding. Seeing the Pozong Dan handed over by Chenfeng, Cao Ying nodded with a smile, then swallowed it in one gulp and began to sit cross-legged and concentrate on the final sprint. Chenfeng left a seal at the place where Cao Ying was in seclusion before leaving. When he came to the yard under the moonlight, an exceptionally charming and moving figure suddenly appeared in Chenfeng's sight. At this moment, Han Shu seemed to have just taken a shower, so her soft black hair was scattered with a little moisture. At this moment, Han Shu looked more feminine and charming. The combination of purity and charm immediately made Chenfeng want to fight. Chenfeng walked up to Han Shu and hugged her slender waist. Her snow-white skin was faintly visible under the silk satin. Looking at Chenfeng beside her, Han Shu showed a sweet smile on her fair face. Then she leaned her delicate body against Chenfeng and said hopefully, "Brother-in-law, I just took a bath. Does it smell good?" "Jiang, you are such an alluring enchantress." Taking a deep breath of the faint fragrance coming from the girl, Chenfeng's expression seemed a little intoxicated. "Brother-in-law, do you think it's appropriate for me to continue calling you brother-in-law given our current relationship?" Han Shu blinked and said with a blushing face, "Of course, I'm your sister's man. There's no problem with you calling me brother-in-law," Chenfeng replied without hesitation. "Is that so? But you are also my man." Han Shu wanted to say something else, but Chenfeng had already picked her up and walked straight into the room. In today's small world, the space is many times larger than it was originally. Inside, there were many maids serving Xiao Sun'er, Queen Medusa, and Ling Yu. Xiao Sun'er is not busy taking care of the 2 children. With her current talent for cultivation that has activated her divine bloodline, her cultivation speed is also advancing by leaps and bounds. In a short period of time, Xiao Sun'er has actually broken through to the level of a 3-star Duang. Such talent for cultivation made Lingyu and Queen Medusa extremely envious. If this continued, perhaps within half a year, Xiao Sun'er would be able to become the person with the highest cultivation among the three. Sun'er, Lingyu, you have come up with new tricks. The morning breeze descended upon the small world late at night. After making some preparations, Xiao Sun'er and Lingyu appeared in front of the morning breeze again. The amount of fabric on the two women combined is not as much as an ordinary short-sleeved shirt. Therefore, the enchanting charm that blossomed at this moment made Chenfeng eager to try. Brother Feng, it's been a while since you last came to favor me. If I don't prepare myself well, how can I keep your heart? Xiao Sun'er leaned her delicate body against Chenfeng, her fingertips gently running across Chenfeng's body. Coupled with that tingling tone, it was really tempting to the extreme. Soon Chenfeng was intoxicated by the tenderness of Xiao Sun'er and Lingyu. As for Queen Medusa, it was inconvenient to serve her because of her bulging belly. Originally, according to Chenfeng's calculations, Queen Medusa should be the next to give birth, but currently Queen Medusa shows no signs of giving birth. It seems that the pregnancy time of the snake people cannot be confused with that of humans. Realizing this situation, Chenfeng felt quite helpless. Chapter 288 Feng Qing'er comes to the door. It's so big. Chenfeng observed Queen Medusa's belly and found that it seemed to be much bigger than when Xiao Sun'er was pregnant. Moreover, it is probably still more than a year before Queen Medusa gives birth. Therefore, Chenfeng guessed that Queen Medusa might be pregnant with more than one child. Just like Xiao Sun, she could give Chenfeng multiple children at one time. Thinking of this, Chenfeng couldn't help but feel a little excited. If that were really the case, there would be a lot of surprises at that time. In the early hours of the morning, Chenfeng came out of the small world again and returned to Han Shu. The little girl Han Shu, with her eyes gently closed when she was sleeping, looked particularly peaceful. It seems like we can't continue like this tomorrow. Han Shu would faint every time these days, and Chenfeng felt a little bit uncomfortable. When Han Shu woke up, Chenfeng pulled her to practice the dragon and phoenix technique together. The difference in cultivation between Han Shu and Chenfeng is even more terrifying. They are equivalent to a Du Shi. Every time they practice a technique, the energy they absorb is the same as that of a Du Zun when he practices a technique once. Under Chenfeng's deliberate suppression, Han Shu broke through to the level of a great fighting master within a few hours. Brother-in-law, this technique is amazing. Looking at the huge changes in her cultivation, Han Shu's pretty fair face flushed slightly with excitement. She was completely addicted, and after practicing for several hours, she didn't feel tired at all. When Chenfeng first came to the Han family, Han Shu learned about this kind of practice method from Han Yu. At that time she was a little looking forward to it, and today her wish finally came true. Well, while Han Shu and Chenfeng were continuing their dual cultivation in the room, in the sky outside Tianbei City, a huge space crack suddenly appeared. Immediately, three figures slowly stepped out from the space crack. They were none other than Lai Zunjia, Tian Lai Zi, and Feng Qing, who were on Lai Mountain before. Pavilion Master, this is Tianbei City. If that young man hasn't left yet, he should be staying in the Han family mansion. Tian Lai Zi pointed to the huge city in front and introduced it. Let's go and take a look. Venerable Lai nodded and flew directly over the huge city wall, followed closely by Tian Lai Zi and Feng Qing'er. However, just as the three were about to arrive above the Han family manor, a strange wave came from the Han family manor. Sensing this unusual fluctuation, Master Lai and the other two immediately stopped where they were and did not move forward any further. Immediately afterwards, the space in front of the three people began to twist violently, and Chenfeng's figure slowly walked out of the twisted space. It seems that this is the young man Fei Tian mentioned. He is indeed extraordinary. As Chenfeng appeared, Venerable Lai nodded secretly in his heart. He did not expect that he and his group would be discovered by Chenfeng first. At this moment, Feng Qing'er's beautiful purple-brown eyes were constantly examining Chenfeng. Chenfeng has a handsome appearance and a kingly temperament that ordinary people do not possess. In terms of appearance and temperament alone, he is very outstanding. Strange, why can't I sense any fluctuations in his cultivation? Looking at Chenfeng appearing in the sky in front of her, Feng Qing'er's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of doubt. However, the fact that Chenfeng could walk in the air had already proved that he had the cultivation level of a Du Zong. What are you three doing here at the Han family? Chenfeng looked at Lai Zun and the other two, and his gaze lingered on Feng Qing for a few more seconds. This woman always exudes an air of nobility that is difficult to conceal. She was wearing a colorful dress, her skin was as white as jade, her cheeks were slightly thin, and her perfect oval face, coupled with a pair of purple-brown gemstone eyes, made her look beautiful and wholly very eye-catching. "Haha, I guess you are friend Morning Breeze," Tian Lazy chuckled, asked the questions he wanted to know, and indirectly answered Chenfeng's question. "It seems you are here to see me," Chenfeng replied rather casually. From the fluctuations in cultivation emanating from these three people, Chenfeng had roughly guessed their identities. This is because in the northern region of Zhongzhou, there are very few people who have reached the level of Duzun, and even fewer who happen to have thunder-attributed Du-Q. "That's right, young friend Chenfeng, I'm Tian Lizi, and this is the master of our Fengli East Pavilion Lei Zun. After hearing about your deeds, I'm very interested in you. I wonder who your master is." Tian Lizi introduced himself and Li Zunzhou with a warm smile on his face. "What about her?" Seeing that Tian Lizi missed the woman in the colorful skirt when introducing her, Chenfeng pointed her out without hesitation. "Her name is Feng Qing'er, and she is my last disciple." This time, Tian Lizi did not speak, and Li Zon introduced Feng Qing'er first. Really, after hearing the introduction of Master Lei, Chenfeng nodded secretly. He had guessed Feng Qing'er's identity the first time he saw her. Moreover, Feng Qing'er's personality is very similar to the one in Chenfeng's memory. At this moment, there is always a bit of pride on her face, but in Chenfeng, no matter how proud a woman is, she will eventually become extremely docile. "Teeks, Miss Feng is so pretty. I'm afraid many men would be willing to fall at your feet." The next moment, Chenfeng directly teased Feng Qing'er with his eyes without any concealment. "How can an ordinary man catch my eye?" Feng Qing'er felt that Chenfeng's teasing was a compliment, so she was not angry but instead showed her sense of superiority. "Ha, that's true. I wonder who can get close to such a beautiful lady like Miss Feng." Chenfeng chuckled and then said something even bolder. Such remarks made Li Zun and Tian Lazy frown subconsciously. "This young man, didn't Fei Tian say that he already has a daughter of the Han family and they have an engagement? How could he be so frivolous?" A venerable Lai shook his head in his heart. Tian Lazy was also surprised. He didn't expect that after meeting Chenfeng in person he would find him so frivolous. Chenfeng's unabashed words made Feng Qing'er blush. She stretched out her snow-white wrist, pointed at Chenfeng, and said angrily, "How dare you tease me, Miss Feng, you misunderstood." Facing the enraged Feng Qing'er, Chenfeng's expression did not change at all, and he still looked a little frivolous. "Sooner or later, you will have a man, and there seems to be nothing wrong with saying this." "You, shameless." Hearing Chenfeng say such shameless words, the blush on Feng Qing'er's pretty face became more obvious. The next moment, Feng Qing'er, who was extremely embarrassed and angry, trembled her jade hand, and a colorful silk shot out from her sleeve, winding in the air and cunningly entwined towards the morning breeze. Chapter 289. The comparison in Feng Qing'er's heart. Although the colorful silk that Feng Qing'er displayed looked like it was made of cloth, it had a faint metallic luster, and was obviously not an ordinary thing. Seeing Feng Qing'er attacking Chenfeng, Li Zun and Tian Lazy on the side did not stop her. They also wanted to see Chenfeng's true strength. However, what happened next made them both know clearly. With Feng Qing'er's limited strength, it seems a bit ridiculous to want to test Chenfeng's level. Just as Feng Qing'er's colorful silk with a sharp gust of wind was about to hit Chenfeng's chest, Chenfeng's hand suddenly stretched out, and firmly grasped the extremely sharp tip of the colorful silk. What was surprising was that, at that moment just now, there was no fluctuation of fighting spirit between Chenfeng's palms. He relied entirely on his physical strength to grab the colorful silk that Feng Qing'er had shot out in anger. Seeing this, a strange light flashed in Feng Qing'er's beautiful eyes. However, she was so angry that she seemed to have ignored the gap between her and Chenfeng. With a tremble of her jade hand, another colorful silk shot out from her sleeve, winding in the air and attacking Chenfeng at a very tricky angle. The next moment, the ending was the same as before. Chenfeng's other hand quickly stretched out and firmly grasped the second colorful silk shot by Feng Qing'er. Snort. Seeing this scene, Feng Qing'er snorted coldly and wanted to continue attacking. But at this moment, a silver fighting spirit emerged from Chenfeng's palm and spread along the silk. The thunderous aura emanating from the silver energy finally made Feng Qing'er's face change drastically. In a panic, a powerful fighting spirit that alternated between green and silver, as if a fusion of strong wind and thunder, also shot out along the silk, and finally collided fiercely with the silver energy of the morning breeze. Bang! A low explosion sounded in the sky, and the residents in the city also discovered the strange phenomenon in the sky. Hearing the noise here, someone from the Han family rushed over first. Seeing Feng Qing'er fighting with Chenfeng, Han Qi's face was full of confusion. In his sight, Feng Qing'er's blue and silver energy had already been destroyed, and the thunderous fighting spirit released by Chenfeng continued to move towards Feng Qing'er along the colorful silk. At this moment, a hint of panic finally appeared in Feng Qing'er's eyes. Beside him, Venerable Lei made a quick move, waving out a palm wind to stop the silver fighting energy. If Chenfeng had not used less than half of his strength and had not tried his best, even the Venerable Lei beside him would not have been able to stop him. The fighting spirit that is a fusion of wind and lightning attributes. Very good. As Venerable Lei helped Feng Qing'er block Chenfeng's attack, Chenfeng also stopped with a hint of appreciation on his face. Although the colorful silk experienced such a violent energy impact, it still did not break like this. Feng Qing'er is a person with 2 physiques. This physique may not be as rare as the evil poison body, but it is also quite rare. Generally speaking, all alchemists also have 2 physiques, but alchemists focus on the fire attribute. The physique of 2 attributes is actually not very suitable for cultivation, because it is not pure, but Feng Qing'er is not only able to cultivate to this level, but also can perfectly integrate the 2 attributes of fighting spirit. The power is much stronger than ordinary fighting spirit. At this moment Feng Qing'er, who was originally a little embarrassed and angry because of the crushing defeat, felt a little relieved after hearing Chenfeng's praise. The look she gave Chenfeng, which had been full of dissatisfaction at the beginning, had turned into a look of admiration. As for Chenfeng's teasing words before, she had already ignored them. Lai Zun stroked his silver beard and said with a smile, "Friend Chenfeng, Qing'er has already been defeated by you, so you don't need to praise her anymore." Hearing what Master Lai said, Feng Qing'er glanced at Chenfeng, then her face turned slightly red, and she explained in a low voice, "Teacher, I lost to him because my cultivation is not as good as his. If I could also have the cultivation of Duzong, it is not certain who will win or lose. Qing'er, those 2 people, could they be Venerable Lai and Miss Feng?" In the northern region of Zhongzhou, almost everyone knows that the leader of Fenglei Pavilion Lai Zunji has accepted an extremely talented female disciple named Feng Qing'er. At this moment Han Qi, who was watching the battle, saw Lai Zun intercept Chenfeng's fighting energy and heard Qing'er call him that, and he immediately had some guesses in his mind. Han Qi meet the Li Zun. The next moment, Han Qi bowed directly to Lord Li. After all, Lord Lei was the overlord who had stood in Zhongzhou for many years, so Han Qi did not dare to fail to show the proper etiquette. "Master Han, there's no need to be so polite." Seeing this, Venerable Lei smiled and raised his hand politely without putting on airs. "He is the Thunder Master." At this time, Han Yu and other strong men of the Han family had already flown out of the manor. When they saw Han Qi addressing Lord Lei, they were all shocked. Having lived in the northern territory for many years, the people of the Han family were extremely wary of the Fenglei Pavilion. Moreover, not long ago Chenfeng destroyed the Hong family and killed Hong Chen, a disciple of Fenglei Pavilion. Therefore, many people in the Han family thought that this time Venerable Lei came to call for punishment and were filled with worry. However, when they saw the tone in which Venerable Lei spoke to Han Qi, the worries in their hearts immediately dissipated a lot. It didn't seem like he was coming to call for punishment. "Brother Feng." Han Yu flew straight to Chenfeng, and his high-level Duwang's cultivation was eye-opening. "Ha, I guess this must be Miss Han. At such a young age her cultivation has reached the high-level Duwang level. My friend Chenfeng, you have a good eye." Seeing Han Yu coming, Venerable Lei praised in the tone of an elder. "Master Lei, you are too kind. My cultivation level is nothing." Hearing the praise from Li Zun, Han Yu responded very politely. "He's just a Duwang, how can he be considered excellent?" Listening to the conversation between Lai Zun and Han Yu, Feng Qing'er began to compare. In her opinion, even though Han Yu was a year or 2 younger than her, his talent was still incomparable to hers. However, just when Feng Qing'er had this thought, a strange wave suddenly came from somewhere in the Han family manor. Immediately, with the Han family manor as the center, the energy of heaven and earth in the entire Tianbei city and even outside Tianbei city began to fluctuate violently. With this momentum, has someone broken through to Duzong? Sensing this fluctuation, both Lei Zun and Tian Li Zi's expressions changed slightly. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing when they came to the Han family for the first time. Chapter 290 Xiao Ying breaks through to Duzong. Feng Qing'er's sense of superiority is hit after a while. The energy between the surrounding heaven and earth, as if being pulled by something, began to madly gather towards a room in the Han family manor. The shaking between heaven and earth became more and more violent, and streams of rich energy continued to seep out from between heaven and earth, and then continued to flow towards there. From a distance, almost the entire Han family manor was wrapped in colorful energy, which was extremely spectacular. It looks like Ying is about to make a breakthrough. Seeing this scene, Chenfeng murmured in his heart that the effect of the Pozong Dan rewarded by the system is different. Sister Ying is so talented. Han Yu, who understood the situation, looked towards her own manor with some envy in her beautiful eyes. Chao Ying was a gifted daughter of Danta, and her starting point was much higher than that of the two Han sisters. Although she was envious, she did not have any bad thoughts. This kind of change that occurred in the Han family manor naturally attracted the attention of everyone in Tianbei City. Countless astonished glances were cast upwards, looking at the energy in the sky that seemed to be tangible. The faintly pervasive energy pressure made many weaker residents feel frightened. I wonder which member of the Han family has achieved the Duzong level this time. Tian Lizi came in front of Han Qi with a warm smile on his face and asked, "This should be the other wife of my good son-in-law." Hearing the kind question from Tian Lizi, the head of the North Pavilion, Han Qi was a little flattered. After being stunned for a moment, he felt that there was nothing to hide, so he pointed at Chenfeng and told Tian Lizi the answer. "Oh, the other wife of Mr. Morning Breeze." Hearing Han Qi's answer, Tian Lizi's face was slightly surprised. Behind him, Lei Zun and Feng Qinger had similar reactions. In this Duqi continent, generally speaking, families with better family backgrounds would not be willing to let their women share a husband with other women. The attitude of the Han family was not only that they had no objection at all, but they were very supportive of it. This was somewhat unreasonable. This guy already has a wife, but he still wants to mess with Miss Han. He is such a playboy. Feng Qinger glanced at Chenfeng, and a strange look flashed in her eyes, but it was not entirely contempt. There seemed to be another emotion hidden in her eyes. Although she had been compared with Han Yu before, it was undeniable that Han Yu's cultivation talent was much better than that of ordinary women. She was also tall and had excellent looks and temperament. Feng Qinger's true opinion of Han Yu was quite high. It was only because of her sense of superiority that she deliberately belittled Han Yu in her heart. Now, knowing that Chenfeng's other wife had actually broken through to the Duzong level, Feng Qinger's sense of superiority suddenly suffered a huge blow. As time went on, the changes between heaven and earth not only did not weaken, but became more and more intense. Later, a colorful energy vortex hundreds of feet in size appeared in the sky above the Han family manor. After the energy vortex appeared, the surrounding energy of heaven and earth was sucked into the energy vortex like a whale. As more and more energy poured into the blood pool, a majestic aura, like a phoenix flapping its wings, slowly diffused from the room. For a moment many powerful people within 1,000 miles around Tianbei City felt something, and for a moment, all eyes were cast in the direction of Tianbei City. This aura, is someone else going to break through to Duzong? That direction seems to be the direction of Tianbei City. Not long ago, the Han family annexed the Hong family and unified Tianbei City. It seems that this time, someone from the Han family has broken through to Duzong again. Voices filled with envy rang out in the area surrounding Tianbei City. Above Tianbei City, energy was whistling across the sky, and the huge energy vortex was spinning faster and faster. All the energy it absorbed was transmitted downward at the center of the vortex and into the room of the Han family manor. Perhaps because of the fluctuation of energy between heaven and earth, a lot of dark clouds gathered in the sky above Tianbei City. For a moment, the originally sunny weather suddenly became covered with dark clouds. However, this situation did not last long. When the energy concentration reached a certain peak, it gradually began to decline. The huge rotating energy vortex also slowly slowed down, and then began to slowly dissipate. She must be quite old to have achieved the Duzong breakthrough. Looking at the scene over there, Feng Qinger made a subjective judgment in her mind. Soon, as the vortex of energy between heaven and earth completely dissipated, an extremely strong breath came from the room. Then, a slightly thin figure slowly emerged, and her feet lightly stepped on the void. The majestic aura emanating from her body made even high-level Duzong masters like Tian Lizi feel a little frightened. Of course, the reason why Tian Lizi had this reaction was not because of the fluctuations in his cultivation, but because of the spiritual pressure that permeated between heaven and earth. Duzong, feeling the powerful momentum, voices filled with awe and envy rang out throughout Tianbei City. Duzong is the real watershed for the strong men on the continent. If one can successfully reach this level, he or she will have the basic conditions to thrive in Zhongzhou. Deep in the Han family manor, the graceful figure in the sky stepped lightly into the void. There were no wings of Du Q behind her. She walked in the air, which was a unique sign of a Du Zong strongman. Under everyone's gaze, the beautiful figure that had just broken through in the sky quickly flew towards Chenfeng and his group. As the distance got closer, Feng Qing'er finally saw the true appearance of the person who had broken through to the Du Zong level. She has a tall and slender body, and is wearing a black tight dress. She exudes a hint of coldness and arrogance. Her skin is white as snow, and her 3,000 black hair is casually draped over her shoulders. Her cheeks are a little thin but extremely delicate, like porcelain, making people feel like they can't let go of her. The woman's narrow and slightly lazy eyes were full of enchantment and charm. Brother Feng, my breakthrough this time was pretty fast. Xiao Ying came in front of Chenfeng, and a brisk voice came with it. The faint curve at the corner of her slender lips made this thin and charming face look enchanting. She's actually so young and she's so beautiful. After seeing Cao Ying's face clearly, Feng Qing'er felt as if she had suffered a huge blow in her heart, and her eyes became dazed. Feng Qing'er didn't feel much when she lost to Chenfeng before, but this time it was different. Generally speaking, women compare themselves the most with each other. Chapter 291 Reverend Lei, my friend Chenfeng, can you let Qing'er learn from you? At this moment, as Cao Ying came to Chenfeng, not only Feng Qing'er had complicated thoughts, even Lei Zun and Tian Lei Zi beside her were shocked. At Cao Ying's age, he has already broken through to the Du Zong realm. With that kind of talent, he can be ranked among the top in Zhongzhou, and he may very well achieve the Du Zun realm in the future. I didn't expect that this friend Chenfeng is not only extremely talented, but the women around him are also incredibly talented. Venerable Lai was feeling emotional in his heart. He now valued Chenfeng more than before. Ying'er, since your cultivation has broken through to Du Zong, I'm sure your combat power has also been enhanced. Looking at the enchanting beauty in front of him, Chenfeng said with a smile on his face, speaking meaningfully. Of course, why don't we try it later? Let Brother Feng see my current strength. Hearing this, Cao Ying raised her head proudly, revealing a section of her snow-white neck, and her exquisite and plump curves were also perfectly displayed. It seems that young Master Chenfeng and his wife often spar with each other. Not only are they talented, but they are also very hardworking. I wish they were disciples of Fenglei Pavilion. Listening to the conversation between Chenfeng and Cao Ying, a hint of admiration appeared in Lai Zunzun's eyes. The people around them were similar. They all felt that Chenfeng and Cao Ying practiced very hard, but Han Yu, who was beside Chenfeng, understood that the competition that Chenfeng and Cao Ying were referring to was not the kind of competition that everyone thought. Qing'er, not only is young Master Chenfeng's talent far superior to yours, his cultivation mentality is also worth learning. Why don't you stay at the Han family for a few days and learn from young Master Chenfeng? It will be of great help to you. After thinking for a moment, Venerable Lai suddenly turned his head and gave instructions to Feng Qing'er beside him. Stay in the Han family, learn from him. Feng Qing'er's pretty face was filled with surprise when she heard what Lord Lai said. Yes, this friend Chenfeng, in addition to his own strong talent, must have other unknown strengths. If you can understand and master them a little bit, you will make great progress. Seeing Feng Qing'er's doubts, Tian Lizi smiled and slowly explained. Just treat this as a test, don't worry about anything else. Okay, teacher, you make sense. After hearing the explanation from Master Lai, Feng Qing'er, who had already been impressed by Chenfeng, but, can he agree to it? After Feng Qing'er agreed, she asked again in confusion. Don't worry, leave these matters to me, master. Hearing Feng Qing'er's words, Venerable Li gave a confident smile. The next moment, Master Lei personally came to Han Qi and said to him, Master Han, your son-in-law's excellence really makes me astonished. I wonder if Master Han can let me stay in the Han family for a few days and learn from your son-in-law Chenfeng. This. Han Qi was already flattered that Tian Laizi had taken the initiative to talk to him before. Now, a local overlord like Lai Zunzun was talking to him in such a tone, which made Han Qi even more excited. Your Excellency Lei, you are too kind. It is an honor for our Han family that Miss Feng can come to visit us. We are most welcome to her, most welcome. Faced with Lord Lai's request, Han Qi agreed without even thinking about it. Okay, in that case, thank you, Patriarch Han. Seeing that Han Qi did not hesitate, Venerable Lei was also very happy. Why did father agree to let Feng Qing'er live here? On the other side, Han Yu frowned slightly when she heard the conversation between Lai Zunji and Han Qi. Although she knew what Master Lei meant, that he simply wanted Feng Qing'er to learn from Chenfeng, she had other premonitions in her heart. Before Chenfeng, he brought her, Ziyan Shunen, and teacher Roland back to Jiama Palace from Canaan College. In the end they all became Chenfeng's women. It seems that Feng Qing'er will also become my sister. Thinking of this result, Han Yu suddenly felt relieved and thought that it was not a big deal. When Shi Zian teacher Ruolan Shu Ni Xiao Yu and Lu Fei first arrived at the palace, weren't they happily accepted by Yun Yun, Nalan Yanran and Ya Fei? On the other side there was a hint of strangeness in Tao Ying's charming eyes. Then, she turned her head to look at Chenfeng and found a faint smile on Chenfeng's face. "Brother Feng, are you up to something again?" Cao Ying said in a resentful voice. "Younger, what do you think?" Chenfeng did not hide anything about Cao Yin's words and spoke frankly. "You are such a playboy." Hearing Chenfeng's undisguised answer, Cao Ying felt helpless and had to pretend to be angry and curl her lips. "Friend Chenfeng, if you don't mind the trouble, you can teach my little apprentice when you are free, of course. I won't let you suffer any loss. This is a volume of Earth-level body fighting skills from my Fengli Pavilion, 3000 Thunders, which is my reward for you." After obtaining Han Chi's consent, Venerable Li came to Chenfeng with a smile on his face and handed him a silver scroll. Seeing the actions of Lei Zun, Tian Lei Zai and the strong men from the Han family were all shocked. 3000 Thunders, an elementary Earth-level body movement fighting skill, is the secret of Fengli Pavilion and is never allowed to be touched by outsiders. Unexpectedly, today, Venerable Lai actually took the initiative to give it to an outsider to practice. This is really surprising. It's at the primary level of the Earth rank, so the quality is a little low. However, since it has the attribute of thunder, perhaps it has other advantages. On Chenfeng's side, when Lord Lai handed over the 3000 Thunders fighting skill scroll, he accepted it with a very reluctant look. Seeing Chenfeng accept the 3000 Thunder scroll, Lai Zun did not pay attention to his words that somewhat belittled the 3000 Thunder fighting skills, because in his opinion, Chenfeng might really have better fighting skills than the 3000 Thunders. He sent out the 3000 Thunders with the idea of an investment. Now, no matter what, he had successfully sent it out, and his goal had been accomplished. In the future, if Chenfeng became a powerful man famous throughout the continent, and could use the 3000 Thunders, it would also add a lot of color to Fengli Pavilion. It seems that young Master Chenfeng has agreed to this matter. Qing'er, why don't you come over and thank young Master Chenfeng? The next moment, Venerable Lei showed a look of joy, then he slightly turned sideways and called Feng Qing'er to come over. At this moment, Feng Qing'er's expression was very serious. After all, Venerable Lei had done so much to allow her to study with Chenfeng for a period of time, and she was embarrassed to let Venerable Lai's efforts go to waste. Chapter 292 Feng Qing'er. Brother Chenfeng, please give me your guidance. Brother Chenfeng, please give me your guidance in the next few days. Feng Qing'er had completely put aside all the previous unpleasantness at this moment, and came to Chenfeng. She stretched out her fair jade hands, made a fist gesture, and spoke very seriously. Sure. Looking at Feng Qing's current attitude and the way she addressed him, Chenfeng was very satisfied and nodded with a smile. In that case, the two of us won't bother you anymore. Qing'er, you must study hard and don't let your teacher down. After Chenfeng agreed, Venerable Lai said goodbye to Chenfeng and the Han family without any airs of being the overlord of the Northern Territory. Master Lai, please walk slowly. Seeing this, Han Chi hurriedly returned the gift. Today he was very honored to be treated with courtesy by the overlord of the Northern Territory. This was something that many people from the big families in the Northern Territory would not even dare to think about. Soon, Lai Zunji and Tian Li Zi walked away into the void, leaving Feng Qing'er at the Han family manor. Miss Feng, please come with me. I will arrange a place for you to live. Han Yu flew to Feng Qing'er with her bulging belly and spoke in a calm tone. Thank you, Miss Han. Perhaps because she felt that she was better than Han Yu in cultivation, Feng Qing'er liked Han Yu more than Tao Ying, and she thanked him very politely. Miss Feng is now in your hands. Please don't lose your manners. Seeing this, Han Chi and the elders of the Han family did not interfere too much in the affairs of the young people, and they all left with a smile. Brother Feng, I want you to see my strength after I break through to Du Zong. As everyone left, only Chenfeng and Cao Ying were left in the sky. After a few days of seclusion, Cao Ying had begun to miss Chenfeng's strength, so she put her arms around Chenfeng's neck, and made a sound that made her whole body numb. Okay. Then I'll work harder and help you check it out. Chenfeng grabbed it lightly with his hand, and then they both sped up and ran directly to a room deep in the Han family manor. The scene of the two of them quickly rushing into the room happened to be seen by Han Yu in the sky. Suddenly, Han Yu's eyes became a little resentful. To be honest, because of her pregnancy, She had not been nourished by the morning breeze for a long time. Are they going to enter the room for a sparring match? Beside Han Yu, Xiao Ying also saw Chenfeng and Cao Ying enter the room, with a hint of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. Hearing this, Han Yu came back to her senses with a blush on her cheeks. I guess Brother Feng wants to teach Sister Yinger some precautions after the breakthrough. So that's how it is. After hearing Han Yu's explanation, Feng Qinger tapped her snow-white chin thoughtfully. At the same time she felt a little envious. After practicing for many years she always felt that she was very good. But now, Chenfeng and Tao Ying, who were a few years younger than her, had already broken through to the Duzong level, but she herself was still only a 5-star Duhuang. She couldn't help but feel extremely frustrated. Next, under Han Yu's arrangement, Feng Qinger moved into another room in the courtyard where Chenfeng lived. Miss Feng, this yard is where my sister Han Shu and I live. You can stay here peacefully for a while. Han Yu greeted with a smile. Feng Qinger nodded happily. She had already memorized the layout of this courtyard when she was in the sky. There were only 3 rooms in this small courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard there was a circular flower bed planted with various flowers and plants. The room she was in was just opposite the room that Chenfeng and Tao Ying had entered before, separated by a flower bed. Are in the room. As soon as Chenfeng and Tao Ying came in, they couldn't wait to take off each other's clothes and face each other frankly. See how much progress you can make after this breakthrough. Looking at the graceful body in front of him, as white as jade, Chenfeng showed a wicked smile and then pounced on her. In the room where spring light suddenly appeared, strange sounds were heard, and the noise was very loud. Beside the flower bed outside, Feng Qinger looked at the room where Chenfeng and Tao Ying were, her beautiful eyes full of curiosity. What will it feel like to break through to Duzong? Feng Qinger's curiosity grew, and she moved lightly, involuntarily moving closer to the other side of the flower bed. Suddenly, Cao Ying's slightly proud voice came from inside the room. Feng Qinger used her slender hand to pull apart a strand of black hair in front of her forehead, and there was a gleam of light in her purple-brown eyes. You must be Miss Feng. Just at this moment, a sweet voice came from the gate of the courtyard, interrupting Feng Qinger's thoughts. Turning around, Feng Qinger immediately saw a snow-white figure. The woman who appeared was wearing a snow-white dress. Although she looked young, some parts of her body had developed to an astonishing degree. Her delicate facial features were touching, and her snow-white skin seemed as delicate as a baby's. At just one glance, Feng Qinger felt that the girl in front of her was a beauty who was as pretty as herself. Han Shu looked at the guests in the yard, breathing heavily. When Lai Zunji and others appeared and made a noise, she also followed Chenfeng to the front of the manor to watch. However, when returning, Chenfeng, Cao Ying, Han Yu and others all flew over, and she did not have the cultivation level of Du Wang, so she could only run all the way back, which made her very tired. Miss Feng, do you know where my sister and brother-in-law went? Han Shu glanced around the yard and didn't see anyone else, so she continued to ask Feng Qing. It seems that she is the second daughter of the Han family, Han Yu's biological sister. She is truly a beauty in the family. Hearing this, Feng Qinger immediately guessed her identity. The next moment, Feng Qinger stretched out her snow-white jade hand and pointed to the room where Chenfeng and the others were. Your brother-in-law should be in this room. As for Miss Han, she just left the yard and said she was going to arrange for the servants to decorate my room. Oh, so my brother-in-law is in here? Hearing Feng Qinger's words, Han Shu nodded, and her focus was entirely on her brother-in-law. Under Feng Qinger's gaze, Han Shu walked directly to the outside of the room, then stretched out her hand and pushed the door. Brother-in-law, are you in there? I'm coming in. In this small courtyard, the sisters and Chenfeng had almost no habit of locking the door. The door of the room was slowly opened with a gentle push from Han Shu. In an instant, a somewhat embarrassing scene appeared in front of Feng Qinger through the crack of the door. Chapter 293 Brother Chenfeng, please help me. As the door of the room opened, an extremely erotic and stimulating scene came into Feng Qinger's sight. Such a scene was too shocking for Feng Qinger, an inexperienced girl. She stood there in a daze, and her originally snow-white face was now flushed with shame. How could it be? Weren't they discussing that? Why would they be doing something like this? After being stunned for a moment, Feng Qinger quickly lowered her head in embarrassment, with a question flashing through her mind. Brother-in-law, Sister Ying, you guys are. Han Shu did not feel embarrassed at all. With a pure smile on her face, she looked at Chenfeng and Cao Ying, who were in charming poses in the room. This second young lady of the Han family actually, doesn't she feel embarrassed? Listening to Han Shu's voice over there, Feng Qing'er lowered her head, and the doubt in her beautiful eyes became even stronger. Miss Feng, I'll go in first. After Han Shu politely turned around and greeted Feng Qing'er, she walked straight into the room. Her strong assets trembled slightly as she ran, exuding the charm of a young girl. Hearing Han Shu's greeting, Feng Qing'er instinctively raised her head and responded. However, at this moment, her eyes met the naked gaze of Chenfeng in the room. Suddenly, a strong sense of embarrassment surged in her heart. Feng Qing'er's cheeks became hot and she turned away quickly. The two of them actually did this in broad daylight. When Feng Qing'er saw a man's naked body for the first time, her heart beat wildly and couldn't calm down for a long time. In the room, because of these unexpected situations, Chenfeng's movements slowed down a little. He turned his head to look at Han Shu, who pushed the door in rashly, with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. His eyes stayed on Han Shu's strong capital that was shaking slightly as she ran, and he said with a smile, "Zur, you opened the door like this and let outsiders see me naked. I will punish you severely." "Okay, then let's see how you're going to punish me, brother." In law, when Han Shu heard Chenfeng's words that he was going to punish her, she showed her bright teeth. She was not afraid at all, but very excited instead. Soon, Han Shu took off all her clothes while walking forward. "Miss Feng, why are you standing here? Did you see my sister just now?" In the yard, Feng Qing'er stood there blankly, with her back to the room where Chenfeng was. At a certain moment, Han Yu's voice floated into her ears. "Your sister. She just went in there." Hearing Han Yu's words, Feng Qing'er threw away the complicated thoughts in her mind, awkwardly stretched out her jade hand and pointed behind her. Looking at Feng Qing'er's strange way of pointing the way, Han Yu's eyes were filled with surprise, but she didn't care and chose to push the door in. What's wrong with these people? Are they so unashamed? With her back to the room over there, Feng Qing'er couldn't see what Han Yu was doing at the moment, but she could hear it. She knew clearly that Han Yu had entered Chenfeng's room just like Han Shu, and she couldn't help but be curious about the complicated relationship between them. Feeling embarrassed and angry, Feng Qing'er lightly walked back to her own room and began to practice seriously. Late at night, Feng Qing'er went out and took a look, and found that the room opposite was still brightly lit, with several figures reflected outside the window. "Why did you take so long to come out? Are you still doing that?" When Feng Qing'er thought of the scene that Bai Tu saw, she couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry on her face, and she wanted to leave. "No, the teacher asked me to come and learn from him. I can't just come back empty-handed." The next moment, Feng Qing'er's eyes became firm again. At this moment, she vaguely felt that the energy of heaven and earth around her had some strange changes. Are they all practicing in there? Feeling the direction of the unusual energy movement of heaven and earth, Feng Qing'er's eyes flashed with surprise again. The unusual movement in the room over there continued until the next night. At a certain moment, the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth suddenly began to fluctuate violently. "Is this someone else about to break through? It seems like he's breaking through to Du Huang." Feeling these unusual movements, Feng Qing'er, who was sitting quietly, stood up suddenly and looked at the room opposite in surprise. Judging from the signs of breakthrough, it could only be Han Yu, who is at the peak of Du Huang level, who made the breakthrough. However, it has only been over a day. The speed is too astonishing. Soon above that room, the vast energy of heaven and earth gathered into a huge energy vortex, quickly gathering the surrounding energy of heaven and earth. Feng Qing'er stopped and watched for several hours before the strange vision slowly dissipated. Crack! As the strange vision disappeared, the door of the room was finally opened again after 2 days. Inside, Chenfeng slowly walked out surrounded by sisters Tao Ying and Han Yu. It turns out that the eldest lady of the Han family has made a breakthrough. After checking the cultivation fluctuations emanating from Han Yu, Feng Qing'er's eyes were filled with curiosity. Feng Qing was very curious about what method could allow Han Yu to break through to the Du Huang level in such a short time. When she broke through to the Du Huang level, she had to remain in seclusion in the Thunder Tower for nearly 2 months before she succeeded. This speed was already praised as a genius. However, Han Yu seemed to have only taken more than a day. The gap between the two was too big. "Miss Feng, you got up so early." Looking at Feng Qing, who was standing opposite the flower bed, Han Yu greeted her with a smile. "It's not early. I just came out too." Feng Qing'er smiled awkwardly, then put aside the memory of seeing Chenfeng and Cao Ying happy yesterday, and walked straight towards Chenfeng and the other three. "Brother Chenfeng, I would like to ask you for some advice on cultivation." Feng Qing'er's attitude was very sincere. "The experience of cultivation, you will know it naturally in the future." Hearing Feng Qingger's question, Chenfeng replied with a smile. In the future. Hearing this, Feng Qingger showed a trace of anxiety on her face. She didn't want to stay here for long. After observing and learning for a while, she would go back to Fenglei Pavilion to report. Yes. I helped the three of them practice last night. If you don't come, we can only wait until next time. Chenfeng nodded and pointed at Tao Ying and the other two. It turns out that Han Yu was able to break through to Du Huang so quickly because of Chenfeng's help. After hearing Chenfeng's explanation, Feng Qingger was thoughtful. Okay then, next time. Brother Chenfeng, when you start, please call me so I can watch and learn from you. Feng Qingger said firmly. Okay, come to my room with the three of them at night. Hearing Feng Qingger's request. Chapter 294 Xiao Sunlir is pregnant with her second child. Thank you, Brother Morning Breeze. Seeing Chenfeng agreed, Feng Qingger's lips curled up slightly, looking very happy. Her smile was a very pure smile without any other impurities. In the following time, Feng Qingger discovered that Chenfeng basically did not practice any fighting skills throughout the whole day. He was resting the whole time and playing with Tao Ying, Han Yu, and Han Shu in the garden of the Han family manor. This surprised Feng Qingger. Venerable Lei had said before that he was hardworking, but this didn't seem to be the case. Moreover, Feng Qingger discovered that the relationship between Chenfeng and the second young lady of the Han family seemed particularly ambiguous, and the two of them did not shy away from some physical contact. Brother Feng, it looks like you have to take down Miss Feng tonight. In the pavilion in the center of the garden, Chao Ying looked at Chenfeng with a hint of resentment and said softly. Upon hearing this, the Han Yu sisters had the same reaction. They glanced at Feng Qingger, who was following not far away, and then looked at Chenfeng with strange eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you want someone to share your burden? Yinger, do you want me to focus on you tonight? Chenfeng's face was slightly embarrassed, and then his eyes were fixed on Tao Ying, the instigator. Don't want. Hearing that Chenfeng was going to concentrate his attack on her, Tao Ying's eyes showed panic. If that was true, she would have to lie in bed and rest all tomorrow. Then Chenfeng looked at Han Shu. I don't want it either. Let Miss Feng come and help. Han Shu's face flushed and she quickly shook her head. You asked for this. Listening to the two women's answers, Chenfeng nodded with satisfaction. Ding, it is detected that Xiao Sunner is pregnant, and the host is rewarded with a big gift package. Ding, considering that Xiao Sunner is pregnant with her second child, all the rewards from this gift package will be doubled. Ding, host, would you like to open the gift package? Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Chenfeng's mind. Sunner is pregnant with her second child. Not bad, not bad. Hearing the system prompt, Chenfeng felt a little surprised. The next moment he ignored the sisters Tao Ying and Han Yu beside him and said directly to the system, System, open the gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Micro Soul Essence Double. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Communication Stone Double. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Primary Experience Pill Double. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Blood Essence of the Demon Phoenix Saint Double a month. As Chenfeng finished speaking, a series of system prompts immediately sounded in his mind. Double rewards are great, it seems like they won't be able to stay empty-handed for too long. Looking at this reward, Chenfeng felt very satisfied. Although 2 micro-origins still cannot allow his soul realm to break through to the heavenly realm, but at the spiritual realm soul stage, there are probably not many people who have accumulated more profound energy than him. As for the primary experience pill, its effect is even weaker. At this moment, Chenfeng was thinking that since the system rewards included primary experience pills and intermediate experience pills, there was a high probability that there would be advanced experience pills. If there really is a high-level experience pill, what would happen if it appeared? Would its effect increase 100 years of cultivation, or more? Chenfeng murmured in his heart, and had some expectations for the high-level experience pill that might appear. The next moment, Chenfeng immersed his mind directly into the system space. In that system space, 2 drops of golden blood were suspended. The blood contained extremely amazing energy. Even Chenfeng, a powerful warrior with the cultivation level of 4-star Duzun, felt frightened. It is worthy of being the blood of a saint. Feeling the energy fluctuations on the golden blood, Chenfeng exclaimed in his heart. The value of this thing is likely to exceed the intermediate experience pill and the Duzun star up pill that can allow the Duzun realm to break through 1 star. The blood essence of the demon phoenix saint, the blood essence left by a 1-star Dusheng powerful from the heavenly demon phoenix clan. If an outsider takes it and absorbs the huge energy inside, it will greatly improve their cultivation. If a person with the blood of the heavenly demon phoenix clan takes it, then the blood essence of the demon phoenix will improve the user's physique and enhance their talent for cultivation. The improvement in cultivation is not obvious and it will only take effect after the first dose. Really, after reading the introduction of this thing, Chenfeng found that it was basically the same as his previous guess. It worked the first time I took it. It seems that if Feng Qing'er can perform better next time, I can consider giving her the second pill as a reward. It will strengthen her bloodline. When he saw the last sentence of the introduction, Chen Feng had already roughly decided on the purpose of the demon phoenix's blood. Brother Feng. Seeing Chen Feng fall into deep thought again, Cao Ying felt particularly curious, as she had seen Chen Feng behave like this before. Brother Feng, what are you thinking about? Brother-in-law, you are not thinking about what happened with Miss Feng tonight, are you? Cao Ying and Han Shu were both teasing Chen Feng at this moment. Sure, you are being a little naughty now. Hearing Han Shu agreeing with Cao Ying's words, Chen Feng stood up and stared at her. Isn't it? I think she was right. At this time Cao Ying stood up and supported Hans. The two of them had experienced several battles together and had established a deep comradeship. Okay, since you all said so, I'll go do it now. Seeing that Cao Ying and Han Shu had formed a united front, Chen Feng simply followed their wishes and walked straight towards Feng Qing'er. Is it about to begin? Feng Qing'er was standing several dozen meters away, her beautiful eyes observing the actions of Chen Feng and the others. Now that she saw Chen Feng walking towards her, she gradually felt a little expectant. Chen Feng came to Feng Qing'er, smiled, and slowly said, Miss Feng, I see that you have been observing all day and are very serious. I will definitely teach you everything I know about the practice at night. Okay, thank you for your help. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Feng Qing'er smiled. Her smile was very pure, and her cold temperament faded away with this joy. Soon Chen Feng led Feng Qing'er into the room in the courtyard, and Cao Ying and Han Shu followed at this time. Then, Chen Feng came directly to the big bed and hooked his fingers at Cao Ying and Han Shu. Yim'er Shu'er, who of you wants to demonstrate for her? Let me do it. After hearing Chen Feng's words, Han Shu volunteered. Good. Chen Feng smiled and nodded, then reached out to unbutton his clothes. Do I need to take off my clothes to practice? Seeing Chen Feng's actions, a hint of surprise flashed in Feng Qing'er's beautiful eyes. Chapter 295. Feng Qing'er is fascinated because she had seen Chen Feng naked before, and at this moment Chen Feng was only half naked. Feng Qing'er did not leave out of shyness, but her pretty cheeks were already a little hot. Under Feng Qing'er's gaze, Han Shu also came to the couch, then took off her upper body clothes in an instant and sat cross-legged opposite Chen Feng with a calm expression. Oh! Seeing this scene, Feng Qing could no longer remain calm and screamed, Miss Feng, if you want to learn well, just watch carefully. Seeing Feng Qing'er's startled look, Cao Ying said seriously, is this really cultivation? After hearing what Cao Ying said, Feng Qing'er calmed down and looked at the couch again. There, Chen Feng and Han Shu both took off their upper body clothes and sat cross-legged facing each other. Han Shu's little face was full of excitement, and she didn't feel embarrassed at all for being so naked. Looking at this charming training posture, Feng Qing'er just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. However, at the moment Feng Qing'er lowered her head, Chen Feng and Han Shu practiced their skills together, and the energy of heaven and earth around them quickly began to gather towards them. Realizing the situation, Feng Qing'er raised her head again and stared at Han Shu intently. Han Shu's cultivation was only at the Grand Fighter stage, but the energy of heaven and earth that she absorbed every second was several times, or even dozens of times greater than that of Feng Qing'er, a fighter emperor. At this moment, Feng Qing'er was stunned where she stood, her graceful body wrapped in the colorful dress, outlining her moving curves. Her beautiful eyes were filled with wonder as she looked at Chen Feng and Han Shu, who were practicing in charming postures on the soft couch, as if she didn't want to miss any details. Is this the secret of their rapid training? Not long after, as Han Shu's cultivation level increased by 1 star, from a 7-star master to an 8-star master, Feng Qing'er's eyes gradually became hot. At this moment time seems to be extremely long. It was unknown how long it had been, but Han Shu, who was lying on the couch, was actually already reaching the Du Ling realm. At this point Chen Feng and Han Shu gradually put down their hands. How about it, Miss Feng, do you want to give it a try? If you don't try, it will be my turn. Cao Ying said something to Feng Qing'er with a smile, and then reached out to unbutton her black clothes. I'll try. Hearing this, Feng Qing'er spoke hurriedly, but after she finished speaking there was a hint of hesitation in her eyes. This guy looks, never mind. When it comes to cultivation, There's no point worrying about these details. Perhaps it was because of Chenfeng's well-proportioned figure and handsome appearance that Feng Qing'er did not feel any disgust, but instead had some admiration for him. She tried her best to convince herself in her heart and then slowly walked towards the soft couch. Miss Feng, come here. Han Shu gave up her position with some reluctance, then walked behind Chenfeng and hugged him from behind, with her body pressed against Chenfeng. That posture was even more ambiguous than the previous training process. Shaking her head and ignoring all this, Feng Qing took a deep breath, and under Chenfeng's calm and appreciative gaze, she reached out to unbutton her colorful skirt. At this moment her jade-like white palms trembled slightly, but not long after, the buttons were finally unbuttoned. As Feng Qing'er's palm slid, a touch of snow white bloomed. Her icy delicate body with graceful curves was soon exposed in the room. She looked like an icy, innocent imperial princess emerging from the bath, so beautiful that nothing could describe it. Feng Qing'er bit her teeth lightly, her body trembling uncontrollably due to nervousness, causing some parts of her body to shake violently. Under the lighting, dazzling white light was reflected, and this posture made Chenfeng's eyes gradually become hot. Miss Feng, to practice this technique, you must travel through special meridians, so necessary physical contact is indispensable. Looking at the nervous expression on Feng Qing'er's pretty face, Chenfeng explained seriously. Well, brother Morning Breeze, I understand. A tiny sound like a mosquito's hum came out of Feng Qing'er's mouth. Her cheeks were delicate and rosy at the moment, and the rest of her skin was also flushed and as delicate as a baby's. Remember the formula of the technique? Chenfeng told Feng Qing'er some mantras, then he slowly stretched out his hand and gradually clenched it. In an instant, as the practice began, Feng Qing'er's whole body trembled again, but soon afterwards the majestic energy of heaven and earth began to surge into her body, a speed of absorption that even Duzong masters could not achieve. Feeling the Du-Q accumulating rapidly in her danshan, Feng Qing'er's mood gradually calmed down, and her mind no longer thought about Chenfeng's large palm resting on her body. Okay, Shu, get dressed and let's go out first. Seeing that Chenfeng and Feng Qing'er had already started practicing the dragon and phoenix art, Chao Ying looked at them with resentment, and then said to Han Shu, "All right." Han Shu nodded reluctantly, then moved her soft body away from Chenfeng's back, quietly picked up her clothes and walked down. Soon, Chenfeng and Feng Qing'er were the only ones left in the room. An ambiguous atmosphere spread in Feng Qing'er's heart. Her purple-brown eyes would open from time to look at Chenfeng, and Chenfeng's undisguised gaze always made her heart beat faster. During the process of jewel cultivation, Feng Qing's own cultivation level improved rapidly. After 5 or 6 hours, she felt that her own 5-star Duhuang cultivation level had reached saturation. It's really powerful. Could this technique be a heaven-level technique? No, even if it is a heaven-level technique, it's not this terrifying. Feng Qing was excited when she realized the improvement of her own cultivation. At the same time, she was also guessing the level of the skills that Chenfeng was teaching her. According to Feng Qing'er's guess, this strange technique is divided into 2 parts. One part is practiced by women, and the other part is practiced by men. If either part is missing, the technique will lose its effect. This technique can only be practiced by 2 people together. If I leave brother Chenfeng in the future and master this half by myself, it will be useless. While she was thinking, a sudden surge of fighting energy in her body suddenly interrupted Feng Qing'er's thoughts. Boom! With a muffled sound, Feng Qing'er's cultivation level broke through to the 6-star Duang level. However, this was only the result of practicing with Chenfeng for less than 2 days. Chapter 296. Cultivation level increases dramatically. This is the 6-star Duhuang. Feng Qing'er was extremely excited at the moment, with a charming smile on her face. Because of the rapid improvement in her cultivation, her whole body was shaking violently. Don't move. Looking at Feng Qing, who became excited because of the breakthrough in cultivation, Chenfeng had no choice but to continue to exert his strength and speed up the operation of the martial arts. Brother Morning Breeze. Because Chenfeng suddenly sped up his practice, Feng Qing'er could hardly keep up with the pace and immediately looked at Chenfeng with resentment. However, to Chenfeng, Feng Qing'er's look was more like a temptation. That alluring look immediately made Chenfeng feel hot. However, Chenfeng was still waiting for an opportunity, as he knew that Feng Qing'er was a strong-willed person. Now that we have this fast method of cultivation, we will definitely be fascinated by it. Once fascinated, we will be afraid of losing it. Okay, I'll use my skills to ease the situation. But don't move around or it will affect the effect of your practice. Chenfeng smiled and nodded. Because of practicing the dragon and phoenix art, Feng Qing'er's voice became weaker and weaker. In the following period of time, Feng Qing'er's cultivation continued to grow at an extremely fast speed. On the 4th day she had already broken through to the level of 7-star Doan. At this point, she had become increasingly craving for the feeling of rapid improvement in her cultivation, and was clearly unable to leave Chenfeng. Gradually, Chenfeng began to have some other operating routes. Although Feng Qing'er felt very embarrassed about Chenfeng's increasingly bold actions, she did not say anything to stop him. Crack! At a certain moment, the room where the two were was suddenly pushed open by a small hand. Immediately, Han Shu and Tao Ying appeared side by side at the door. "Brother-in-law, are you done yet? It's been 4 days, I want to practice with you too." At the door, Han Shu's face puffed slightly, and she walked towards the couch with a little impatience. Hearing Han Shu's words, Feng Qing'er, who was practicing, felt her heart tighten. She also knew that this time Chenfeng had been guiding her in her practice for a long time. However, this method of cultivation could improve one's cultivation level so quickly that Feng Qing was reluctant to leave Chenfeng. "Miss Feng, I think Brother Feng's guidance to you this time is quite good." At the side, Chao Ying put her hands on her slender waist and spoke with a somewhat dissatisfied expression on her face. "Okay, I'll come down now." Hearing the urging of Han Shu and Cao Ying, Feng Qing'er suddenly felt embarrassed. After all, in terms of relationship, Chao Ying and Han Shu are obviously closer to Chenfeng. She herself was just a friend that Chenfeng had just met. The next moment, Feng Qing'er showed a reluctant expression on her face and planned to get down from the couch. However, Chenfeng was still practicing his skills and had no intention of stopping. "Miss Feng, look at you. Brother Feng has helped you so much. Don't you know how to repay Brother Feng?" Watching Chenfeng continue to practice his skills, Chao Ying also understood what Chenfeng meant. She scolded Feng Qing'er and left the room again. "Return." Hearing Tao Ying's last words, Feng Qing'er's eyes were a little confused. During the ambiguous contact over the past few days, she began to develop some unusual feelings towards Chenfeng. "Brother Morning Breeze." With a strange feeling in her heart, Feng Qing'er's beautiful eyes gradually moved downwards. After thinking for a moment, she seemed to have made a decision. "If I want to continue practicing this technique with Brother Chenfeng, an ordinary relationship will definitely not work. Perhaps after this time, I will never have such an opportunity to practice again." As she thought in her mind, Feng Qing'er's eyes revealed a hint of shrewdness and temptation. "Brother Morning Breeze." Then, she pretended to be unstable and her whole body fell forward. Just as she expected, Chenfeng quickly reached out and supported her body. At this time, Feng Qing'er also took the opportunity to gently rest her head on Chenfeng's shoulder. The alluring fragrance from the hair immediately filled Chenfeng's nose. At this moment, Chenfeng no longer endured and pulled Feng Qing'er into his arms. Although Feng Qing'er had made some mental preparations, she was still very nervous at this moment. "Brother Chenfeng, this miraculous cultivation technique of yours is destined to have countless women around you. I only ask you to be responsible for me in the future." Feng Qing'er's voice became weak. This was the first time she spoke like this in all these years. "Don't worry, I Chenfeng am very responsible to every woman." Chenfeng immediately gave an answer to Feng Qing'er's question. "Okay. You mustn't lie to me." In front of the Morning Breeze, Feng Qing'er no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance. Such a tone was like that of a natural immortal who had fallen into the mortal world, which made people feel pity for her. Such a weak performance also added a bit of charm to Feng Qing'er, which was different from before. When the flowing 7-colored skirt fell off completely, Feng Qing'er was so shy that she buried her jade cheeks in Chenfeng's arms. Soon the scene in the room became extremely beautiful. Feng Qing'er is from the celestial demon Phoenix clan. She has the blood of a high-level magical beast, and her physique is naturally stronger than many ordinary humans. However, no matter how strong she was still no match for Chenfeng. In the end, Feng Qing'er fainted due to her severe injuries. Having won a complete victory in this battle, Chenfeng did not feel tired at all, but instead felt refreshed. Outside, after hearing the noise inside the room disappear, Cao Ying and Han Shu, who had been waiting outside the door for a long time, pushed the door open and walked in with resentful eyes. "Brother-in-law, Brother Feng, this is too strong, as Miss Lian Feng always defeated so quickly. It seems that my brother-in-law is usually quite considerate of me." As soon as Cao Ying and Han Shu came in, they saw Feng Qing'er, who had fainted. There was a hint of surprise in their eyes. At the same time, both of them were even more impressed by Chenfeng's powerful strength. If a few more sisters didn't come to help, they would all have to experience the same experience as Feng Qing'er today in the future. "Shu'er, Ying'er, do you two want to practice too?" Seeing Cao Ying and Han Shu coming in, Chenfeng smiled and hooked his fingers. Of course, seeing Chenfeng hooking his finger at her, Hanshu immediately forgot about Feng Qinger's miserable situation and rushed over quickly. Cao Ying was not willing to be outdone and rushed over quickly, competing with Han Xiu for the morning breeze. Chapter 297 Bloodline Evolution. Fame in the Northern Territory, Brother Morning Breeze. The next day Feng Qinger woke up from her coma and looked at Chenfeng beside her, her eyes full of shy joy. She leaned quietly on Chenfeng's shoulder, her pretty face filled with happiness. "Wake up, I have a treasure that is perfect for you." Seeing the cold and arrogant woman now leaning on him so docilely, Chenfeng felt very comfortable. He smiled, then took out a drop of golden blood from the ring. "This is..." As Chenfeng took out the drop of golden blood, Feng Qinger's face suddenly changed. At this moment, the blood in Feng Qinger's body suddenly became boiling, and an extremely strong attraction emerged in her heart. "The blood of the demon phoenix was left by a powerful Du Sheng," Chenfeng said bluntly. "What?" Hearing Chenfeng's words, Feng Qinger covered her red lips with her small hands. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She knew very well what the Du Sheng level demon phoenix essence blood represented. That kind of stuff is several times better than the inheritance received by those outstanding members of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, and there is no danger in accepting the inheritance. This thing. Don't worry about where this thing comes from, you just need to know, do you want it? Seeing the hesitation on Feng Qinger's face, Chenfeng spoke calmly. "I want it." Hearing Chenfeng's question, Feng Qinger nodded slightly. She could feel the powerful pressure emanating from the golden blood. Once this drop of blood is integrated, her bloodline will certainly be greatly improved, and she will also be able to gain a lot of inheritance from the ancestors of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. "Since you want it, I'll give it to you." As Feng Qinger finished speaking, Chenfeng bent his fingers and flicked the drop of golden blood directly onto Feng Qinger's fair skin. In the blink of an eye, the golden blood penetrated through the skin and merged into Feng Qinger's body. At this moment, Feng Qinger's skin seemed to be dyed with a layer of gold. The fusion of the golden blood caused Feng Qinger's face to be filled with some pain. Feng Qinger's jade hands formed a series of dazzling marks like lightning, and then a clear shout came from her little mouth. Immediately afterwards a black phoenix shadow appeared behind Feng Qinger. Moreover, as time passed, the phoenix shadow behind Feng Qinger seemed to be resurrected, constantly making phoenix calls. If Chenfeng hadn't cast a seal to block this kind of noise in time, I'm afraid everyone within 100 miles would have sensed the abnormality. After that, the black phoenix shadow actually gradually turned into gold. Under the shining of the golden light of the phoenix, Feng Qinger's graceful body was filled with a sense of holiness, and in the holiness there was a sense of charm. At a certain moment, the golden light began to slowly dissipate, and Feng Qinger's aura had already climbed to the 1-star Duzong level at this time, reaching a level similar to Tao Ying. Although this drop of essence blood is mainly used to enhance the bloodline and inherit memories for the members of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, there will always be some inheritance of power to a certain extent. "Brother Chenfeng, I have made a breakthrough. I have reached Duzong." When she opened her eyes again, Feng Qinger couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. She then opened her arms and hugged Chenfeng tightly. Just a few days ago she was only a 5-star Du Huang, but in the past few days, she has transformed herself into a 1-star Du Zong. If this were to get out, even the high-ranking Du Sheng powerhouses in the Sky Demon Phoenix clan would probably be extremely surprised. Moreover, Feng Qinger's improvement this time was secondary to her cultivation level. What she really improved was her bloodline level. Like these Warcraft families with a long history, they were also similar to those Du Di families. With Feng Qinger's current bloodline level, it was almost equivalent to the 9th grade high-level bloodline in the Warcraft world. In other words, as long as she practiced steadily and did not die halfway, she would definitely be able to achieve the level of Du Sheng in the future. This level of bloodline has already reached the top among the younger generation of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. There may be only 1 or 2 people in the Sky Demon Phoenix clan who can be compared with them. Seeing Feng Qinger so happy, Chenfeng gently pinched her snow-white chin and said with a smile, "Miss Feng, now you don't have to live such a tiring life like before." Hearing this, Feng Qinger nodded quietly. Before, although she had a high status in Fenglei Pavilion, she felt a lot of pressure in her heart, not only because it was difficult to cultivate dual-attribute fighting spirit, but also because she had to leave the tribe to practice outside. She was under a lot of pressure. She was thinking about how to improve her cultivation all the time, so that she would not be laughed at by others when she returned to the tribe. Now, her bloodline has evolved, Perhaps if she puts in half of her previous effort, she will be able to surpass a large number of people in the tribe. The anxiety and pressure in her heart will naturally disappear. Brother Chenfeng, from now on don't call me Miss Feng, just call me Qinger. Feng Qinger buried her jade cheek in Chenfeng's chest, and said in a tender voice that she now felt that she and Chenfeng had the most intimate relationship, and naturally they could no longer use those unfamiliar terms of address between them. Okay Qinger, now that your bloodline has been upgraded, let me see if you are better than last time. Chenfeng smiled and nodded, then slowly moved closer to Feng Qinger. So bad. Seeing Chenfeng's actions, Feng Qinger's face turned red with embarrassment. She symbolically tried to stop him, but then she completely fell. This time Venerable Lai sent his disciple over, which could be considered a great gift to Chenfeng. Lu, the northern region of Zhongzhou. Because of the destruction of the Hong family and the personal arrival of Lord Lai, Chenfeng's deeds became known to everyone in a short period of time. Many people knew that the Han family in the Northern Territory had a genius whose cultivation was beyond belief. At the age of about 20 he had already entered the Duzong stage. Even the Hong family's ancestor Hong Tianxiao was no match for him. Because of Chenfeng, many people came to Tianbei City to visit the Han family during this period of time, wanting to make friends with them. Of course, there are also some who boast of their great talents, and do not believe that Chenfeng really has such powerful young geniuses. They came to Tianbei City with the idea of challenging themselves. Everyone, Chenfeng is not seeing guests for the time being, please go back. In the hall of the Han family, Han Chi looked at the many young people who came to challenge him and spoke helplessly. In my opinion, that Morning Breeze is just an incompetent person who was blown up by some people. If he doesn't dare to accept the challenge, then I, Huang Tian, will block the door of your Han family. Han Chi's words did not make these people leave. They all gave up their boasts, saying that Chenfeng, the #1 genius in the Northern Territory, did not live up to his reputation. Chapter 298. Zian comes out of confinement. If you continue to make trouble like this, don't blame me, the Han family, for expelling you. Listening to these young warriors from the Northern Territory slandering Chenfeng in the hall, Han Chi frowned, a surge of anger in his heart, and shouted in a deep voice. At the same time, he released the enormous pressure of his 3-star Duzong. In the hall, there were 20 or 30 young men. Some of them were only at the middle-level Duong level. Most of them were at the high-level Duhuang level, and only 3 of them had reached the Dozong level. When Han Chi released the pressure of a 3-star Duzong, most of the people were stunned and stopped talking. However, 3 young men who had also reached the Duzong realm did not back down because of Han Chi's actions. Among these 3 people, one of them has reached the level of 5-star Duzong. This does not mean that he is particularly talented, but that he is probably over 30 years old. The other 2 have only reached the level of low-level Duzong, and are around 27 or 28 years old. It's amazing that these 3 people at their age would think of challenging a genius who is around 20 years old. Master Han, do you think that the Han family is so powerful just because they dominate Tianbei City? Looking at the entire Northern Territory, your Han family is just a small player. Today, if I can't see Chenfeng, I Lin Feng will not leave. The young man with the cultivation level of a 5-star Duzong spoke without any worries. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Han Chi's anger reached its peak and he couldn't help but want to take action. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. At this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded outside the hall. Hearing the noise, everyone in the hall looked towards the door. There stood a handsome and tall young man, and behind him were 4 stunningly beautiful women. Tao Ying, Feng Qinger, Han Yu and Han Shu were all top-notch in appearance, temperament and figure. These 4 beauties all followed one man, which immediately made the geniuses in the hall who came to challenge them envious. Are you Morning Breeze? Lin Feng looked at Chenfeng with a jealous look in his eyes, with a hint of disdain on his lips. In Lin Feng's opinion, if Chenfeng could defeat Hong Tianxiao, the ancestor of the Hong family, he could do it too. Now, he only needed to defeat Chenfeng, and then the title of the #1 genius in the Northern Territory would fall on him. Of course, the reason why Lin Feng had such an idea was because Chenfeng had no backing, and he felt that he could step on him at will. Outsiders say that you are the #1 genius in the Northern Territory, but in my opinion, the Miss Feng you defeated is only at the level of Du Huang, which doesn't prove anything at all. Seeing that Chenfeng did not reply, Lin Feng continued to talk to himself. Stop talking nonsense. You just want to challenge me, step on me, and take away the title of the #1 genius in the Northern Territory. Chenfeng sneered and said, how many people think like him? Come on, this. Hearing that Chenfeng was going to fight dozens of them alone, everyone in the hall was surprised. This guy is old enough to be a sect elder. Yet he has the nerve to challenge brother Chenfeng. How shameless. Behind Chenfeng, Feng Qingge's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at the dozens of people over there, her heart full of contempt. Since that's what you asked for, we'll grant your wish. The next moment, Lin Feng and the two people who had reached the Duzong level rushed towards Chenfeng together. Boom! When the three men rushed over, Chenfeng's fist suddenly blasted out, and a powerful gust of wind pressed down, instantly shattering the bones of the three men. Puff Lin Feng, whose bones were shattered all over his body, spit out mouthfuls of blood, his eyes full of disbelief. He didn't expect that despite his age advantage, he would be defeated so completely, and a huge regret surged in his heart. As for the others who did not take action, there was a layer of fear in their hearts. The three men led by Lin Feng were at the Duzong level, but they were all defeated by Chenfeng in one move and were on the verge of death. If they were attacked, a large number of them would probably die in an instant. Anyone else want to challenge me? After taking an indifferent look at the fallen Lin Feng and the other two, Chenfeng's eyes gradually swept over the remaining people in the hall. No, now, Mr. Chenfeng is the most worthy genius in the Northern Territory. We all admire him. When Chenfeng's gaze swept over them, everyone couldn't stop trembling, and quickly changed their previous attitude and began to flatter him. Go away and carry these three people out. Looking at these people's reactions, Chenfeng looked calm and spoke in a low voice. Yes, yes. After hearing Chenfeng's words, everyone felt relieved and left quickly one by one. The last few people who left took away the remains of Lin Feng and others. After teaching them a lesson this time, they won't have so many small troubles in the future. Seeing Chenfeng's decisive action, Han Qi was even more impressed. Nowadays, the status of their entire Han family has risen rapidly, and they have a great reputation in the Northern Territory. And with the defeat of Lin Feng and others this time, Chenfeng's reputation became more and more famous in the northern region of Zhongzhou. Even outside the Northern Territory, he has gained considerable fame. For a period of time afterwards, Feng Qingge still stayed in the Han family and did not return to Fenglei Pavilion. Here she can set aside a certain amount of time every day to practice jewel cultivation with Chenfeng. The pleasure of improving her cultivation makes her reluctant to leave. Yinger, you stay at the Han family first, I need to go do something. One day, after finishing his training, Chenfeng explained to Cao Ying, Feng Qingge and others, and then he left the Han family directly. Because judging by the time, Ziyan's inheritance should be coming to an end soon. After using the space teleportation flag, Chenfeng instantly arrived at the ancient temple on Donglong Island. My dear friend Chenfeng, your ability to teleport instantly really surprises me. Not long after the morning breeze appeared, Julie, the third elder of Donglong Island, arrived here. It's just a trick, Elder Julie. Is Xian's inheritance over? Arriving here, Chenfeng asked straight to the point. It should be soon. Xian will be able to come out of the inheritance place today, Julie replied. That's good. Hearing Julie's words, Chenfeng smiled and nodded. Brother Feng, I miss you so much. About 2 hours later, a purple figure ran towards the place where the morning breeze was very excited. Chenfeng had also sensed it and looked at Xian with gentle eyes. Soon Xian threw herself into Chenfeng's arms. Julie knew that Xian and Chenfeng were already married, so he didn't say much about their intimate behavior. Chapter 299 Make a bet and take Xian away. Xian, who was held in his arms, had a slender body and long purple hair cascading down like a waterfall, spreading over her slender waist and then falling to her perky buttocks. Her beautiful face was very delicate, and her pair of purple eyes added a sense of mysterious temptation to her. This was clearly a mature and charming body, but it was always showing off its girlish playfulness, which made Chenfeng's heart burn with excitement, and he couldn't wait to. Xian, we've been in Dragon Island for a while now. Let me take you back. Chenfeng temporarily suppressed the heat in his heart and spoke with a smile. Okay, I want to go back too. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Xian nodded happily. Xian, this ancient Dragon Island is your home. Only here can you become successful at the fastest speed, inherit the title of Dragon Emperor, and lead our clan out of the hazy. Seeing that Chenfeng was going to take Xian away, Julie suddenly became anxious and quickly tried to stop him. Julie's tactful attitude did not make Chenfeng angry, because he knew that Julie meant well. Elder Julie, Xian doesn't have to stay on Dragon Island to grow. Chenfeng turned his gaze to Julie and spoke bluntly. Friend Chenfeng, the heritage and resources of our dragon clan can definitely allow Xian to grow up at the fastest speed, so, Elder Julie, how about we make a bet? Seeing that Julie was still trying to persuade him, Chenfeng interrupted him with a word. What bet? Elder Julie, Xian's cultivation is now at the high level of Du Huang. If she cultivates on Dragon Island, what is the highest realm she can reach in half a year? In half a year, if Xian can seriously accept the inheritance of Dragon Island, she will definitely be able to achieve Duzong. Hearing Chenfeng's question, Julie replied very confidently. Duzong, if in half a year I can bring Xian, whose cultivation reaches the high-level Duzong level, here Elder Julie can rest assured and let Xian stay by my side, Chenfeng said with a smile. High-level Duzong, is this the bet that friend Chenfeng and I made? If this requirement is not met in half a year, Xian will have to stay on Dragon Island. Julie thought about the bet proposed by Chenfeng for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Firstly, just half a year is nothing for the ancient dragon clan. Secondly, Chenfeng's various mysterious behaviors, and the confidence revealed in his words just now made Julie feel a little expectant. He really wanted to see if Chenfeng really had such ability. If Xian really advanced to the level of high-level Duzong within half a year, then it would be a great joy for their Taixu ancient dragon clan. Okay, then it's settled. I'll take Xian away. Seeing Julie agreed, Chenfeng did not stay any longer. He took Xian's hand and left instantly through the space teleportation flag left here. What a mysterious little fellow. Looking at the place where Chenfeng and Xian left without leaving any spatial fluctuations, there was a hint of wonder in Elder Julie's old eyes. Of course, since he had finally found the royal bloodline, Julie would naturally not fail to take any protective measures. He carried 2 space jade tubes on Xian's body. One of them was made by Julie himself. As long as Xian tore up the space jade tube when she was in danger, he would be able to travel through the space channel to rescue her in a short time. This time, after Chenfeng took Xian away, he did not return to the Han family in Tianbei City, but took her directly to the Gamma Palace. Wow, you're back so soon, this is amazing. Walking out of Chenfeng's training chamber, Xian looked at the familiar scene of the Imperial Palace in front of her. A hint of excitement suddenly appeared in her purple eyes, and then she stretched lazily. The curvy figure exudes a strong temptation. The next moment Chenfeng's hands couldn't help but hug the graceful body full of girlish temptation. Xian, this time I made a bet with Elder Julie that I will break through to the high-level Duzong level within half a year, so don't be lazy. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Xian's pretty face immediately turned red. After receiving the inheritance for such a long time, she missed the warmth of Chenfeng's body very much. When Chenfeng hugged her, her body became hot. Okay, I have to beat that old man in this bet, otherwise, I will be fed that unpalatable medicine by them every day and have to accept that long inheritance. Xian turned around and threw herself into Chenfeng's arms with a playful smile on her face. Such a smile is not only playful, but also has a kind of charming that captivates the heart. It depends on your performance. Chenfeng slowly lowered his head and covered Xian's rosy little mouth. Brother Feng, Xian is back too. The two of them came to the harem kissing each other. When Yunyun, Nalan Yanran, and Xiao Yixin saw Xian and Chenfeng returning, they couldn't hide their joy in their eyes. Soon, under their gaze, Chenfeng carried Xian into the boudoir. Not long after, Yunyun and Nalan Yanran, the master and disciple, also entered the room to check the situation. Come together. Seeing the two of them coming in, Chenfeng stretched out his hands, and a gentle force immediately lifted them up and then pulled them into his arms. This time Chenfeng planned to give Yunyun more gifts. Let Yunyun and Nalan Yanran be able to conceive a second child and have more children. Of course, none of Xiao Yixiang, Yao Yi and others who are still watching outside can be let go. Not far from the door, Xiao Yixin was about to take a look at what was going on in the room when her delicate body was suddenly lifted up by a gentle force, and then began to float into the room uncontrollably. Next, Yao Yi encountered the same situation. In that luxurious room, a spring atmosphere quickly filled the air. After a night of leisure, Chenfeng took Xian to practice the dragon and phoenix art. In fact, with Chenfeng's current level of cultivation, practicing the dragon and phoenix art with his woman, given the huge difference in their levels, the benefits they could gain would be enormous, which could not be matched by any bloodline talent. After one session of practice, Xian's cultivation level increased by 1 star. Such a terrifying speed made Xian feel that winning the bet with Elder Julie seemed to be a very easy thing. 4 days later, Xian had a breakthrough. A huge phenomenon of heaven and earth appeared in the Jiamao Palace, attracting countless people to watch. This shows that someone in the Jiamao Palace has reached the Duzong level again. The Yunlin sect was only 100 miles away from the Jiama Empire's capital. When Xian showed signs of a breakthrough, Yunshan immediately sensed it. Chapter 300 Bring back Tang Huer. Brother Chenfeng, you are so awesome. As her cultivation level broke through to Duzong, Xian, who was sitting cross-legged face to face with Chenfeng, was extremely excited, and her graceful body began to tremble involuntarily. It's you who made the breakthrough. So how can you say I'm so awesome? Chenfeng asked with a smile. I know that 90% of the credit goes to Brother Chenfeng, so I want to thank Brother Chenfeng for your hard work these past few days. Xian put down her hands, stopped practicing, and then threw herself into Chenfeng's arms. Compared to practicing the dragon and phoenix art, what Xian liked to do more was to train with Chenfeng. A few days later, Chenfeng left the Gama Palace again and went to the vicinity of Tianhuang City. This time I returned to the Gama Palace and spent almost half a month there. According to the previous arrangements, it is almost time to marry Han Yu, Lu Fei and others. After all, if it is delayed any further, they will soon give birth to children. Haha, my friend Chenfeng, you are finally here. Tianhuang City, Lu family. When Chenfeng arrived here, he was immediately warmly welcomed by everyone in the Lu family. Many young people in the Lu family looked at Chenfeng with some respect. In this situation, it is obvious that Morning Breeze's reputation has spread to the edge of the central region. The #1 prodigy in the Northern Territory, with such a reputation, as long as he does not die young, everyone can imagine his future achievements. I am afraid that he will at least be able to achieve the realm of Duzun. I came here this time to marry Lu Fei. When he arrived at the Lu family, Chenfeng stated his purpose straight away. Brother Feng, if you don't come to pick me up, I will go to the palace by myself. As Chenfeng finished speaking, a sweet but somewhat resentful voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Immediately, a beautiful snow-white figure appeared in the crowd. Although Lu Fei was pregnant at this time, it did not seem to affect her beauty. Fire, I'm sorry for putting you through this during this period of time. I'll make it up to you after you give birth to the baby. Seeing Lu Fei's somewhat resentful eyes, Chenfeng quickly comforted her. In fact, Lu Fei was not that angry. After hearing Chenfeng's comforting words, the resentment in her eyes disappeared. She walked lightly to Chenfeng's side and said with a smile, Brother Feng, you have been flirting with many other women recently. I heard that even the lady from Fenyan Valley has made an engagement with you. Later. I will go to Fenyan Valley to pick her up and marry her back home. Chenfeng never concealed such things, and he nodded in acknowledgement immediately. After getting Chenfeng's personal confirmation, everyone in the Lu family was shocked. They also didn't expect that Lu Fei's husband was so outstanding. Not only did he become the #1 prodigy in the Northern Territory, but he was also able to marry the eldest daughter of Fenyan Valley, one of the 3 valleys. Coupled with some of the previous rumors, Chenfeng really enjoyed the blessing of having many wives, which was extremely enviable. Chenfeng didn't care about the envious looks of the crowd. After saying a few simple words, he took Lu Fei and headed towards Fenyan Valley, while the scorching fire mountains were not far from Huangshan City. Not long after, Chenfeng brought Lu Fei on the purple demonic eagle to the sky above the endless volcanoes. In this mountain range, lush greenery is extremely rare. At a glance, most of the land is red. There is not even a blade of grass on the ground, and the environment is extremely harsh. My dear friend Chenfeng, you are finally here. Not long after, outside Fenyan Valley, when Tang Zhen learned that Chenfeng had arrived, he actually led people out of the valley to greet him. In Tang Zhen's heart, he had already accepted Chenfeng as his future son-in-law. Chenfeng had not only brought the fire bodhisattva pill, which solved the hidden dangers in Tang Huer's body after she refined the strange fire, but he had also presented a betrothal gift that even Tang Zhen himself could not refuse, the Duzun Shengsing pill. Moreover, Chenfeng is now known as the #1 genius in the Northern Territory. Regardless of the reason, Chenfeng is already qualified to marry Tang Zhen's daughter. Not long after, Tang Huer, wearing a red dress, also walked out of the valley. Tang Huer had a very slender figure, with a dark red long whip wrapped around her small waist, making her waist look even more charming. Although her face was not extremely beautiful, it was also very good. There was a hint of heroism between her slender eyebrows. With her fairy red outfit, she looked heroic and had a unique charm. Brother Chenfeng, you are finally here. I was thinking that if you still haven't come after a few more days, I will go to Dainyu to find you. When she saw Chenfeng again, what Tang Huer said was almost the same as what Lu Fei had said before. The more than 2 months of waiting was a torment for them. Huer, it seems you are very anxious. Listening to Tang Huer expressing her feelings in front of everyone without any consideration, Chenfeng felt a little more appreciative. We've already been engaged. If you don't come to marry me, of course I'll be anxious. Tang Huer's cheeks turned slightly red as she said playfully. Then come with me. I'm here to marry you. Chenfeng reached out to Tang Huer. Seeing this, Tang Huer didn't hesitate at all. She stretched out her hand and followed Chenfeng. Holding Tang Huer's soft little hand, Chenfeng turned to Tang Zhen and said, Senior Tang, I'm taking Huer away. Let's go, let's go. My daughter has grown up and will get married one day. Tang Zhen waved his hand casually. Next, in front of everyone in Fenyan Valley, Chenfeng brought Tang Huer to the back of the purple demonic eagle, and headed out of the scorching fire mountains. Because the journey was long, this time Chenfeng picked up the people first, and those who were attending the wedding came later. After picking up Lu Fei and Tang Huer, Chenfeng returned to the Han family again and took Tao Ying, Han Yu's sisters, and Feng Qing'er away. Feng Qing'er had complicated thoughts at first about Chenfeng having so many wives, but she soon felt relieved. In fact, she was the latecomer. Everyone else had come into contact with Morning Breeze earlier than her. On the way back, Chenfeng did not ride the purple demonic vulture to slowly return to the northwest continent as before, but openly used the space teleportation flag to bring everyone to the Gamma Palace. What is this place? How magical! We have arrived at another place in an instant. When Feng Qing'er, Han Yu, Han Shu, Tang Huer, and Lu Fei appeared in Chenfeng's training chamber, each of them had an expression of surprise on their pretty faces. We have arrived at Brother Feng's palace. Cao Ying helped Chenfeng explain with a faint smile on her face.